and a great player to just being almost like figurehead.
Oh, he's got another. First ball. Atkinson's on a hat-trick. Oh, now then, hang on. He's got him.
Good morning and welcome to what promises to be an absorbing day 3 in the big one here between Surrey and Somerset from the Kia Oval. Good news, weather set fair, not a breath of wind in the air. And Surrey have their noses ahead, 38 runs up with just the 3 wickets in hand. Dan Lawrence and Gus Atkinson, the not-out batsmen. Surrey did well to push on in the afternoon session before Somerset came back hard in the gloaming of yesterday evening. It's going to be an ebb and flow kind of afternoon, one feels. This game is available for both teams. Without further ado, here are the highlights from what was an absorbing day 2.
That's for sure. Go through it. Aldridge, of course. First ball of day 2. It's a no ball.
Aldridge, of course. So there's sort of 3 frontline seamers, plus the uncertainty over Gregory.
So Davey he's the captain. Clipped away by his opposing number, Burns. Captain to captain, 4 runs first ball. That is a beautifully timed stroke. If you're looking for early signs for Surrey, most had a dart at escaping. Sibley through mid-wicket. That's where he's so comfortable, so at ease, timing to die for. 4 runs, Dom Sibley. His first boundary of the day. A nice gentle start from
Shot.
Driven firmly down the ground. Fielder in pursuit. The ball win. Oh, really good effort, but ultimately it does go for 4. Oh, lovely guarded away from Rory Burns. Just a hint of width, and he leans back and just directs the ball to the left of third slip a little bit more. That one does go past the man at short mid wicket, and that will race away to the leg side boundary. Slightly leg side. He's asking good questions here. This time a little bit too straight, just like in the last over. The final ball of the over is dispatched to the leg side boundary.
so well timed by Sibley. Shorter side of the ground, middle stump line, puts it away. That's helped through mid-wicket, again from the off-stump line, shorter side of the ground. Just enough of a gap to work with for Burns, who's shot there to be put away outside the off-stump. Made sure it was going to be a half volley with positive footwork.
They're all directed to deep third, and Rory Burns comes back for 2, which takes him to his 50s. Oh, that beats the outside of Sibley's bat again. Very, very close to the first.
Bit of interest from Davey there, but nobody else.
That's kept low, hasn't it?
Torres down the leg side, first ball from him after lunch. Helped end of the over here. Using his feet, Rory Burns with panache. Out to the long rope. Terrific timing. Made that happen. Lovely from Burns to finish. Beaten from the previous ball. Getting a chance to drive here and not missing out. So Burns. Burns again on the pads. Puts it away. He's been in great touch today. Have to have a signal now. Oh, that gets up. And that gets the slip. There's the breakthrough they needed. It's reared up off a length.
Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, he's dragged it on. And that was an aggressive thrust off the back foot. Takes the inside edge. Down the wicket. Calvin Smith. He's not really timed that to perfection, but it might yet make it to the boundary. Actually, I think the fielder.
Cloud coverage still.
Yes, it's hazy.
Struck beautifully.
Oh, I'd say. It's going to keep the fielder interested, but it's a futile interest. It's a lovely flowing cover drive from Jamie Smith. Oh, that's mighty shot from Smith. It was in the air for a while, and Aldridge would have been slightly interested. But
Stand and deliver. That's a shot that Jamie Smith plays so well. When you're short to him, he doesn't always need to pull you over mid-wicket. He can go back and thrash you through cover. So Sibley gets one there, might get two, and will, which will mean another chance for him to raise the bat in what's turning into a most productive 2025. Through him. It's taken the spin of Leach to break Sibley's concentration, but latently introduced into the attack in this middle session.
that's a nice shot. That is really well played by Ben Folkes. Full face of the bat, straight back past the bowler, up to the pavilion.
That's cut past the man at point, and that will run away to that vast offside boundary. Folkes picks up 14, moves on to 17. Surrey, middle session, tends to be longer. Cut through the gap, and 4 more for Jamie Smith. Driven to the man at backward point, but firmly along the ground. Surrey get to the tea break, the Tartar tea break, 218 for 3. And Smith tickles that round the corner, comes back for 2, moves to 51 and reaches his 50, his second of the season. That's a really nice shot from Ben Folkes. Rocks onto his back foot, gives himself a little bit of room. Cut again through the offside, and that'll be 4 again from Ben Folkes. Showing a real ruthlessness through that region at the moment.
That's been cracked away. Again, Leach with just one ball that he drags down. And Smith is onto it in a flash. There's nobody fielding on the boundary out there on the short side. Bowled a lot of wicket-taking deliveries that haven't quite found the edge. Now then, he might have got his wicket here. It's gone up in the air. Gregory underneath it takes the catch. And there you go. It certainly wasn't his best ball. That's clipped away very fine. That'll be 4. And that will bring up Surrey's first bat.
That's for sure. We can go through it. Aldridge, of course. First ball of day 2. It's a no ball.
Leach with just quite found the edge. Now then, he might have got his wicket here. It's gone up in the air. Gregory underneath it takes the catch. And there you go. It certainly wasn't his best ball. That's clipped away very fine. That'll be 4. And that will bring up Surrey's first bat. Sorry folks, we've just lost the highlights there. But there is the card, the match summary. And isn't the game fascinatingly poised with Somerset bowled out, all out the first day, 283. Surrey didn't have to bat. Something nice and neat about that. It sort of appealed to me. And then Surrey getting into a very strong position at one point, 246 for 3, then losing those 4 wickets in the evening session. Lewis Gregory bowled magnificently for a guy that we thought, well, he's injured. He might not bowl at all. We were told, well, he put in quite a shift, isn't it? 19 overs, more than anyone except Miguel Pretorius. But that is a feature, actually, of Somerset's bowling attack yesterday. They had 6 genuine bowling options. As you see there, 3 Surrey batters making it to half centuries, but not going on. Folkes, the recipient of a brute of a ball from Gregory that jagged back, kept a bit low, knocked out his off stump. And a couple of late wickets there meant that this game, it's sort of in the balance with Surrey 38 runs ahead. you can often imagine two basically fresh batters coming out to bat. Get one of them early, could restrict that lead to 50 or below, and then it's not quite an insignificant figure, but it's not a big one. As you see there, the bowling figures: Gregory 3 for 46, and look how many bowlers they use there. Surrey had 4 bowlers on the first day, bowled 20 overs or more. Somerset were able to spread their resources a bit, with Lammonby 10 overs, none for 23, doing an unheralded job, and Jack Leach holding up at end. Couple of, those drag downs you get from Jack Leach. I've got Phil Walker alongside me. He did a good job yesterday, but it's still a feature of his bowling. Every now and then one just goes a little bit short and it releases the pressure. But for the most part, you'd have to say Somerset were at Surrey yesterday. It's been a game of terrific bowling. The ball has beaten the edge more times than I can possibly count. And yet, weirdly, Phil, we had a couple of slip catches to Pope. The one catch to Rue yesterday was off quite a wild drive from Jordan Clark, a very thin edge through. And yet all those little plays and misses, we haven't seen anything get to slips. I wonder if today is the day when, as Cam Ponsonby said yesterday, we revert to the mean and we see catches to keeper and slip. I wonder.
Well, it's a good question, and if we go by the first game of the season here, then as you can tend to expect in early season conditions, the pitch struggled to maintain its life and its vim across the 4 days. And as you saw on day 4 of that game against Hampshire, there was not much in it for Surrey's bowlers, manful as they were that day. And if bad light hadn't rolled in, then you never know, we may have thrown up a result there with Hampshire chasing that down. 300 and plenty they were after on the final day. And I wonder if this pitch can maintain a bit more energy going into the second half. Yeah, well, this is it. And so we're hopeful. And again, another couple of weeks on in the season, there's more that Lee Fortis, head groundsman here, can work with. And there's always been a bit in this track. You just hope that that's maintained, because if it is, and there are chances and opportunities developing across the course of the next day and a half, then anything can happen here. As you say, 38-run lead is at the moment easily surmountable, but cliche alert, if Surrey edged the first hour to an hour and a half, and if Dan Lawrence and Gus Atkinson, both of whom are destructive players, get in, even if one of them gets in, and that lead starts to creep up doubles and then gets up towards 3 figures, then it becomes hard yakka for Somerset. But you have to give them immense credit, because around 2 o'clock-ish, 2:30 yesterday afternoon, it looked very much like Surrey were doing the thing that they do, that they knock a team over on the first day. They're relentless across days 2 and 3. Well, Somerset, as you say, led by Lewis Gregory, were excellent in the second half of the day yesterday. But they have to go hard again this morning. They have to play real, intense, desperate cricket here, because if you let the game drift against this side, even for half an hour, then you know what tends to happen.
Well, you do. And also, there's a whole number of reasons why they want these wickets quickly. They want to get Surrey bowling as quickly as possible, because they want Surrey to have a long day in the field if they can. Surrey can bat for hour and a half, then suddenly you break up those chunks of the day. It becomes less of a sort of daunting prospect, having put 20 overs in your legs on the first day. And of course, there's the numerical fact of it. Miguel Pretorius is going to start from the Vauxhall end on this gorgeous sunny day, barely a breath of wind. 21 degrees we're expecting today. Get down here if you've been to see the London Marathon. You're not far away. I was coming in on the tube today, and it was really lovely, actually.
Same here. I felt
I'm quite cynical about these things, as you know, because apart from anything else, I think it's insane to run 26 miles. I think you've got to be off your rocker.
It's not going to inconvenience you or I, is it?
No, I don't consider it a badge of honour. I consider it a sign of mental instability. Pretorius starts and is driven straight away. Lovely shot. There's a fielder out there at deep extra cover. There'll only be the single, rather brutally. Such a gorgeous shot first up. Almost reminded me of Zach Crawley off the first ball of the Ashes back at Edgbaston in 2023.
Well, he's now faced 14 deliveries, and he's hit 3 beautiful shots already. The flick off the hit, third ball last night, went for 6, and then a gorgeous extra cover drive to follow, and then another beauty to get going here. But it's a good move to have a deep square, I think.
He's a great example of a guy that utterly bewilders you by transformation. come back to that in a moment. So, you know, I'd seen a bit of Gus Atkinson, obviously, from watching Surrey, and thought, yeah, he's a tail-ender who can bat. But just of late, he's turned into a tail-ender who plays some of the most beautiful shots on the circuit. The fabulous technique, is still head. So he looks like a proper batter.
Well, indeed, and he began through the Surrey age groups as a batter who bowled a bit. And you can see that, you know, he has the foundations of a very good technique, as you say. I can see him moving up the order for club and country.
Another nice shot finds the gap. The gap has been left between cover and mid-off. Partly to encourage the drive, it's a slip or two in place. But
was there much movement last night?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and
is the answer.
This is what I mean. It was so bizarre. I don't think I've been in a game where I've seen so many plays and misses, genuine plays and misses, not through want of technique, but through ball jagging away late. All of them missing the edge. I mean, at some point, these edges have got to go through to keepers.
It was a feature of the first innings as well.
Like that.
Yep.
That's
okay,
good carry. You see the carry on that. That's taken almost head height by keeper James Rue.
Yeah, that's compelling evidence right there. Yeah, we saw it on day one with Somerset's top order riding their luck. Tom Lumby played very nicely for 76, but played the line a few times and had to accept that he was going to have to play inside quite a few deliveries that flew past his outside edge, and he wasn't the only one.
Oh, tempted into another drive. You see, Surrey have been pretty aggressive here this morning. We've had 5 balls, and drives have been assayed off pretty much every ball so far. So Surrey looking to show intent. I say get on with it. I think it's not so much that time is a problematising factor as that they recognise it's quite a lively pitch. You see that replay from behind actually gave us a really good view of just how much the ball's moved and how much it's going through to the keeper. Good carry here.
Got to be tempted to find a third slip from somewhere.
I think so. They've got a deep third. He's quite wide though. And he's going to come into play there. The single off the last ball. 3 off the over. 324 for 7. That lead advancing to 41. Yes, I want to come back to the banners. I've got on the tube. And it's lovely. It's really lovely. There are all these people out there supporting their friends who are all making money for various charities. Many of these people are running because of the death of a loved one or something like that. So they're trying to raise money for various very worthy causes. But the banner I really liked was, they must have been American, I think, because it says, "Al, you're running better than our Supreme Court." Unfortunately for her, she'd left out the P, so it said Supreme Court. But I knew what she meant.
Yeah.
I gave her a little nod and appreciation on my way off. So it's my favourite banner of the day.
Yeah, that's classy.
Running better than our Supreme Court. So good luck to all the marathon runners today. I think you're completely insane, but what you do is marvellous work. And I don't know if it's a good day forward or not. It might be a bit warm. Having not run more than about 150 yards for a bus in the last 35 years, I don't know whether 21 degrees might be a bit challenging.
Well, you're asking.
It's nice to walk it in a t-shirt, but
yeah, you're asking the wrong person, Daniel.
Yeah, we're cut from the same cloth.
I was close, tantalisingly close, to actually doing a half marathon last October.
Really?
Yeah, for the simple reason that nobody thought I would, and indeed,
you wanted to show them.
They turned out to be right in that I didn't do it. There were reasons, off-field reasons for that.
It's crashed away, but again, there is protection out at deep extra cover. It's an interesting position. Often you'd find that your sweeper is a little bit squarer, and actually the deep extra cover is a position you see more often in women's cricket. You'll frequently see a deep, and by extra cover I mean a proper extra cover. We can probably pan back at some point, you'll be able to see what I mean, that the sweeper is a good 10 or 15 yards inside the boundary out there on the Archbishop Tennyson side, because it is a long boundary, but he's very, very much in front of square. We should be able to take a look at what I mean in a minute when you get a sort of broaden out. There you go. So he's right on the sort of edge of the square. What you need to understand is that that's in front of square on the offside. So he's on the sort of corner part, whereas frequently you'll see that fielder, say in a test match or so, probably be round about another 10 yards square and that.
Yeah, I think there's two reasons for it. One, Josh Davey has a bit of pace, but is more on the medium fast side of the ledger. And two, Gus Atkinson likes to drive through extra cover. That is his area.
The pads clipped away, but there's a deep mid wicket as well. We've got 4 boundary riders at the moment. Down at deep third, Jack Leach. Down at, it is a long leg, but it's almost a deep backward square leg. You can see there from our brilliant aerial shot. Almost a deep backward square. We've got a deep mid wicket and a deep extra cover. 2 slips, 2 in the ring on the offside. And just that straight mid on, so lots of space on the leg side if Davey errs onto the pads for an easy single. And that's exactly what's happened. Just picks up an easy single off the pad.
I think he might have been trying to launch that, you know.
I know,
and he
okay,
practices it again. Yeah, he was certainly eyeing up that short boundary, and there was a strangulated appeal from Josh Davey.
Do you like this tactic? I'm not sure here. Now, Surrey might get sucked into playing a big shot and get out. But at the moment, the way the field is set, there's almost sort of a runner ball if you want to play the game that way. And having started the day against 2 fresh batters and a ball that was only 16 overs old, I know they've got a tricky balancing act, of course, with the lead already 44.
I don't mind it.
End of the over.
I would like to see a third slip for Pretorius in particular, who clearly was getting appreciable movement initially and looked to be bowling with a bit of nip as well. But I understand that the game is so precarious here, and if the pitch is doing stuff as it has done and continues to, then that lead can easily run away from Somerset. And so I can understand that they're trying to just take a bob each way here, but it is a tough balancing act, and they know that if they lose the first 45 minutes here, then they're staring down a run a minute at least with these 2.
But if those 45 minutes are taken at 3 to 4 and over in singles without taking a risk, I mean,
sure.
At the moment, Surrey have taken a few risks in fairness, so it's proving to be the worst tactic. No ball will aid Surrey another couple of runs as they look to eke their way up towards a third batting point. You can see just the 2 slips in place there. There is a deep third. He's actually moved round a touch. He's got a little bit finer. But I would like a third. I think first bit of the day.
So where do you take him from then, Daniel? Because that's the question.
I'm not sure I need quite as many boundary riders as we've got out here. That's a lovely shot. 2 full. Just places the bat. It's another glorious Atkinson drive. Straight back past the bowler. First boundary of the day. 3-3-3 for 7 for the nervous minded. Up with those feet. Take him off the ground. Where am I taking it from? Well, if you're going to be truly attacking, do you need the deep mid wicket?
That's the only option, I think. Bring him up. Dare to gamble on a 7-2 offside field.
Because you keep your deep extra cover out and encourage to drive because you've got a lovely big gap, and then have 3 slips in place.
Yeah, it is difficult.
It is difficult. It is. Oh, look, I'm not being critical here. Leads up to 50 particularly. I'm just throwing the question out there. Because for Somerset, if, in the parlance of our very own Adam Collins, they were to go bang, bang, then suddenly it's basically a 1 innings game, isn't it? Whereas now, every run that's eked, once that lead gets to 50, is partly psychological, it's partly just fact. Oh, again beats the bat. You see, time and time again, and I'll take a look at that again. We'll just watch the movement Pretorius is getting off the pitch. There's still life in this pitch, Phil, I would say.
Yeah, and the progressive move, of course, is to bring deep third up into maybe a fourth slip. So there's an element of run saving if it were to run along the floor.
Yes,
A gully-ish,
I'm always a bit
worried about sort of position.
Worried about that, the oval, though, because it can be very fertile territory if you don't have a deep third. Especially off not a particularly big boundary down there.
Yeah, so this is it.
yeah,
difficult.
It's brutal.
Yeah, and if you take deep mid-wicket out and drag him over to the offside for a 7-2 offside field, then you've just got to err onto middle and off, and Atkinson will, and especially Lawrence, will flick you all day long through that region.
I don't mind that though with Atkinson, because if you're sort of asking Atkinson to basically play across the line, if you're sticking it out on even on off stump, you're saying there's a nice little gap for you. His strength is the straightness of his bat. Now that looks out to me. Oh, I say, umpire shakes his head. That looked very, very close. It might have been a little bit of inside edge. Umpire Rob Bailey turned down a similar one when Somerset were batting. I think he detected a little inside edge, but this was very straight. Oh, I say. There must have been a bit of bat on that, wasn't there, Phil?
Well, I can't see it's going down. That was my first possible thought, that maybe it was missing leg stump. I can't see that on the replay. Maybe there was a little tickle. There didn't seem to be too much fuss behind the stumps.
No, and good over ends. Beat the bat a couple of times and nearly prized out Atkinson. 3-3-3 for 7. But you're right, Somerset have not been shy in appealing, so maybe they detected a little nick as well.
I would also add...
We might be able to get a chance to see it again. Here we go. Oh no, that was the last ball of the previous over.
I would also add that I've noticed this in county cricket, that teams don't kick up a fuss if decisions don't go their way.
And I suppose they see the umpires time and time again, don't
exactly,
they?
But also I think there's a recognition of just how difficult the job is, how they don't have recourse to third umpires and DRS just yet. It's definitely straight, Daniel. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, but you're right, the vociferousness of the appeal wasn't really there, was it? So,
no.
Well, maybe everybody out there, because we don't really have our effects, not really going to pick up a little tickle. So maybe keep a bowler umpires and slip.
But it's a good feature, I think, of county cricket, that there's very few histrionics. Okay, look, down the pipe of a tough game after 4 days in the dirt and so on, you might get the odd gasket blown, but generally there is that lovely respect that plays and rolls from umpires to players and back again. And I think there is that understanding that it's a damn hard thing to do for an umpire.
Oh, he's gone for a bit of a wahoo there, as Atkinson. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And as I said, who knows how many times you might be being umpired by umpire Bailey. And also, if you spend any time around umpire Rob Bailey, you know him to be one of the loveliest men on the planet.
Yeah.
So even if you did slightly disagree with the verdict, you're not going to stick it to him.
Talking to players who play club cricket as well as professional cricket, you know, if you like, those who have a foot in either camp.
He's advancing here, is Atkinson. He's got it fine. He's going to get 4. So some real signs of intent here from Gus Atkinson. Lawrence content to just knock the ball into the gaps, take the singles, but Atkinson is looking to access the boundaries. 338 for 7. That's a lead now of 55.
Yeah. So he's tried it again and he's got something on it this time. He's tried the biggest shot through the onside 3 times now against Josh Davey. He's only connected properly with that third one. The second one earlier in the over was right off the cue end. And again, it was pretty straight, so he was fortunate to get away with that. He's certainly not going to die wondering here. He fancies him, doesn't he?
Just one slip in place, he does a bit. But it's always a little bit concerning when people fancy a bowler like Josh Davey. You think about... I'm putting him slightly in the kind of Tim Murtagh category, in that he's not going to get it over 80 very often. So it's not quite coming onto you the way you want it to. So because you're not really concerned about the pace, you then actually sort of inject pace into it by getting closer to the ball, at which point your reaction time's exactly the same as if he was bowling at 85. Also trying to knock him off a length, of course. That's nicely worked into the onside.
One hell of a player to have at number 9.
He really is, isn't he? Yeah.
Interviewed him last summer in the midst of his breakout year, if you like, and he was saying just after he'd made 100, so he was obviously feeling pretty good about life. Made 100 at Lords, of course, and he was saying in the fullness of time he wants to be seen as an all-rounder, as a bowling all-rounder. And he says, yeah, in his understated way, he says, yeah, I've got the technique to bat 7. Absolutely, I have.
Well, he's certainly got that. No doubt about it. End of the over. The 100th over of the innings. Surrey 339 for 7. Just briefly, scenario building here. 400 is a long, long way away. But, thinking in terms of batting points, 350 is definitely on. I suppose if they get there, that lead by that stage will be 67. Might they have a little dart, try to get to 400 for the 5th batting point, 4th batting point, or is this really a scenario where you just build and build and build? The runs are more important than the one extra point you might get.
I think with the pitch having offered something and continuing to do so, I think it's a case of getting as many as you can first innings and disregarding it really.
Oh, he's got him. Caught it mid-on, a little chip. That came straight out of the screws from Atkinson, but it wasn't quite precisely where he wanted it. Bat turning in his hand a little bit. A good sharp catch at mid-on. So Somerset do have their first breakthrough. They pick up their 8th wicket. Atkinson goes for 25, having shown some aggressive intent. And Surrey at 339 for 8.
Yeah, bright and breezy for 15 minutes or so this morning by Gus Atkinson. It could have been quite significant a hit to Somerset's chances. As it is, they've winkled him out. Tidy catch.
He's a tidy catch. I mean, that's really flown off his bat. What's hard to sort of judge about that is that it's not precisely... You don't see catches there like that very often to the shape of that shot, do you? I think it's Dan Worrell is coming out at number 10.
Yeah.
It might be James Taylor, but Dan Worrell, who will play, and usually plays in one very specific way, which is with murderous aggression. Can be terrific fun to watch, Dan Worrell, if he stays in for 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, he played quite sensibly against Hampshire in the first game, did Dan Worrell.
He had somebody with him, didn't he?
Exactly, so he got in behind it. He's batting with Sibley, of course. He carried his bat and got in behind it and played a useful foil for 20 minutes or so. Dan Lawrence, who's been relatively becalmed in this innings, and this morning too, will now, you imagine, want to take things on himself. 38 not out. Come off the back of a brilliant 100, of course, last week down at Hove.
That was a wicket Somerset really, really wanted. The lead 56 was moving into consequential territory if they can pick up these last 2 wickets quickly. Then limit the damage. Leg by first up gets Lawrence on strike. What's Lawrence's approach here when he's got Worrell at the other end? Now he's been there for 20 minutes this morning. He hasn't had a lot of the strike, it's got to be said, Lawrence. He's mostly just got on strike, taken the single and got off strike. And left it to Atkinson to have a bit of a dart.
Well, he's a magical boundary hitter when he's in rhythm. And so with 4 deliveries still to bowl.
Well, the field's not changed markedly, has it? Frequently you'll find at this stage with a set top order batter, the field would go out, giving the 1, which he's very happy to take, just tucking that round the corner. But Somerset haven't done that, you know, send everybody out, give them the 1, just want to bowl at Worrell. I suppose Florence is happy to take the 1, they don't need to.
Yeah, and good to see, really. You know,
It's
Dan
very
Worrell,
tedious,
it
that.
does,
Oh.
it does, and a bit too routine now, really. So
Yeah,
it's
and
good,
also not very effective, I don't find.
yeah, so it's good to see, because games otherwise they stultify, don't they?
I love him dearly, but you know, the captain of your side for many years and the captain of England, Alistair Cook, enraged me in that game against Sri Lanka with Rangana Harath at one end and Angelo Matthews at the other. Maintained the plan for 2 hours. That's a nice shot from Worrell. First time he's got one off the bat.
Yeah, Worrell is, you know, he's a maverick, but he's not a rabbit
Oh, he's no rabbit.
by any means. And,
No.
and he can be
He's a
useful.
marauder.
Yeah, indeed, and
He's a Viking.
also in at 10 as well.
Up the order.
You'll be fancying a little bit more responsibility, perhaps. And so, yeah, it's the right policy at this juncture, I think. Lawrence as well, if he does get his eye in and he fancies a certain bowler and he has an over or 2, then he can do damage quickly.
But first things first, Surrey are eyeing up that batting point. They're 8 runs away from it. And I'm a bit of a stickler for bonus points, because do you know what bonus points are to me? They are the net run rate of county championship cricket. And I tear my hair out at the lack of care taken over net run rate by teams in the early part of league short form competitions, only for them to wake up with 3 games to go and go, oh, we need to win this one in 11 overs. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I hear that loud and clear. Had a good chat this morning. Sorry, Daniel.
End of the over. 3:42 for 8. The lead 59. Worrell will be on strike to start next.
I had a good chat with Jim Troughton this morning, actually, as
Oh,
I
yes.
was coming into the ground, just walking around the perimeter. Obviously, he was, as ever, with the baseball mitt, working his batters and so on, and had a good chat about the number of points for a draw and
Yeah,
bonus
what does he think?
points. And well, he made a good point to me, actually, because he referenced a clip that had been stuck on social media. It may or may not have been me, but it would have been one of my group, right? One of my
one of
Wisden
your
crowd.
one of your minions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all of that. And we were perhaps slightly simplistically talking about 8 points for a draw being
Half a win.
excessive and,
Yes.
50% of a result. Being rather against the tone of the day, right? And it seemed counterintuitive to have gone from 5 points for a draw, which is what it was up until 2 years ago, then back out to 8 points for a draw. And with the number of draws, especially in Division 2,
Yes.
it feels a little bit back to front, arguably. And in our kind of slightly wavy way, we were making this point on the podcast, and Jim came over to me and didn't disagree per se.
Well, they've gone up for that. They must have heard a noise, and the bat was away from the pad. So that's why they're thinking that might have taken a little thin tickle, but umpire is unmoved, Russell Warren. Let's have another quick look at this just to see. These are very hard to give one way or the other. I'm
Well,
sure that could have brushed the pad.
well, indeed, there was a noise. We heard it up here, and
Was it bat on ground?
it could have been.
Or bat just flicking across the pad, which is another.
Anyway, nothing doing.
Wasn't, again, a particularly full-throated appeal.
Yeah, just briefly then.
Yeah.
So Jim was saying that
So I didn't per se disagree.
didn't per se disagree. He does feel like the balance is slightly askew, and it was positing the idea of more points for a winning draw versus a losing draw based on first innings discrepancies. So if you
Yes.
follow on, for example,
Yes.
as he said, you know, when Surrey went to Chelmsford first week of the season, they followed on,
Yeah.
and yet both teams walked away with 8 points for a draw,
Which
and
doesn't feel right.
which doesn't feel quite right. And
He's gone after that as well. He's only going to get the single from it. Nice diving half stop and extra cover. Probably saved 2, maybe even 3 runs there.
But yeah, we acknowledged that we're also mindful of not overcomplicating an already quite complex system.
I don't mind overcomplication.
No, I'm sure you don't.
But
Sure you don't.
because actually I do think that in 4-day cricket it is quite... It's actually a bit more complicated when it looks like one side's bossed the game but ends up with the same number of points, or very virtually, as the other. I don't know whether you have maybe first innings points, because that used to be a thing, didn't it? And it's certainly a thing in Sheffield Shield where if you get a first innings lead.
And so, yeah, he was talking about potentially drawing up a matrix whereby if you are 25% shy of your opponent's score after the first innings, then you can potentially weight, in the eventuality of a draw, you can weight the points accordingly. And
so there'll be 16. So 16 points up for grabs.
If you like, yeah. That's a good way of doing it.
And then share the 16 points depending on the dominance of one team over the other. So you might have a 10-point draw against a 6-point draw.
It's an interesting idea, certainly.
I like this. Ooh, you've got me thinking.
Well, I'm going to call him up this week. I haven't told him this, but I'm going to call him again and talk to him about it, because...
End of the over, 3:43 for 8, the lead, 60.
Yeah, there's definitely something in it, but...
Let's get Andrew Sampson on the case. So Andrew, if you're listening... Let's put a proposal together. If we could come up with a proposal that Phil can work through with Jim Troughton, it could be called the Walker-Troughton method.
Nice. The two-man reform group. Yeah.
Would you like that? You could be finally... I mean, you are immortal anyway, Phil, but you could be immortalised in county cricket. You'd be like the Duckworth Lewis Stern of county championship draws.
Ben Gardner, Wisden's Ben Gardner, he's on later on. He actually brought about a change in the laws.
Did he?
Yeah, and I can't...
Which was that he shouldn't be allowed to tweet.
It's yeah, fair. It's such an arcane detail that I can't even remember what it is, and I don't particularly mind. But he does have his hand on history.
Oh, well done, Gardner.
You can ask him later on. Anyway, the point that Jim really did make, that really did ram home, was that if we were to reduce the number of points for a draw per se significantly, maybe even half it down to 4, or certainly get back down to 5, then we do run the risk of teams preparing grubby 2-dayers.
Correct. And also you get rid of some of the verities of cricket, which is, it isn't just about winning.
For sure.
There is a lot of honour to be had in a draw. Again, beats the bat. There's still life there. That has gone through at a really good carry to James Rue. And the ball, look, it's not a soft ball. It's 22 overs old, but it's a 3rd-day pitch. And instantly, Dan Lawrence has come down, sort of shown Dan more what you're supposed to do in these moments.
Yeah.
Look, Dan, come down and tap that bit there, right?
And if you are Dan Worrell, then you're smiling there, aren't you?
You really are.
You're thinking, I'll see you in a bit, folks.
Yeah. Yes, you're turning round to the opening batters and saying, yeah, exactly that. See you in a mo.
Yeah, so I think Jim's overall point was a very sound one, that you don't want to, if you like, trivialise the game. You don't want to drag the game away from tough, hard, gnarly cricket, which obviously has great virtue and so on. And while it is a balancing act, and you want to sometimes see teams be a bit more adventurous and not settle for an 8 points, there is a... Yeah, there is a balance to be struck.
I mean, it's still a significant difference to get 16 points over 8, and it's something that neither of these two sides has managed so far this season. They're both been very keen to get a win. Worcestershire starting, it's very early days, but starting to get a bit becalmed at the bottom of the table. But there's a lot of teams all jockeying around, as you'd expect this time of season, because the table's not really fully settled. But you don't want to be down there for too long. If you're still looking for your first win after 6 games, you start to get a bit twitchy, don't you? Because then the elements can come in and ruin you. Let's be honest, we've been very fortunate with the weather. Yeah, we've had a bit of bad light here and there, and a bit of murk. But there will be a couple of rounds of the County Championship at some point this season which will be utterly destroyed by a weather front. Some of you are probably hoping that they'll hold off until August for that to happen. I couldn't possibly comment.
Well, you have.
That's nicely clipped away, but Worrell's keeping the strike here. There's absolutely no sense of Dan Lawrence trying to farm it. Surrey 3.44 for 8 at the end of the over. 6 more needed for their third batting point. The lead, though, 61. It's been an intriguing first half hour. Surrey have added just the 23 runs. They've lost Gus Atkinson to a curious wicket. Anyway, more from Phil Walker, who's now eyeing up immortality and greatness for the Walker-Troughton draw method. And then it'll be Yas Rana.
Yeah, well, it's appropriate that Yas should be stepping in, because I was about to make the point to Daniel as he leaves us. I was about to make the point that after 2 rounds of the second division, and Yas made this point quite vociferously on a podcast or other the other day, Kent had won 2, Leicester had won 1, and Leicester were top. So, riddled me that.
That's not right. You can get, I say this all the time, but it's true, you can get 19 points for an innings victory, and you can get 16 for a draw in which you come nowhere near to winning. Left alone by Dan Worrell.
Morning.
Morning, Phil, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hanging in there, aren't they, Somerset?
Yeah, I often feel that at this point in innings, when you're watching, you can almost become too impatient on behalf of the batters. You want them to have a dart, you want Dan Worrell to play the shots, but actually, as we saw on day 1, Somerset were very patient at a similar point in their first innings. And they reaped the rewards later on when Gregory went up through the gears alongside Dixon. Flicked through the leg side by Dan Worrell, who'll pick up at least a couple. So that lead now up to 63. Steady progress from Surrey this morning.
Yeah, and the ball is doing plenty still. 23 and a bit overs in. And Pretorius in particular has got it talking from the Vauxhall end here. And it gives encouragement, of course, to Surrey's bowlers as well. It's going to be a tough day when Somerset do get back out there.
Regular viewers of Surrey in the County Championship will be familiar with the background noise that you can currently hear, Phil, which is the music from the church downstairs.
It's always packed as well, isn't it? Heaving. It's a joyous thing to watch and to hear.
It's always packed, but they also go on for ages. So it's a nice background noise to Sunday's day play. And of course, Surrey men in action here, but Surrey women are in action down south at the Utilita Bowl, playing Hampshire. Women, Hampshire starting well. They won the toss, decided to have a bat. They're 73 without loss after 14 overs. Maya Boucher, 35, not out. That completes over number 104. Surrey 346 to 8. 346 for 8. I feel like the game could feel very, very different if Surrey can just eke towards a 3-figure first innings lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after day 1, I said to one of our number, Somerset, if they're in the game, if they can keep Surrey to a number 3 something, and if it gets up to 4, then with the pitch offering so much, you can kind of write this one off, I think. And so it's so tantalising. If you're a Somerset fan watching this, then you know that 63 is manageable, 83 is less so, and 103, well, you're staring down the barrel. This pitch does not feel like the same pitch that we saw here 2 weeks ago, when it was slowing down and it was getting lower and it was struggling for life, to the extent that on day 4, when Hampshire came out to bat, it wasn't easy to score runs because it was quite sluggish. But Surrey threw everything at Hampshire and didn't get much back. Took 4 wickets on the final day, having picked up 1 the night before. In fact, correction, they'd picked up 3 the night before, so they managed just to pick up 2 wickets across the whole of day 4. And the best bowling attack in the country. I don't see that with this pitch. It may yet get tired as the afternoon rolls in and into tomorrow. It may yet do so, but at the moment there's looking like plenty of life and spice in it. And so that lead, 64, assumes greater significance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen signs of inconsistent bounce as well, especially yesterday. Saw in the dismissals of Ben Folkes, the one keeping a bit low from Gregory. Inside edge, and Worrell gets down the other end, picks up another single. Dismissal of Rory Burns, one that leapt off a length. And
then Ben Folkes kept a bit low.
Yeah, so on the pace of the pitch, I think it's a pretty typical April pitch here at the Keir Oval. Not as much pace as we'll see later on in the summer, but there's definitely more in it to keep the bowlers interested.
Certainly, than there was 2 weeks ago.
But also for the spinners as well. We've seen a couple of deliveries from Dan Lawrence really turn. Driven through backward point, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4. Expertly placed from Dan Lawrence. Sort of squeezed it past point. He moves on to 44. 44 really handy and crucial runs for Surrey. And that boundary also gives the home side a 3rd batting bonus point. So a decent start to the morning for the hosts.
Yeah, just his first boundary of the day. He's been relatively becalmed, but he looks in good nick, good order. In form, of course.
Pushing hard for 2 here. And this should be close. And Lawrence does really well to get back. Decisive running. As soon as he hit the ball, the call was there from Lawrence that he wanted 2.
Yeah, it was Jack Leach out there at deep square, and doesn't have the strongest of arms. I think Lawrence may well have recognised that, but it's a sign as well that he's going to be looking to push on here, and he is a streaky player even within an innings in itself. He's the kind of player who can take you downtown quite easily.
Short and wide, and that's cut through point for 4, and it's a boundary that takes Dan Lawrence to a half century. Really composed innings, one that's gone up and down through the gears. He's managed the situation well. Now batting with the tail. When he came to the crease, Surrey's innings was in danger of petering out a little bit, but he's ensured that Surrey will go into the 3rd innings of the game with a really substantial lead.
Yeah, and soon enough, 10 from 3, and heads start to drop. It was a poor over that by Pretorius, who's been good up until then. Drags that last one down with nothing in it.
Dan Worrell's been at the crease now for 20 deliveries. Haven't seen too many signs of aggression. Davey drops a little bit short. That delivery, Worrell perhaps eyeing up that shorter leg side boundary.
Just going back to Dan Lawrence, yeah, as I was saying, he has this knack of building huge overs, of taking certain bowlers for 20s and so on, and we had a little glimpse of it in that previous over. He's such a compulsive, instinctive stroke player that now he's got 50, and with just 2 wickets in the hutch, you fancy if he if he gets his eye in against a particular bowler, perhaps towards the end of their spell, then he can do significant damage very quickly. As we saw last week, you know, what a knock that was against Sussex. Came in with Surrey staring down 435 and he made a sparkling 117 with 6 sixes in it.
Edge and taken. Attempted booming drive from Dan Worrell. Can only thick outside edge it to the man at second slip. Josh Davies strikes. He picks up his second. Surrey are 9 down.
Yep, you called it. Worrell could not hold himself back any longer. Relatively easy catch at second, and yeah, Somerset needed that desperately. So, with 3 deliveries to bowl, Jimmy Taylor, who will be coming out at number 11, you feel like Josh Davies got to get 2 of them at least on the money.
Yeah, to be fair to Worrell, it was a drivable ball. It was full, outside off stump. He really threw his hands at it. I think we've got a change in the commentary box. Phil Walker's taking a break, and for the first time today, Ben Gardner's going to join. Yeah, I think another point to make on Dan Lawrence is that he's fulfilling a slightly different role at Surrey compared to what he's previously done for Essex and also England for most of his professional career. There's something slightly different to batting at 6 compared to batting at 4. And you think that he's got the raw tools to succeed in situations like this when he is batting with the tail. He's got the ability to score really quickly if that's what the situation dictates.
Yeah, and also the ability to be hard to set a field to as well. You get some players, obviously, are power players, and they'll just go over you wherever you set them. Whereas Lawrence, you know, he'll hit one through cover and you put the man there, and then he'll wrist one from outside the off stump through the leg side, then you'll put the man there, and then he'll go a different way. So that's also a useful trait of his as well. And it, could be some fun if Taylor can survive these 3 balls or get a single to get Lawrence on strike.
Yeah, it's interesting so far that Lawrence is pretty content with giving Worrell quite a lot of strike. We saw Somerset play the situation in a similar way yesterday. I wonder if we're seeing a slight change in how recognised batters manage batting with the tail, giving them a little bit more responsibility, not trying to control the strike quite as much. Davey into Taylor, 2 slips in the gully. Driven firmly down the ground.
I think it's one of those things as well where all batters will probably have a different theory, and actually you want the senior batter to probably go with the thing that they feel most comfortable with, because they need to have clarity and trust in that game plan. I mean, I remember a famous test win that India pulled off over Australia where Latchman was batting with the tail, but he was very content to give the tail end of the strike, reasoning that if they're going to have to face some balls, he wants them to feel confidence in themselves. He doesn't want them to feel like, oh gosh, now I've got to face a couple, I'm in trouble here.
What a shot that is. James Taylor driving through mid-on. It races towards the boundary and it reaches the boundary. 2 really crisp drives. First up from Taylor. First one fielded well by the bowler Davey. This time he hits it in between the bowler and mid-on and runs away for 4. Not really a shot you'd expect from a number 11 from their second ball at the crease. And it's a shot that's got rid of gully straight away as well.
That's nice. I mean, you know, can he find the single now to keep the strike and have another go in the next over?
Well, the field's really retreating. 2 slips are still there, but otherwise 3 men are out on the offside, 2 men out on the leg side. Mid-off and mid-on are hanging back. The single's there if Taylor wants it. Thinks about having a little nibble, but at the last moment withdraws the bat. Josh Davies got his head in his hands. But Taylor's got through the over. Adds 4 runs in the process. Yeah, that was a very, very late It was a nice little tempter from Davey. Because you're almost in that situation. If you bowl a ball at the top of off stump, you make the decision for the batter and what he's going to do. He's just going to block it. If you float up a gentle away swinger that's full, you can possibly tempt the number 11 into doing something that he otherwise doesn't want to do. So Casey Aldridge into the attack now. Thought he bowled really well yesterday. Unlucky to only pick up 1 wicket. And he'll start the over to Dan Lawrence, and it's as you'd expect at this stage in the innings. 1 slip in place, everyone else back. That's short and wide, and Lawrence will pick up 1. They think about 2. Taylor very nearly in a spot of bother there. A slightly more accurate throw, and perhaps he was in trouble. Like a couple of overs ago, Lawrence wanted 2 straight away. He hit the ball towards a shorter boundary and quickly realised that there was only 1 on offer.
That's the thing, because he's bisected the fielders, so I think that's why he's thought, I can get 2 here. But as you say, shorter boundary, and he's hit it pretty well, but the fielders, he's bisected them, but they're quite close together, so gives you that little bit less leeway. And if that throw had been, right over the top of the stumps, I think that would have been the end of the innings. But
I think it's quite hard to pick up 2 on that side of the ground when the fielders are back. Aldridge now to Taylor with a more conventional field. Short. Again, you can sense that Taylor was tempted to throw his hands at that. And in truth, it was there to be hit.
Yeah, well, because also the field is up on the offside, so if he gets a decent chunk of it, you might get it over point. But then you've got 3rd man back on the rope, so you sort of think if you really nail it, then it's flying into the stand there. But if you just get a top edge, then that could be it for you.
Left alone. Better areas from Aldridge.
It's interesting what you're saying about Taylor. Field felt like he pretty decided he wanted to play that ball at the end of the last over, and then pulled out of it. And I was thinking about that in terms of hat-trick balls. We had one in the first innings from Jordan Clark, and all seamers always just go for that York at the base of stumps, which means the batters know exactly what they have to do. If you do go for the 4th stump ball there, you're very batter to leave it.
Yeah, if Somerset play their cards right at this point, they can look to frustrate Surrey a little bit, get Lawrence off strike, ensure that they bowl a lot of deliveries to James Taylor, or even if Lawrence starts the over on strike, essentially cut off boundaries, cut off 2s. They can really slow the scoring rate. A reminder that Surrey lead is now 80.
Yeah, it's an interestingly set up game, isn't it? Because even though the scores haven't been, monster totals in this game, and the lead is only 80, because it's Somerset batting in the 3rd innings, you struggle to see how they go about driving a result in this game.
Driven into the offside, single there for the taking, but Dan Lawrence says no, I want the strike at the start of the next over. Surrey 3-6-3 for 9. Good healthy crowd here at the Keir Oval this Sunday morning. It's a really nice day walking in from Camberwell this morning. And there's an extra little bit of heat that wasn't there on mornings 1 and 2. So if you're close to the ground, coming in, get down. It's going to be a really good day of cricket. Yeah, on your point about Somerset, I think there's a lot of time left in the game. The forecast is good. 85 overs left today, and if the Surrey innings draws to a close quite soon, I think Somerset would just think just bat normally, look to bat for a day or perhaps more, and who knows, you get yourself in a position. Lawrence uses his feet, knocks it into the offside, but declines a single.
There'll be a bit of it as well where both sides will be, so desperate to get that first win in the season, and that can actually, you almost wonder if Somerset's best route to victory is making Surrey fear that they might not get a victory, if you see what I mean. So, as you say, with putting the stalling tactics on now, slowing down the run rate, you might think that's actually lessening Somerset's chances, but all of a sudden you start taking time out of the game, it's not playing out exactly how Surrey thought, and then you get to a stage tomorrow, say, where Surrey, that if they need to say 4.5 and over, that's actually what opens the window for Somerset.
Field change, slips gone to mid-wicket. Lawrence dabs that into the offside. I think he initially thought, could we scramble back for 2, but realises very quickly that was not an offer. There are fielders out on the offside boundary. It's a massive offside boundary, but they are well in from the rope. They are basically saving 2 rather than being proper boundary riders. This is what I was alluding to in the previous over. In these situations, it can be quite hard to score, with Somerset really protecting the boundary, proactively preventing 2s. Lawrence turns that round the corner and picks up 4. Don't think he struck it cleanly, but gets enough bat on it to get it past James Root behind the stumps and gets it to the right of deep fine leg. It races away before he moves on to 55. Surrey 3-6-7 for 9.
Yeah, I think he's rewarded for his invention there, even if he doesn't make a clean connection. I think he's looking to go square, but I think he also knows in his mind, if I get any bit of bat in this, then unless I really pick out that fielder and it goes straight to him, then I've got a decent chance of picking up a boundary.
And yeah, he'll be targeting that shorter leg side boundary. He'll back himself to clear it, even if he doesn't necessarily get all of it. And you can sense that Davey knows that as well. He's genuinely hanging the ball outside off stump. 2 balls remaining in the over.
One thing about the Somerset field as well, which is quite smart, is in that offside field, the massive offside field, is that they're not boundary riders, but it's going to be so hard for Lawrence to go over them. So actually, maybe if you really strike one nicely and it skips along the square, then you might get 4 that way. But the fielders are well placed to stop the 2 and therefore stop the 1, because Lawrence isn't after that at the moment. Although this ball could bring a change of field and could bring a change of decision from Lawrence.
Yeah, field in, 2 balls remaining in the over. Lawrence uses his feet, drills it towards mid-on, who does really well to prevent the ball running through him. The Surrey pair thought about the quick single. An excellent bit of fielding.
Yeah, it wasn't
doing that.
It wasn't just timed pretty nicely, but there was the bounce he had to watch as well. That was the thing. So he's done well to get something behind it, and then keep Taylor at the non-striker's end.
Final ball of the over. Still a couple of men out in the deep. But 5 men in, closing off the single. Short, and it's a bumper that Dan Lawrence ducks under. Completes the 108th over of the Surrey innings. They are 3-6-7 for 9, leading by 84.
Yeah, smart cricket from both there. I mean, Lawrence would have been pretty happy with a boundary there, even though Somerset, were kind of allowing him to have an attack there. But I think sensibly chose not to just have a slash of that, with the guys back on the leg side boundary, square and behind square. And a clever bit of cricket from Davey to realise that was the way to keep him quiet.
Bowled him, and that will be the end of the Surrey innings. Top of off stump from Casey Aldridge. It's a lovely delivery that James Taylor can't keep out. Surrey 3-6-7 all out. They lead by 84. Interesting morning session. Somerset been able to prize out those final 3 Surrey wickets without too much more damage being done, but at the same time Surrey will feel that lead of 84 is pretty healthy. Ben, how do you see the first hour?
Yeah, I think Somerset would be the slightly happier with the hour, but also there's a sense that I think the real battle starts now for 2 sides who have been unable to get over the line. Third day is moving day, and the third innings is the one that can be so tricky to judge. It's a decent pitch. I don't think there's huge demons in it, so it's just going to be. I think that the next hour will be much more crucial to deciding the destination of the game than the first hour was, albeit that neither team's won or lost it in that time. Surrey could have gone big this morning. They haven't done. Somerset would be content, but lots of work to do now.
Yeah, Surrey on top. And I think a reminder at this point again is there's a lot of time left. We're only just past the halfway mark. The theme from both innings so far is that both sides have struggled to make inroads with the brand new ball. They've got the ball to move arguably slightly more later on in the innings. If we have a look at the figures here from Somerset, Lewis Gregory's had an outstanding game. He essentially got Somerset to a total of 283 with the bat, and with the ball 3 for 46 of his 19 overs. I think all the Somerset seamers have bowled pretty well actually. Casey Aldridge, I think quite unlucky to only have 2 wickets, 2 for 75 from his 19.1 overs, and plenty of contributions through that Surrey lineup. Rory Burns, the skipper, 76. Dom Sibley, 53 off 160 deliveries. There was an enterprising half century from Jamie Smith, 58. Ben Folkes batted nicely for his 42 before he was undone by a ball from Gregory that kept a bit low. And Dan Lawrence finishes 55, not out, continuing his good form after scoring 100 last week down at home. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back for the start of the Somerset second innings.
Welcome back. So here we go. Crucial part of the match, of course, the third innings with Somerset facing a deficit of 84. Could have been more, could have been fewer. You'd say the game isn't tightly poised. Surrey are on top at the moment, but if Somerset can get through to lunch unscathed and have chipped away at that lead, maybe taken 40 odd off it, they'll start to think they can turn this into a one innings game. Scenario building over time. They're going to need to bat, you'd think, till at least lunch tomorrow with a deficit of 84. From here, if they go at sort of 3.5 and over and made it up to sort of 340, 350, that'll be what they'll be aiming for, and setting Surrey 270 odd in the last two sessions on a pitch that's still offering. But the problem is the pitch is still offering. We saw quite a bit of movement throughout, a lot of plays and misses. Ben Gardner is alongside me as the roller makes its way off. This is a very typical Surrey at home situation, isn't it? You've got a bit of a first innings lead. It's not entirely decisive, it's not sort of 150, 200 sort of thing, but it is significant, you would think. Somerset have got a bit of a problem in that Sean Dixon, in the second over of the match on the first day, was struck a vicious blow by Gus Atkinson. He then retired hurt, didn't come back until the 9th wicket fell. Crucial re-entry into the game though, because it allowed 32 runs to be added alongside Lewis Gregory, but he's not opened, so that injury is still obviously a problem. Well, it does mean he will bat if necessary, and you imagine it could be necessary, as Dan Worrell starts in with 3 slips, and he's there or thereabouts straight away. Tom Lammonby is opening with him, the left-hander, so Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby. It says we've got Dixon there on the screen in front of you. On the big scoreboard it says Lammonby. We'll know soon enough. It is Lammonby. He's shaping up left-handed at the non-striker's end, so unless Sean Dixon's decided that the way to handle a crushed finger is to turn your stance round
and put on someone else's shirt as well.
And put on someone else's shirt. Why not? Well, nice shape that from Worrell. It was starting down towards leg stump and it's just drifted back in straight, but well played by Archie Vaughan, getting a good stride in. Beautiful day for it, Ben. This is it's a Sunday.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. And I was before coming up to commentary, I was sat in the press area at the front where you're just in the sun.
Oh yes,
really was very, very nice.
Well, it's the start of what we're hoping is going to be a mini heat wave.
Oh, well, that would be lovely.
It would be lovely, because we've been quite blessed by weather in terms of lack of rain, but I've still got my winter shirts on. I'm still layering.
And you can't trust it as well.
You can't trust it.
You can't wear one outfit through the day. You have to,
No.
bring several options.
Honestly, it's like having to go to Lord's, where you've got to take your trainers and your proper shoes and
Yes.
a tie in the bag.
Well, I often go trainers all through the day at Lord's.
Can you get away with it in the pavilion?
Not in the pavilion.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yes, don't get me wrong. When we're in Sherry Blair's mouth, when we can do what we want.
Sherry Blair's mouth is excellent. I do remember once though getting into Lord's, and I'd cycled in, and it was quite a hot day, so I was wearing basically as little as possible, like quite a loose vest and some shorts basically. And my general strategy is to sneak up the stairs where you can go into the toilets as quickly as possible, and then get changed.
Oh, but don't the gatemen?
The
None
gatemen
shall
see.
pass.
The gatemen see, but I'm okay with the gatemen seeing. And I'm decently friendly with Dave, who does obviously both.
Yes,
here
yeah,
at
lovely
Surrey
Dave.
and at Lord's when the internationals are on. But so you want to avoid basically, a doyen of the game seeing you in that kind of attire, and get to the top. I think I've basically got there, and who's there just at the top of the stairs but Sir Alistair Cook, who sort of gives you a look like, God, they let anyone in here, don't they?
Yeah. Well, he's like that when I'm on commentary with him, actually. What do you look like, Norcross? Oh, it's really well taken. It's a fantastic catch from Ben Folkes. Surrey have got the breakthrough straight away. Archie Vaughan strangled down the leg side. He got a fair bit on that. And Folkes had to leap, he had to fly like a salmon, and he took it two-handed. Worrell's picked up a wicket in slightly fortunate fashion, perhaps, but Somerset have lost their first. They're none for one.
That's a real bonus that for Surrey. I mean, Worrell obviously wasn't bowling for that, but that's what you get when you have a keeper of that class behind the stumps, and pretty much the first new ball wicket that's fallen all game. I mean, obviously, accounted for Dick in the first innings, but then you had a partnership between Vaughan and Lammonby that frustrated Surrey, and then in the second innings, Surrey battered and battered between Sibley and Burns, as they often do.
That's quite the catch, isn't it, really? It's good anticipation as well, but the movement is wonderful. And that's come straight off the bat. I mean, there's no doubt about that one. That's not a pad. That has flown almost off the middle of the bat, really. Brilliantly taken.
I think keeping experts they'd be talking about the footwork as well as the dive there.
Yes.
Because he's covered so much ground, and yet he's not. You feel that there was further to go, basically.
It's got two hands to it. It's not you're absolutely right. You see a lot of keepers whose footwork isn't great. They might have got there, and they'd have got there with a spectacular one-handed, left-handed dive. But you just take a look at folks' feet here. He springs off. There's 1, 2 that's lovely, isn't it? It's just a little shimmy to bring the feet closer together. And just move down the leg side and take a brilliant catch. It's a bitter blow for Somerset, because they're not effectively 0 for 2. But I tell you what, scoreboard tells me that Josh Davey has come in at number 3.
That's extraordinary.
It is a trifle extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because Tom Abel would be expected to come in at this stage.
I suppose so. I mean, I guess the thing is, one is losing a wicket this early. You want to protect your number 4 and keep him as a
new ball watcher.
I think it must be a pinch blocker.
It's going to be Gus Atkinson who's going to take the new ball from the pavilion end.
It's not unheard of.
It's not unheard of, and he's got a very sound technique. He batted very well with Lewis Gregory in the first inning. He's got that very important partnership when it looked like Somerset could be bundled out for under 200, and they put on over 50 for the 8th wicket.
It's both modern thinking and quite old-fashioned thinking, isn't it?
Yes.
There's an element of the overturning the batting order, and there's the element of the match-up about it. Throwing up a low-value wicket to do a job.
A bit harsh on poor old Josh Davey, though. He's taking the new ball. I mean, when you said we've had very few new ball wickets, that's absolutely true. With the first new ball, there is Davey. I wonder how many times he's batted at number 3. Andrew Sampson, can you let us know how many times has Josh Davey batted at number 3, including doing night watcher role?
I suppose the potential drawback is that, even though it is only Josh Davey, and say that with the greatest of respect,
and of course Josh Davey wasn't even carded to play in the game because he came in as a late replacement for the back spasmed Craig Overton.
Craig Overton, who would be useful number 3 in this sort of situation. Yeah. The only potential drawback is that it does offer Surrey a bit of a psychological
bang bang,
boost,
a possible bang bang.
Exactly, yeah. And, even though you might, Somerset can tell us as well, one of the wickets was Davey, look up at the scoreboard and it's 2 down, and then you add another one into your head because Dixon's not there, and all of a sudden you're like, well, we need someone to put something together here.
Well, time will tell if this is a good idea. I suppose it doesn't really. The idea can still be a good one, whether it works or not.
Yes.
He's got a good bat twiddle, as Dave. He's got the bat twiddle of not a number 10. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Miller Champion as well. They like to sponsor sort of technically correct tailenders, I'd say.
I'm not aware of that, but yes.
Well, Jack Leach is
Jack Leach, right?
Is
okay,
among those. Yeah.
He's practicing that perfect forward defence there.
I think because if you're Davey here, you're relishing this situation.
Yes.
You imagine. I mean, obviously,
you've got a chance to get 100.
Exactly.
You're batting at number 3.
And to go and
at the Oval.
And to show the batters that it's not that hard really, that anyone can do it.
Yep. Oh, beats the bat. But you're right, new balls in the morning so far in this game haven't really done much damage. But the new ball yesterday did. The second new ball got a couple, but of course by that stage, Surrey were 5 or 6 down, weren't they?
It's lovely sort of lift on it, wasn't there?
There's been good carry throughout this game. A couple have kept a little low. The one to get rid of Ben Folkes kept a little low, for example. Occasionally the ball's bouncing in front of the keeper, but a lot have been taken around about head and shoulder height.
Yeah, it's been a feature of the pitch, and actually, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about sort of strategy and obviously the tactical move from Somerset here, but I think it's the kind of pitch where you've just got to play good cricket and let sort of things like runs and wickets take care of themselves, where actually you almost can't manufacture too much. I mean, we've seen, there's been occasions with the tail where scoring has come a bit more freely, but actually a lot of the time teams have had to just dig in for periods of time and then, you know, cash in when the opportunity is there. And equally, I think it's batters have sort of never felt truly in. I mean, a marker of that is Surrey's innings, where you have, what, 4 scores between 50 and 75, is it? Albeit, you know, one of them unbeaten from Lawrence, but still, that's a marker of a pitch, even when you've got, you know, high class players, test quality players.
There's a 42 in there as well, isn't there?
Exactly, yeah. So they're able to, you're able to get in okay, but staying in has been trickier.
You have to ride your luck, don't you, as well, because a lot of the balls have beaten the bat. I keep banging on about it, but it's been a feature of this match a number of times. The ball's just weaved its way just past the outside edge without even getting the faintest flicker. Oh, it's a tight leave. It's a feature of Lammonby's play, though, in the first innings. He left really well. He rode his luck a little, but he basically held his line around off and fourth stump, played anything there, and didn't get the edge. Got 100 in this fixture last year, got a fine 70 odd in the first innings.
Yeah, and obviously exploded onto the scene. Was it in the first COVID summer?
Bob Willis.
The Bob Willis Trophy.
Bob Willis Trophy, yeah. He did explode on the scene. Well taken single, that. That's something that Somerset will have to do, as we talked about these challenging conditions. It's not treacherous. We're not talking, like we saw yesterday with Worcester, getting bundled out for 80 odd. Don't expect that sort of thing to happen, but because boundaries will not necessarily be easy to come by, and Surrey bowled really well after the first session on the first day, there probably won't be too many 4 balls to compensate for that. Need to be rotating strike, looking for the singles.
And also because of the dimensions here, a ball that might be a 4 ball on another ground is actually, it's just got so far to travel to reach the rope, if you get your line right.
Yep, there's a slightly shorter boundary away to the offside as we're watching here from the bowling from the Vauxhall end, but on the other side it's a vast acreage. Seen a few threes, I think.
I think that drop and run also just indicates that these two might have a decent understanding batting together, which I guess can't be guaranteed if they wouldn't have done so that often. You get some top order pairs that are, it's almost psychic, isn't it? They barely have to share a word when they know exactly where, you know, if the ball is dropped to the field.
It's a little look, isn't it? A twitch of the nose, no more. Dan Worrell you see there on your screen bowling, as you'd expect him to. Well, we've got a lunchtime interview with him, with Adam Collins, which was recorded last November. First broadcast on the Final Word podcast recently, after he was named a Wisden Cricketer of the Year alongside his Surrey teammates Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson, as well as Liam Dawson and Sophie Eccleston.
Well, it's a Surrey 11 absolutely stuffed with cricketers of the year, isn't it?
Well, it must be, mustn't it? How many of them haven't got it? But Jordan Clark, probably.
Jordan Clark.
Has Sivers been a Cricketer of the Year?
Yes, he has. I think he won it in 2021.
Rory Burns, you imagine, must have done at some
He's
point.
got it, yeah. Folkes has got it.
Pope,
yes.
Folkes, Pope, Smith, Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, not yet.
Dan Lawrence, Ryan Patel, Jordan Clark, and James Taylor.
Yeah, so 7 out of the 11.
There's time for all of them. Well nudged by Davey. Gets him off the mark. Nice little push straight back. 3 for 1, 3 overs gone. The wicket to fall, if you're just joining us, Archie Vaughan strangled down the leg side. A brilliant, spectacular diving catch by Ben Folkes, which we'll no doubt be showing over the course of the day a few times. And here it is. Wonderful work from Folkes. Just a little shimmy, just to get his body moving towards the leg side, and then perfectly judged dive, taking it in 2 hands. A bit of a blow that for Somerset, because Sean Dixon has not come out to bat again. If we do see him, it'll probably be as it was in the first innings, right down the bottom of the order. Oh, that's a fine shot by Josh Davey. You can see why he's batting at 3 now. It's a little full, but he leant into the shot really well, hitting it to the onside, straight up to the pavilion for 4, first boundary of the innings.
That's lovely. And actually, the second beautiful on drive we've seen from a supposed tail ender, given James Taylor.
Nice, well done. That's good from you. Yeah. There's something in the air.
Also, on the subject of the Cricket of the Year, we've got, another sort of gong that is the brainchild of John Surtees, the County Cricket Hall of Fame.
The County Cricket Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame or Wall of Fame?
I think Wall. I think you're right. Bouncer, you don't drive me. Thank you very much, says Gus Atkinson. Yes, well, we were asked at the beginning of the season to nominate our favourite county cricketer over the many, many years, and having done so, delighted to say that John Surtees has gone to the trouble of finding us little pictures of all of them. So we see that bouncer again. Pretty well played in the end by Josh Davey. And on our wall, we've got Alex Tudor. We've got a signed picture of Alex Tudor. We've got Robin Smith, which I think is pushing it in terms of county cricketer, but I'll allow it. Oh, it was that sort of a ball that did for Dixon. He's just taken his bottom hand off the bat there, a little bit of poppage. We've got Nyan Doshi, which I think is a fabulous shout. Graham Hick, Dimitri Mascarenhas, Mark Ramprakash, Jack Simmons. My nomination was Arthur Wellard, the notorious 6-hitter of days gone by. But we've had a few more nominations today, which I'll tell you about after this ball. Well worked away by Davey, who's doing a good job for his team here at the moment. So we had some more nominations yesterday. Adrian Ames was nominated by Kirsty, who was in with us yesterday. She's from Hampshire. We've got quite a lot of Hampshire up there, I've noticed. A surprising amount of Hampshire. We've got the great Ul Mortensen.
I love that shout.
Yeah, it's a good shout, isn't it? Danish player. Who's the other one we've had added today? Because we've got 3 additions to our Wall of Fame. Tight run, but well taken. Played with soft hands. This is good stuff after the loss of Archie Vaughan. So who's our other one? We've got Earl Mortensen, we've got Adrian Ames. Oh, just Mortensen and Ames today. Earl Mortensen was Scott Oliver's.
It's a Scott Oliver.
It's so Scott Oliver, isn't it? Yeah, it's very on brand.
Mortensen does sort of fit the bill, but I was thinking, given watching Worrell Bowl, who are the overseas players who actually do qualify because they've put their defining work in county cricket?
Logan Van Beek, end of the over, 9 for 1, 4 gone.
Possibly Van Beek, but he's done some special things in a Netherlands shirt.
Johan Myburg.
Yes. Simon Harmer.
Simon Harmer's a very good shout. That is a terrific shout. Yes. Bit modern for my taste, my liking. But yes, Sylvester Clarke, says Ben. Says our man next door. Because Sylvester Clarke didn't play anything like as much Test cricket as he might have done for a variety of reasons. The most significant being that the West Indies probably had 10 of the greatest fast bowlers who've ever lived, all playing at exactly the same time, which made it quite tricky to break into that team. Now, Josh Davey got a problem with his bat already. I think he has. Let's have a look. I think yes, he wants a new bat. As Cameron Ponsonby comes to join me. Who was your nomination for the Wall of Fame?
Hello, Daniel. I was Alex Tudor.
You were Tudes, were you?
Stayed
Good
close
call.
to my club cricket roots.
Of course, Spencer.
Indeed. I've got a question.
You always do. You're an inquiring man.
Why is Josh Davey at 3?
Yes. We tried to
I've
ruminate
been
over that.
doing
We
some
think he
research.
might be a new ball watcher.
I like it.
Now that's kept it a bit low. We've seen that's what I mean. Just occasionally the ball just dies a little bit. So yes, what research have you done?
Well, I've just been scouring.
Of course you have, because you were excited. You saw Josh Davey coming. Went, hang on, story.
Well, I was
You scribblers have a nose for this.
deeply confused. I've been watching I've been letting the day wash over me in the last 10 minutes, and then I peered over at the scoreboard and went, "That's Josh Davey."
That is Josh Davey.
I assumed it was just Tom Abel or some other right-handed batter.
That's a nice shot from Lammonby. Was full, but he's just again transferred the weight beautifully into the shot. Head over the ball, all along the ground. Goes quickly on this square. And the second boundary of the innings.
Lammonby living up to his already secured reputation as a top order batter. I've just got Josh Davies' statistics up
Yes, please.
in the last 3 or 4 years, and he's absolutely no slouch with the bat. So this year he's only averaging 15. What can you do?
It's early days.
Exactly. Last year 19, the year before 24, the year before 31, then 26, with 2 half centuries in that time. So he seems to be quite a reliable not-outer at the end of an innings.
Yes. If he's not out at the end of this innings, then
Be a hell of a time.
it'll be a hell of a time. Yeah, it'll be quite the time to be alive. Almost certainly be 100 as well. How many first-class hundreds has Davey got?
0.
Quite unusual to put somebody with 0 first-class hundreds up at number 3.
Well, England do it.
That's true, Jacob
Yeah.
Bethel, yeah.
It's the new rage.
Yeah, you're right. They're taking a leaf out of the Bazball book. So you went out last night, didn't you? You were drinking on the park.
Yeah,
Yeah, can you remember it?
I can.
Was it that good? You
No,
look.
I was trying to work out how much I wanted to indulge the conversation. To be honest,
Yeah.
it was all very sensible. It was our friend and colleague Tahar Hashem's birthday.
Knowing me, knowing you, Taha.
It was all, Josh Davies got another problem with this bat now.
I think this isn't a great advert for these bats. It has to be said. He's barely touched it.
I think Miller Champ and
Or-
a staple of the West Country down in.
Well, I mean, they may be excellent bats. He might just have accidentally put the broker ones back in his bag. So we're on to bat number 3.
His third bat for his 13th delivery on 6 runs. It's a very exciting day for
Well,
Josh Davey.
I think he's just having fun here because he's batting at number 3. He's doing what all the batters do. It's almost as if he said, I have to watch you lot faffing about with your kit time and time again. Now I'm at 3. I'm going to do exactly what you do. New bat, please. Yes, no, not that one.
I imagine my most sensible guess of why Somerset have done this is just to keep everyone in place. So rather than
So
disrupt,
Abel's at 4.
So Abel's at 4. So Banton's at 5. So Rue's at 6. So you.
So
keep
only Lammonby's out of position.
exactly.
I think this is a very sound idea from you.
Thank you. I saw occasionally.
No, you're
Can
full
have
of
sound
good
ideas.
ideas, you. And look, he's acquitted himself pretty well so far. 3 slips in place and 3 close in on the offside. Wanted to cut off that little single. They were just being able to rotate the strike a bit here, and Rory Burns is just trying to suffocate Lammonby a little bit more here with a backward point, a cover and a mid-off.
How did you feel in the end with Surrey's first innings lead of 84? Was that significant enough for you?
It's never enough for me.
Never enough got you.
Never enough. Anything under 400, I'm always a bit twitchy.
But in the context of this match, if
I
you were
know.
impartial,
I know. In all seriousness, I think it's consequential, but not
definitive.
match-winning and definitive necessarily, because the pitch is still offering we expect it to get a bit easier, which you might say should play into Surrey's hands, but then there's a point at which it becomes a little bit easier and then starts to take turn, and Somerset have got, in Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan, 2 genuine frontline spin options. So for Somerset, they'll be thinking, okay, we've got to weather this storm, we've got to weather our way up to lunch and then just knock each session off one at a time. And if they can still be batting at lunchtime tomorrow, then that lead will be up around 250 to 270 with only 2 sessions left in the day, so in the match. Might bring their spinners into play. Or they might have no interest at all in the result, because we've been talking the 8 points for a draw. It's causing a bit of conversation here. You've missed our conversation where we're thinking of trying to get Jim Troughton and Phil the Power Walker to construct a way of distributing the 16 draw points that reflect the end of match situation a bit better. So you've got a draw, but how are we going to make a winning draw? You know, if you've got a first innings lead of 84, say, let's imagine that Surrey end on sort of 235 for 4, chasing 290, and they had a first innings lead of 84. You'd say that they were on top.
Yes.
So why is it 8 points each? So maybe that should be like 10 to one team and 6 to the other. You can take your 16 points and distribute them as a reflection of how the draw has come about. You know, what happened in the game.
What was the reasoning for selecting Jim Troughton and Phil Walker
for
this exercise?
I appreciate that it sounds arbitrary, doesn't it? But they were chatting about the draw this morning.
Okay, there we go. Gotcha. I thought we had Jim Troughton as kind of a student of the game, and Phil Walker.
Well, he is.
He's more kind of lubrious.
And related to a former doctor, of course. Patrick Troughton, the second doctor in the award-winning BBC sci-fi franchise, Doctor Who.
Well, that I did not know.
Didn't you?
No.
Did you genuinely not know that?
No.
He's his grandson. Good grief, really? Young people today, what a lovely shot that is from a slightly more venerable man, Josh Davey. Really nicely put away through mid-wicket. Again, no great flourish about it. I do sense that Josh Davey is absolutely relishing this opportunity to bat. There wasn't a great deal wrong with that ball, but really nicely timed.
It's a very sensible flick off the pads, well timed.
It was almost didn't even have the flick. It was almost just a place off the pads, wasn't it? It was so in control.
That would be interesting, because I think it was Yas Rana, our colleague on commentary and who hosts the Wisden Cricket Weekly podcast, made the point that after 2 games this season, Division 2, and it may have even been 3, that it was either Leicestershire or Kent were above the other team, having won 1 and drawn 1.
Yes, we've discussed that.
Whereas the team in second had won both their games, and,
yes,
and that can't be right.
But it can be.
But it is right
be.
In this context of the points, but it shouldn't be right.
That's why we've been talking about it. That's why there's been a hubbub in the box. Ooh, slightly worried for a moment that he dragged that one back on. End of the over, though. 6 overs gone. Josh Davey up to double figures. He has 10, Lammonby 8. And Somerset, that deficit now down to 65, having lost Archie Vaughan to a spectacular Ben Folkes catch. I'm going to get out of the way to take you up to the lunch break. It's going to be Yas Rana.
More than one Surrey team in action today. The women's team are down in Southampton, playing against Hampshire. And Hampshire having a hell of a time of it at the moment. 160 for 1 after 30 overs. Kaylee Moore, the off-spinner, came in for Surrey. But so far without reward. We'll keep you up to date with that game, of course, throughout the day.
Worrell into his 4th over of the morning. been really trying to understand what Somerset are doing with Josh Davey at 3.
So I've got my latest sensible theory.
So for viewers who are perhaps joining us for the first time in the game, regular Somerset opener Sean Dixon was struck hard on the glove on the first morning, retired hurt. So in the second innings, Somerset opened the batting with Archibald, who normally opens the batting, and Tom Lambie, who normally bats 3. And instead of Tom Abel, the normal number 4 batting 3, their normal number 9 or 10, Josh Davey, who's got a decent record with the bat, averages about 20, but does not ever bat in the top 6, top 7. He's come up to bat at 3 against the new ball when the bowlers are fresh, which arguably, well, on paper at least, is probably one of the hardest periods to bat. So I've been trying to work out why they've done it.
So my theory to Daniel Norcross was, in effect, to keep as many people in their same positions as possible.
But why does that matter?
Because if the idea of Tom Abel, Tom Banton, James Rue are familiar in 4-5-6, that's where they're most comfortable. They may feel that as a group they get the most out of them there. Also, and this was, I think, Daniel's point, counterintuitively, it might be the phrase he used was kind of new ball watcher. So if the most difficult part to bat today is this period now with the new ball in the early morning, send a sacrificial lamb up there to eat some of the deliveries. A bit like, I think Don Bradman reversed the batting order famously many years ago.
Left alone again by Lambie. At the very least, I think we can say it's radical.
I think Sean Dixon is not expected to bat in the second innings. That's not confirmed. I asked some questions to some people. They said, officially nothing confirmed. I'd be surprised.
Left alone again from Lambie. That one just dying on Ben Folkes as it passed the batter. That completes over number 7 of the Somerset second innings. They are 19 for 1, trailing by 65. So the flip side of what I said earlier is actually on the first 2 mornings of the game, so in the second innings of the game, batting responding to the Somerset first innings total, they started the second innings at the very start of day 2. It's been a reasonable time to score runs. With a harder new ball comes off the bat with a little bit more energy. So it's been a good time to score runs. The run rate in the opening session of the first 2 days has been pretty decent. Defended into the leg side, and Davey sprints through for a single. Good proactive batting from Davey. And to be fair, Davey is striking at over 50 here. My worry would be if he'd come in solely with the remit of defence and getting through with a new ball.
Yes,
that would be quite negative, because the new ball period is not just about survival. It's not just about ensuring that Tom Abel at 4 only comes in 20 overs in. It's actually quite a good opportunity to score runs, and there's a lot of time left into this game. And you want, from a Somerset point of view, you want them to reduce that deficit, and at least 2 runs more will be knocked off that deficit with that shot from Lambie. Tucks it into the leg side, comes back for 3.
I'm just trying to do some scorecard searching to see if, whether in a pre-season friendly earlier this year, Davey scored some runs. Doesn't look like he batted in either of Somerset's friendlies against Saka, admittedly that was a T20 match over in Abu Dhabi, or against Gloucestershire in a 3-day friendly. And then from Cricinfo in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In his last 10 matches across formats, he's batted in 3 of them with a high score of 10. But I'm all for this. I think it's a fine day out. It's interesting. It's different. And so far, it's working.
Yeah, and although that he generally bats low in this Somerset lineup, it is worth remembering that Somerset, the side, generally speaking, bat extremely deep. Aldridge at 7, Gregory at 8 this week. Davey only playing, by the way, because Craig Overton suffered a back spasm just before play got underway, not initially named in the Somerset playing 11. Miguel Pretorius, who we'd expect to bat 9 today, but 10 had Dixon been fit. His last 2 innings before this game, 59 and 47 not out. He actually averages 28 with a bat in first class cricket with a 115 half centuries. So just because Davey would otherwise have expected to bat at 10, that's not necessarily the most accurate reflection of his batting record. As I said earlier, averages pretty much 20 with the bat in first class cricket, and has looked solid enough this morning. There's another one that he gets right in behind. I think that's the real positive you say about his batting. He defends quite positively. He's not passive. He really does get his front foot forward to balls that are full and gets right in behind it. So far he's left quite well. He's not followed balls that have moved away from him late. And that's a sharp bumper from Gus Atkinson that Davey is quick to duck underneath. He completes over number 8. Somerset 23 for 1.
I wonder if this could be Josh Davies' moment in the sun. There was, I think it was Paul Collingwood used to say about Ben Stokes when Stokes first came into the England side and he was being batted at 8. If you bat him at 8, you'll bat like an 8. The higher you put him, the better he'll be. And maybe Davies just been waiting for that moment. And today's the day. He's put at 3 and he bats like a 3. He started along those lines for sure. Lots of people in the crowd today. A few Somerset badges on show there.
Dan Worrell deep in conversation with his skipper Rory Burns. His previous over, he generally looked to bowl the ball across the left-handed Lammonby. Lammonby was able to leave a fair few deliveries. Yeah, slight change in the field. Gus Atkinson was at gully. He's now moved to a wide deep third. Third slip has moved to gully. So 1 fewer catcher for Lammonby. Worrell into his 5th over of the morning. Left alone again with 1 moving across the left hand in Lammonby. Sometimes we see with Dan Worrell bowling to left hand as he comes around the wicket and looks to bowl quite straight. Often has a leg slip or a leg gully in place. So far this morning he's looked to get the ball across Lammonby. Lammonby will be wary of the inducker. We've seen the famous Dan Worrell setup already this season, spectacularly bowling Fletcher Middleton a couple of weeks ago. 5 away swingers followed by an inducker.
So I've got some more information on the Davey situation. More fool us, we haven't been doing our research properly. So before Davey joined Somerset all the way back in 2013, he was an opening batter for Middlesex. So I've just brought up Josh Davies' first class debut for Middlesex against Oxford MCCU, and lo and behold, batting number 1 for Middlesex, Josh Davey, with 72 runs to his name.
Oh wow.
Do some more digging, see what other scorecards I can find, see how many games he got under his belt, I'm really enjoying this Josh Davey experiment.
A reminder as we watch Dan Worrell continue his work this morning, we've got an interview with him at lunchtime recorded by Adam Collins last November, but first broadcast on the Final Word podcast this week after he was named one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the Year. We've got part 1 of that chat coming up during the lunch break, and part 2 will be broadcast during the tea interval, the tartar tea interval. Warren, of course, one of 3 Surrey players to be named the Wisden Cricket of the Year last week. Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson, the other 2. It's been a tidy start from Worrell, but in this battle with Lambie's been pretty content letting the ball through. Straighter and defended this time into the leg side. Yeah, maybe it's a research job for Samo Cam, getting the breakdown of Josh Davies' batting averages by position, see how often he's done it batting up top against a new ball. He's looked good so far this morning.
Well, across his first 5 years of his career, he only played 7 first-class matches, 3 of which were in the Championship. And in the Championship for Middlesex, he never opened the batting. It was about around 6 or 7. But in his second and third matches for Scotland, he was opening the batting. He played a first-class game against Afghanistan, where he opened the batting. He also opened the batting against Australia A in 2013.
Any good names in that Australia A side?
There are indeed. 3 Usman Khawaja, at 4 Steve Smith. Captain and wicketkeeper was Brad Haddon. Moses Enriquez, Peter Siddle, James Patterson, Ashton Agar.
So would this have been just before the 2013 Ashes?
This would have been, so it's
We've got our first change of bowling in the Surrey Somerset second innings. A reminder that the change of bowler is powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your businesses on a winning streak with renewable energy. Jordan Clark, so impressive in the Somerset first innings. Slightly expensive in the first morning, but after lunch break he did a bit of remedial work with Surrey bowling coach Jade Dernbach and came back at his absolute best in that afternoon and evening session. At one point on a hat-trick, 2 wickets in 2 balls. Ended up with figures of 5 for 68. It's probably the standout Surrey bowler on the first day.
So this scorecard, to go down a slight rabbit hole here, has thrown me a little bit because this was a month before the first test of that summer's Ashes series, where Ashton Agar came out of the blue and scored 98 from number 11. And from my memory, the whole point of that was Agar had literally been plucked from kind of club cricket obscurity. They knew nothing about him, hence why he was down at number 11. But here he is, a month earlier, playing for Australia A, batting at 1, 2, 3, 4, number 6, where he scored 56. Bowling in the first innings for 11 overs, 2 for 29. It's all just not adding, it's all not coming together the way I thought it would, Yas.
And that's definitely before the first test match.
100% before the first test match. This match was played from the 7th to the 9th of June. And the first test match that summer, Ashton Agar's debut, was the 10th of July, exactly a month later.
Well, defended late by Davey. Ball very nearly dragged back onto the stumps. We've seen a couple of drag-ons already in this game. Cricket does have a few myths though, doesn't it, Cam? There are stories we tell that aren't necessarily rooted in fact. My favourite one is Romesh Kalawitharana at the 1996 World Cup.
Okay, yeah.
Averaged about 11.
And that, well, that was the famous Sri Lankan victory.
Yeah.
So, What's the myth, though? I don't understand the idea that he was fantastic and kind of...
Essentially, yeah, that him and Yas Rana were key in getting Sri Lanka off the quick starts. Like, while it might be true for Yas Rana, I can tell you that Mr. Wisden Rana didn't do much of the heavy lifting in that partnership.
Favourite cricketing myths could be a good conversation topic. If you do have any, get in touch at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I don't know if I have any off the top of my head that I'll be familiar with. Actually, I do have one. It's not so much a myth, it's a frustration. Where Andrew Flintoff, his spell to Jacques Kallis,
yes,
is often held up as this incredible piece of bowling, and the poor bloke just couldn't see.
Yeah, I wrote a piece about this about 5 years ago during lockdown.
Just wonderful, perfect. Because basically, for those who, I can't remember what ground it was at.
Edgbaston.
It was at Edgbaston, and Flintoff was bowling and basically makes a mockery of Kallis and clean bowls him with a Yorker. And it looks like this moment of bowling where Flintoff gets one over the greats.
It's the end of the 10th over, Somerset 23 for 1.
But Kallis, throughout that match, and a number of players throughout that match, had basically going, Flintoff is so tall, and some of the bowlers are so tall that they were bowling from above the sight screen and from a darker background, and they just couldn't pick up the ball at all. And so on the one hand, it's a great piece of bowling. On the other hand,
he literally can't see it.
He literally could not see the ball.
Another change in the Surrey bowling attack. It's an early sighting of spin. And if it goes well for Lawrence, he's going to get more than one over before the lunch break. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from their wind farms and hydro plants. Dan Lawrence bowling to Tom Lambie, leg slip and a conventional slip in place. It's a bit leg side from Lawrence, a bit of a loosener. We saw Lawrence in his first over on the first morning induce a genuine edge from Tom Lambie that would have gone straight to a first slip, but there was not a slip in place, just a leg slip. So Surrey changing their tact against Lambie with Lawrence here in the second innings. Similar field to the right-handed Davey, leg slip and slip waiting alongside Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Dom Sibley is stationed at a catching short mid-wicket in tight. Bit of air from Lawrence, but defended into the offside by Davey. Samo's got in touch, by the way, breaking down Davies' first-class record
lovely.
by batting position. So he's opened the batting on 6 occasions, scoring 162 runs. He's got 2 50s from those 6 occasions opening the batting. He's batted at 3 twice before today. Scores of 45 and 10. Batted at 4 once. At 5 3 times. At 6 4 times. At 7 7 times. At 8 9 times. At 9 40 times. Uses his feet this time and drives Lawrence in front of square on the offside. Picks up 1, but really nice shot.
That's a lovely shot from Davey.
He's got a very good record batting at 9. Averages 24. Couple of half centuries. Top score of 75. He's batted at 10 and 11 on 37 occasions. So he has literally batted everywhere from 1 to 11. Oh, big appeal and given. Lawrence, in his first over of the morning, traps Lambie in front. It's a big moment for Surrey. Bold early call from Rory Burns to get the spin of Dan Lawrence on to the left-handed Lambie. And with his second delivery of the day to the left-hander, Lawrence strikes. Somerset 25 for 2.
That's the golden touch from Rory Burns and the golden arm from Dan Lawrence. That ball's just snuck on, skidded on Still new, only in just the 11th over of the innings. So that lack of turn with Tom Lamby going back, being trapped in front of the stumps. I think this looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's a big appeal from Surrey and a very early decision from the umpire. And we were talking earlier in the season about why Dan Lawrence, when bowling to left-handers, has a leg slip. And it's for balls actually quite similar to that, where it sort of just skids on with the arm. And he's a bowler who's capable of getting significant turn when he gives it a little bit more air, puts a few more revolutions on the ball. But on this occasion, it just pitches and skids through. Lamby perhaps playing for a little bit of turn is undone, and in the end gives the umpire a relatively straightforward decision. Somerset 25 for 2, but as Cam said earlier, real chance that Sean Dixon doesn't take the field in the Somerset second innings, and if he does, we know he will be doing so with a injured hand. So Somerset, with 7 minutes to go to the lunch break, in a bit of bother. Tom Abel, the new man at number 4.
Our man's got a new pencil from yesterday. That is big news. I'm glad he's got a new pencil. Couldn't believe the last one.
It was becoming impractical. Lawrence to the new man, Abel. Defends the ball into the offside. That's the end of Lawrence's first over. It's successful first over for Dan Lawrence. Gets the wicket of Tom Lamby, who always seemed to score runs against Surrey. Somerset 25 for 2 after 11 overs. Yeah, good work from our camera operators for finding the gentleman who we saw yesterday scoring with an almost impossibly small pencil yesterday.
It nestled in his hand. He had the rubber kind of pressed up against his palm. He made it look very, very easy, but...
And there we go today. I mean, it's not a big pencil today, but...
Hang on, we've got more than one person scoring here. There's multiple pencils. That's a pen, I reckon.
Just an amazing sentence to say. That's a pen, I reckon. Jordan Clark to continue from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end to Josh Davey. 2 slips and a gully in place. Taking their time to get the field just right, tinkering with the position of James Taylor at long leg. Ben Folkes wants him finer. Clark in to the Somerset number 3 and defended resolutely again. He's been good on the front foot, Davey. Properly gets in behind it.
This is a good pitch for the future by Davey so far. I wonder how much of a frustration it is that his batting kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. I can only assume that was the trajectory of how his career has panned out, because he started at the top. He's now batting at number 9 as a very competent, very fine bowler.
It completely changes the equation around your selection if you are viewed as a viable top 6 batter. Look at someone like Archie Vaughan getting into the Somerset side at the age of 18, 19 at the top of the order, but a big part of his selection is because he's a very, very handy off spinner as well. Gives Somerset different options. Lamby as well, we saw him bowl a really interesting spell yesterday to Jamie Smith. Had Smith in all sorts of bother either side of the T interval. Edge and just wide of a diving Ollie Pope at second slip. A genuine edge from Josh Davey. And sorry, been tinkering around with the makeup of that cordon. Sometimes 3 slips, sometimes 2 in a gully, sometimes 3 in a gully. But this time, it flies past second slip at a catchable height. And Ollie Pope, with a really good effort, can't quite get his right hand to it. So Davey picks up 4.
Surrey on the brink of being in a very commanding position here. Somerset 29 for 2, still 55 behind, and effectively, we think, 3 down. Let's call it 2.5 down. A lot has to go right for Somerset from this point onwards. They need 1 or 2 batters to stand up. Third slip's gone into place.
Sharp bumper from Jordan Clark. Davey quick to get right down underneath the ball.
Surrey women have made a bit of a fight back down at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire now 177 for 3. Alice Capsey with a couple of wickets. There's still 13 overs remaining in that innings. I think they think it's spinning down in Southampton. We've had Bryony Smith, Kaylia Moore, Capsey and Danny Gregory all bowling.
Defended off the inside half of the bat from Josh Davey. Picks up a single, gets off strike. Leaves Tom Abel with a single delivery to face from Jordan Clark. For what will almost certainly be the penultimate over of the first session on day 3. Same field for Tom Abel, 3 slips alongside Ben Folkes. Tom Abel gets right in behind that, completes the 12th over. Somerset 30 for 2, still trailing Surrey by 54 runs. There'll be time for 1 more over before the lunch break, to be bowled again by Dan Lawrence. And a reminder, don't go anywhere during the lunch break, folks. We've got the first half of Adam Collins' interview with Dan Worrell, one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the year. It's really good listen, really good watch, so stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere during the lunch break. Lawrence will bowl the final over of the session to Josh Davey initially. 1 slip and 1 leg slip in place. Inspired call from Rory Burns, Cam. We normally see he's going to get 1 over before lunch, but Burns on this occasion giving Lawrence 2.
Oh, absolutely. I think Lawrence is a very fiddly spinner. Doesn't bowl with a huge amount of pace, so kind of puts the emphasis on the batter to make some decisions. And because he has that kind of whirlwind action, you see Atkinson tumbling in the field, he does get quite a lot of revolutions on the ball. He's not quite as accurate as your kind of typical off spinner, but he does get a lot of bounce, at times turn, and by product of getting turn on occasion, when one goes straighter, makes it all the more dangerous.
Been impressed by Davey. Very, very solid.
I enjoyed also the difference be it for the Lammonby wicket wouldn't necessarily be that it stayed straighter, but the ball's new, so it skids on faster than it would be if the ball's 10 overs older.
Slightly fuller, defended again from Davey. 2 balls remaining in the morning session. Full and driven into the offside, but Ryan Patel does well to run around from extra cover to prevent that ball from going past him and into the deep offside. Slight change for the last ball of the session. Dan Lawrence is going to come around the wicket to Josh Davey. Slightly different angle for Davey to contend with. Full and defended well again from Josh Davey. He's done his job. He reaches the interval. 17 not out off 44 deliveries. Somerset though 30 for 2, still trailing by 54. It's been an action-packed morning session on day 3. Surrey started it 3-2-1 for 7 with Dan Lawrence and Gus Atkinson still at the crease, and Surrey were able to add an additional 46 runs to their first innings. Dan Lawrence eventually getting to his 50, continuing his fine recent form. And Surrey struck early in the Somerset second inning. Dan Worrell taking the wicket of Archie Vaughan with a final delivery of the first over of the second innings. Ben Foakes taking a fine diving catch on the leg side. He almost made it look regulation, so good was his footwork, but the ball, when he took it, was a long way down the leg side. Fine piece of work from the Surrey wicketkeeper. Then Somerset threw us a surprise, sending in Josh Davey, their regular 9 or 10, into bat at 3, and he's looked good. As I said, he reached the interval on 17 not out. But a stroke of genius from Rory Burns with a few minutes left to go to the lunch break, bringing on Dan Lawrence slightly earlier than we normally see him, and he struck in his first over as well, trapping Tom Lambie, who's got a fine record against Surrey. He top scored in the Somerset first innings with 76. The ball just skidded on a little bit. It was a pretty straightforward decision for the umpire. He fell LBW for 12, so Somerset 30 for 2 at the lunch break. Cam, how have you seen the last 13 overs, the first 13 overs of the Somerset second innings?
I don't think Surrey could have asked for much more, both from their start to their bowling innings and with the bat. They only added about 46 more runs with 3 wickets in hand, but the lead of around 80, as Daniel Norcross described it earlier, is consequential if not definitive. Somerset need a lot of things to go right from this point onwards. They need Davey to continue in the role he is performing. They need big runs from Tom Abel, Tom Banton and James Rue. Surrey, the much happier of the two sides at the moment.
Well summed up. That's where we are at the end of the first session on day 3. Surrey on top, Somerset trailing by 54 with 8 second innings wickets remaining. Don't go anywhere though, folks, because right now we're about to play Adam Collins's fine interview with Dan Worrell, one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the year.
All right, with me today, I say today, it's the 12th of November when we're recording this, but it'll go out in about 6 months' time, is Daniel Worrell. The reason we're doing this so far in advance is that the Surrey seamer and superstar of the county championship has been named one of the Wisden cricketers of the year for the year of 2025 when the book comes out, but for the season of 2024 and the few years before that as well. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's quite a big deal being one of the Wisden 5. I'm not sure the extent to which this has been on your radar in the past when the book's been released in previous seasons when you've been over here, but this often is described by cricketers as one of the highlights of their career. Has that been something you've been able to engage with a little bit since realising you're going to be one of the 5 next year?
To be honest with you, I didn't really know it was much of a thing because it's, I think it's predominantly an English thing, but yeah, after speaking to a few of the guys about it, I think it's dawned on me how much of a significant part of my career and I suppose a recognition of contribution that I have made and am trying to make to Surrey and English cricket.
Yeah, and you mentioned English cricket there more widely. We'll probably get into more depth about this later on, but by the time this interview's going out, if I understand it correctly, it'll be when you've met all the eligibility criteria to theoretically play for England, which is a fairly remarkable thing when you consider the journey you've been on in professional cricket so far with, well, in Victoria and South Australia and Gloucestershire and Surrey in more recent years. Have you had a chance for that to kind of sink in as well, that this new chapter might be starting for you?
To be honest, the older I get, the more I just stay in my box. I think as a youngster, when you are ambitious, I think, I'll speak from my personal experiences, when being ambitious, I tended to look too far ahead, I think, as a youngster. And then injuries probably played more of a part in my ups and downs than they should have done. And I think in my older age, it's just, I mean, I'll do what I can today. And when I wake up tomorrow, I'll do the same. So I think looking to April, I've just had a second baby as well. So that's keeping me well and truly grounded for the next couple of months. But if that happens, great. If it doesn't, I'll still have the time of my life playing for Surrey.
We'll go back to the start of your career, which typically is the form with these types of things. And I guess the start of your life in
in cricket as well. Like, you grew up in Victoria, but give us a feel for that. Where in Victoria was that? Was there a strong through line of cricket in your family, perhaps?
I grew up in the western suburbs of Melbourne. Moved around a little bit, but predominantly western suburbs of Melbourne. Didn't play a whole lot of cricket when I was a youngster, to be honest. I sort of fell into playing cricket when the kids around me started getting a bit too fit playing football and rugby. So I figured cricket was the next best thing, to be outdoors, but not having to be too physically active, I guess. But I probably started consistently playing when I was maybe 14 or 15. And then I was lucky enough to kind of blag my way down to Melbourne Cricket Club training, and that's a district, I suppose, the district club. I'm not sure what they call it now, but a district club in Victorian cricket. And yeah, from there, to be honest, I never had any ambitions or thoughts of playing professional cricket. I just showed up on a Saturday, did what I could, bowled some leggies and opened the batting for probably 6 or 7 years in the 3s and 4s. But yeah, I used to skip training Tuesdays and Thursdays just to go for 9 holes of golf or a round of beers at pub at uni, to be honest. But I think when I turned 19 or 20, I grew a lot more than I did in my early teens. So I was always a chubby little kid that just never looked like anything near a fast bowler. So it was when I would turn 19 or 20, I grew about 10, 12 centimetres in the year. Started going to the gym a little bit, not really to improve my cricket, but just to be less of a pipsqueak, I think. So, but it just turned out that made me bowl quicker, and it was a lot more fun than getting hit for 6 over my head by a leg spin. And then I guess that's how it started.
How interesting that you weren't really that serious about your cricket till you're 14, 15. I mean, most guys and girls who go on and play professionally have got that sort of backstory of, I don't know, playing at age 8 and having some big presence in their family, be it an older sibling or a parent or something like that. But it sounds to me like a bit different from you. You're more just kind of rolling with the punches, doing your own thing, and cricket was just a small part of your wider life.
Yeah, it genuinely was. I mean, I seriously think I'm the luckiest bloke I know. It's ridiculous that I've been able to have cricket as such a big part of my life for the last 15, 20 years, having met so many great people and having the opportunity to travel around the world and really not have a job. It's just doing what millions of people around the world would give they wouldn't give their spinning finger, but they give their other fingers to get out here and play the Oval on a weekly basis.
So you're playing club cricket at the Albert, which is, well, I don't know if you're playing often there if you're in 3s and 4s, but nevertheless, your home ground being the Albert, and one of the most beautiful grounds in Australia, and up at the uni as well. What were you studying, and what university were you at when you were in those kind of in-between years when you were working it out?
So I was studying commerce at the Uni of Melbourne. So I did that for a couple of years. I scheduled my lectures and tutorials to be on 3 days of the week or 2 days of the week, and I'd work the other 3 delivering drinks for Schweppes and Asahi Lion, and just working 16 hours, 17 hours to try and get some spending money for the weekend, pretty much. But
wow.
Yeah, it was uni and truck driving that was my life for a couple of years there.
It sounds like you're from I guess what one would describe as a relatively working class background then, if you've got those kind of uni jobs part-time, working yourself pretty hard, both academically, trying to get the hours in there to pass at Melbourne Uni, and doing what you need to do to pay the bills, and playing a little bit of cricket on the side. And would that be a fair depiction of your upbringing, that it was fairly belt and braces, no highfalutin sort of private schools or anything like that?
Yeah, it was. I don't suppose there's any distinctive part of my childhood that is much different to a standard Aussie upbringing. I think it was sport on weekends. I mean, English and Irish parents was a bit more of a tweak to the cricket, rugby, football, rather than AFL, and I suppose a little bit of cricket, but predominantly just football and rugby growing up. Yeah, it was. I mean, I went to private school maybe for the last 3 years. But yeah, took mum another 7 or 8 years to pay that off. So I'm grateful for that.
Interesting that you made the call pretty early on to leave Victoria. I mean, looking back at games that you played in and teams that you played in, it doesn't give the impression of someone who was on the horizon for Victoria or anything quite like that. And then you move over to South Australia as I think 21-year-old in 2012-13 and get to play pretty much straight away. But yeah, talk us through that decision to leave your home state and go over to Adelaide. Was it all about cricket, or were there other factors built into it as well?
Yeah, it was only cricket. I had not a lot else going on, to be honest. I had uni, but I could always transfer to Adelaide Uni, which I did. Yeah, I just, it sounds really bad to say, but I just didn't really care, because I was at Victoria and they had Siddle, Pattinson, Boland, Tremaine, John Hastings, Clint Mackay. So I was just like, well, I'm never going to play there. So, and then I looked at the South Australian list and didn't really know anyone there. So I thought, well, I might be more of a chance there. And I've always been a bit of an adventurer anyway. So I thought, why not? Let's just go live in Adelaide for a year. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, I can always come back to Melbourne and get back to what I'm doing anyway.
Well, it works almost immediately in as far as you get a first-class debut from the Sackers. I guess it's upon your first month of your first season, October 2012, and you're playing against, I guess, a young Usman Khawaja, pick him up on debut as one of your wickets. It does set off this path where you're playing a little bit for the senior team, a little bit for the second team. Did you go to South Australia with expectations of playing straight away, or was it more that you went to a grade club and you were talent ID'd?
I went over thinking that grade cricket was done. as a stupid, naive 21-year-old, I moved over thinking, I'm a big shot now. I'm a pro cricketer. I'm getting paid to do what I was paying to do 6 months ago. But yeah, I went over thinking that I would play because, I mean, there's no secret, South Australia had been underperforming for years. And yeah, and we did for a couple more years before we had an enjoyable stretch. I won't say successful, but it was more enjoyable. But yeah, I just think I went over there and then I kind of just blagged my way through again. Just got lucky a couple of times and then got a few games, and then it was just like injuries and there was no one else left, so I had to get wheeled out there.
There's a bit about you that is distinctive and striking, not least the way you approach the bowling crease. But I mean, let's be honest, the first time you made kind of big national headlines, it was for that quirky pitch artist episode out at Paran, which I think you were treated quite poorly for what it's worth in that process. But is that a funny thing that, like, of course it's going to come up forever. It's one of those quirky things that you did when you were younger. But do you think that reflects the way you were with cricket then, that you were so, I guess, footloose and fancy free about it all? It wasn't the most important thing on the planet to you. You weren't hardwired like some guys are, that something silly and frivolous like that could be something you might have thought was worth doing when you're in your early 20s?
Yeah, I got more of a ban than Cameron Bancroft did in Sandpaper Gate for that. But to be honest with you, so it was the last day of the last game of the year in March, in the second 11 game. And again, this is 10 years ago, so don't hold it against me. It was probably the only morning I was actually sober as well. So yeah, I was just fielding at short cover for 26 overs and then scratched a face into the wicket and the groundsman took it the wrong way.
One thing leads to another. We won't dwell too much on that. I guess that there's distinctive parts of what you get to do, and a lot of that is, I think anyway, due to the fact that you're on television. You're playing in the Big Bash at the point in time when the Big Bash is just about to take off and become a real national pastime, as it did for a few years there. You're with the Melbourne Stars, and you have this beautiful throwback angled action, which people are seeing and they're like, wow, it's like I've gone back 20 years seeing this guy bowl. What's the backstory there? I mean, I gather it's to do with a tree in the backyard or something like that, which is why you come so wide of the crease to begin with?
Yeah, it's a little bit to do with that. There's always a bit of mayo on it over the years because someone writes a new story and then there's something added onto it. But I think it's just that I didn't really have much coaching when I was a youngster, so it was just whatever felt natural, and that did and continues to just change every year. I mean, as I get older, the run-up gets shorter as well, so the angle isn't quite as aggressive as it was when I started out. But yeah, it's I think it's just a natural quirk that never got coached out of me.
Do you think do you sort of appreciate, even though you may not have been a badger growing up like a few of us were, you probably didn't have the same level of obsessive tendencies by the sounds of things, but did you sort of understand immediately why people were like, wow, this is a beautiful thing to watch, because they were so conditioned to watching it in previous generations before the sports scientists got involved and made everyone run in a dead straight line from run up to stump?
Yeah, I think it's always been something that people comment on, just because it's a bit different. And yeah, like you say, as sports scientists, and I suppose the more professionalism, more time spent on techniques and injury prevention and those sort of things, they're not all, because you guys see guys like Bumrah being best bowler in the world who does it ridiculously, and you would never coach that. But I think it's a bit more few and far between in the modern game than it used to be. So I think it's just a nice throwback for, I suppose, the general spectators at the Oval.
As you're finding your feet with South Australia and putting together some performances, mentioned the stars before, you're in a side with Kevin Peterson, Glenn Maxwell, a host of others, and you're enjoying some success both with the ball but as a team as well, making finals, getting a lot of love for the way you're bowling in clutch moments, in big games and that kind of thing. That must have been an important stepping stone, doing it not just, I suppose, at training or doing it in the Sheffield Shield, where back in those days there was less footage and that kind of thing, and doing it on telly where lots of people are tuning in and forming a view around your bowling.
I'll be honest with you, my first 5 or 6 years at the Melbourne Stars were, I was not needed until semi-final time, because that's when the Australian ODI series or T20 series would happen. So, like you say, the big guys like Maxwell, Stoinis, Boland, Jackson Bird was in the team. Yeah, you name it. There's most of the team were in the Aussie side at the time. So I remember distinctly there was a conversation I had with Stephen Fleming, who's coach at the Melbourne Stars. This is when I'm about 25, 26 as well. So it's not like I'm a young pup. I was still well and truly riding the wave that I was probably not meant to be. But I was speaking to Stephen Fleming before the tournament, and he said to me, so, all right, we've got 7 games, whatever it was, before Christmas. You're not needed, so you can just do what you want. You're at the hotel on Chapel Street in Melbourne after moving to Adelaide, so you get to come home for 6 weeks. And Flem was saying, right, well, you don't need to be at training, you can do what you want, just as long as you're at the hotel bar every couple of nights and tell us what's been happening. So I thought, okay, I'll take you up on that offer and see how far I can stretch that as well. But yeah, I think that sums up the first 5 years of me at Melbourne Stars. I definitely didn't impress anyone with my bowling, but yeah, hopefully I added something to the culture in a couple of years I was there.
And you do, I suppose, as you say, develop a bit of a reputation bowling well in those elimination games and getting the Stars through to a couple of finals, which is all part of it. Alongside what you're doing with the Redbacks, which is a really interesting mini era, isn't it? Because you've got a group of strong fast bowlers operating together. Chad Sayers at the peak of his powers, a younger Kane Richardson coming through, Joe Mennie, who was a real handful, and you, the 4 of you vying for spots in the side. And the season of 2015-16 proves to be a breakout one for you. That big victory over Victoria, where you picked up 8 wickets at the G. It was only a couple of weeks ago was the next time that South Australia was successful against Victoria. A 6-for in the Shield final as well, albeit in a losing team. So, things are suddenly speeding up for you with the red ball, and you're developing a real reputation. That must have been really rewarding.
Yeah, I think that was the period that I was alluding to before. That 2015, the Australian winter in 2015, a lot of our guys turned 23, 24, and we spent a couple of years together. Mostly just having fun, to be honest. We were just young, and as a lot of the young guys are, and I suppose should be, just not really taking it too seriously, trying to figure out what their game is, how they can get better, and how they're wanting to see their career progress. But I think the winter of 2015 for the Redbacks group was brilliant, because we had would have been 6 or 7 of our guys the same age, all came over to England. So it was myself, Adam Zampa, Elliot Opie, Jake Lehman, Alex Ross. I'm not sure whether Travis Head actually came over that year. Alex Carey did as well. So it was just that group of 23, 24-year-olds who just came over and made an absolute mockery of like professional sport in general. But then we went back and we just had this really refreshing experience. We came over and just loved how different it was, how fun the game was without the pressure. And so I think that having that young group come back to play properly again, it was actually great to have us all bond over that winter and come back. And actually Travis had an amazing breakout year, although he'd been skipper for maybe 1 or 2 years before that. Jake Lehman had a great year. Alex Ross again had a great year. I came out of obscurity to do something every couple of games. And then, like you say, we had Joe Manning, Chad Sayers, who were maybe a few years older than us, but were just always going at 2.5 and over. And I think Chad might have taken 62 wickets or something a year or two prior. So he was red hot. And then, like you say, Kane Richardson was playing for Australia in the white ball stuff. So he'd come in and do well. And then I can't remember which year it was, but we used the Dukes ball for half of the season in either 15-16 or 16-17, where we had Nick Winter, left armour, who was also in England for the 2015 season, who came in and played Shield cricket with the Dukes ball and just made everyone look silly. So I think it just coincided with us having a lot of fun, being a bit reckless, I think, because we've won 5, lost 5, but we enjoyed every bit of it. And I think those couple of years were brilliant for that experience that we went through together, kind of a coming of age for that group.
Quite nice that you identify that club cricket season in England as being, you know, an important stepping stone on the way through to you reaching that next stage as an Aussie domestic cricketer. So that was in the Birmingham League where you were playing in 2015? What was it like, I guess, being a club pro? It sounds like you had a bit of fun along the way.
Yeah, so I came over and played for Berkswell, and again, being the Aussies that came over, we kind of figured out a few weeks into the season that you either had to be one of the best pros on the ground that they've ever had, or the best pros off the ground that they've ever had. And I think, looking at those lists of names, you can probably guess which ones were which. And so we made a point of we'd all show up on a Friday night at the club and have beers with the old boys and keep the members and supporters happy, the ones that were paying you to come over, and just literally be on holiday for 4 or 5 months. But yeah, we came back and on a Friday night, a few Guinness in the club rooms, play on a Saturday, and then there'd be a message come through on a Sunday morning, someone just being like, right, Edinburgh, fancy it? And then we'd have just 6 of us just go to Edinburgh for a few days, or we go to Rome for a week, or somewhere else in Europe just for a week, and come back on the Friday night and do it all again.
Sounds completely idyllic. I guess from the cricket bit though, like, did you realise, mention the Dukes ball in there, which is an increasingly big part of your story these days, playing in the championship week in, week out, but did something click for you there when you're playing club cricket in 15 that, gee, these conditions really suit my type of bowling?
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of experience before coming to England, obviously. I'd never seen a Dukes ball until I actually bowled with it in the first club game. I just remember thinking, this is so much easier. I mean, it's all the variables that I can use, but in Australia, you just get them once a season. And so all of a sudden, I'm playing this club. Admittedly, it is club cricket, so it's a bit different to First Division County Championship at the Oval, but the concept of having the Dukes ball as a swing bowler, who I suppose my only real skill is being able to let the ball out exactly how I want it. So yeah, having the ability to have it swing a little bit or swing a lot from wide of the crease, close to the crease, to have it nibble, to go back in, to go away, to not swing. I think just having all of those cards now in my hand, I think it was just, hey, this is actually good fun.
I mean, that sequence of playing in England, having a massive Shield season, and then before the next Shield season begins, you're playing for Australia. I mean, you picked to go to South Africa to play one-day cricket. It's an unusual tour where the big three or big four Aussie quicks are rested ahead of a home summer, but nevertheless, I mean, you're going on tour as a full Australian cricketer, having only a couple of years ago been a peripheral member of the South Australian team. Interesting now in hindsight, I guess, that you're sent over as a white ball bowler, your speciality being with the Dukes, and we're talking about here, but the first chance you get to play international cricket, and only chance so far, initially against Ireland and then against South Africa, is with a white kookaburra on shirt front pitches and very difficult conditions. So you're really thrown into the frying pan there.
Yeah, there was not just the big four. I think there was the big 15 in Australian cricket that were missing on that tour. That's why I was on there. I mean, I'd played maybe 10 or 15 List A games at that point, and I would have averaged 40 plus, surely. So I just didn't get white ball bowling yet. And like I was saying, kind of in jest earlier about the Big Bash, I really hadn't worked out how to bowl with a white ball in either 50 over cricket or T20 cricket. So yeah, whilst it was nice to say that I've gone and got picked on an international tour, it just wasn't great because I was not ready for it. I was no good. We lost every game, and then came home thinking, what's the point of that?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like I remember covering it at the time, a fairly chastening experience. I mean, you beat Ireland, and that's where you get your first international wicket. Gary Wilson caught behind Matthew Wade. I'm sure you've got that somewhere stored away in the recesses of your mind there from that trip. But then you run into Quinton de Kock, who makes 178 in one game, and then David Miller makes a rapid ton in the other game. So that's yourself and Chris Tremaine, John Hastings, a young Scotty Boland, Joe Mennie, who are all getting these opportunities. And it just happens to be at the time when Australia are on a dreadful run in Test cricket as well, and they lose 5 Test matches in a row across a couple of series, and suddenly it's Australian cricket in crisis. We all know that story. Whenever Australia do poorly in a couple of series, it's cricket in crisis. And I don't know, do you sort of see it in some respects, as proud as you were to play for your country, that you were picked at a pretty bad time because the group that were involved then were all kind of tarred with the same brush with the big guys not playing?
I mean, I still played for the number one side in the world, didn't I?
Sure.
They were still ranked number one in the world at that point, even though they left the number one side at home. It was a great experience. I got to fly my brother over, and my good mentor came and spent a couple of weeks in South Africa. And again, I think the most exciting times I've ever had playing cricket is not playing cricket. So we got to go around South Africa, a country I'd never seen before, hanging out with these guys that were the best in the world. The experience for what it was going to South Africa with a couple of mates and played a bit of cricket, embarrassed myself a little bit, but enjoyed my time whilst I was doing it.
Oh, I mean, what anyone would give for a few Australian caps, right? I mean, you put it into context. You've lived the dream of so many, even getting to wear that uniform and stand for the national anthem and those types of things. I mean, whilst there might be like a natural come down afterwards, but still, consistent within the South Australian team, and continue to be until you pick up that foot injury in 2018 playing with Gloucestershire. So that's your first professional season playing in England, getting that chance to play over in Bristol. How did that come to pass, and how frustrating was it that, getting there to play a full pro season, that you weren't able to do too much of it due to your body letting you down?
Yeah, it was unexpected, to be honest, because I didn't really consider being I suppose overseas pro in county cricket. I thought it'd be nice, but it kind of came out of the blue. Went there, and then my strapping was too tight on my ankle, and then bowled for a couple of games and felt that something wasn't right, and then woke up one morning and I couldn't put shoes on, so had to get it scanned, and then ended up flying home. But yeah, that was my first little taste. I think I played maybe 4 games that summer for Gloucestershire, and again, it was the same experience that I had in 2015 playing club cricket. The first game, I remember it was at Kent. In fact, I remember playing 4 games, and I just remember thinking, did no one survey any of these grounds? Because I played at Kent, I played Lords, Sussex, and there was one more. I can't remember. There was one more, but I was just like, what is this? But yeah, using that slope at Kent, I remember bowling Heino Kuhn through the gate for my first wicket after the ball was swinging everywhere, and then it was also nipping as well. And I thought, oh, this is a bit of me, this.
It's interesting that like Australia is set to go to England in 2019 for the Ashes, right? As they are every 4 years. And even on that small sample size, because you come back to Australia, take a 7-for in your first game back for South Australia, knock over WA, first game of professional cricket after 5 months off. And, I guess that's an important moment just to prove again that your body's right. You're able to do this thing. You're able to make it really count for your state. But then as the build-up to the 2019 Ashes is coming, your name is in lots of media reports. You and Trent Copeland are the two that people think, well, these guys have bowled in England, played county cricket. They could be exactly what Australia require after they didn't use any of those types of bowlers apart from Peter Siddle in one test match in 2015. I mean, did you start to kind of believe that for a while there when there was so much media speculation that you could get a Guernsey, that there could have been a test tour in the offing in 2019?
Yeah, I did. And I think that's, again, I alluded to it earlier in our chat, that my head got too big for my shoulders, I think, in that little period where I was playing county cricket, playing for the Stars, everything was easy for the Redbacks. I was getting picked when I was fit. And I think I got too involved in my own success, I think. When I say success, I wasn't failing, I'll say that. But I think I got too self-absorbed and worried about what was happening next, people talking about it, I'm going to go in the Ashes and rah. And then, I had that goal for 18 months probably of being picked for an Ashes series in England in 2019. And then, I just got injured and it's over like that. So I think that was probably the lowest ebb in my career mentally, just being able to deal with the setback, given all that expectation, both internally and externally, of making that Ashes tour, and especially because I was over here playing county cricket already. If it was going to happen, I was already here, already playing with a Duke's ball, already ready. So I think when I did get injured, it kind of just broke me a little bit. But I think it's my own fault for that. It was just a nice return back to earth. And I think ever since then, after being told by the doc that I'll be unlikely to bowl again, just because I had 3 different stress fractures in different parts. And he's just said, don't consider it. So after speaking to doctors in South Australia, I had the coaches ringing saying, right, come home, we need you doing rehab, we need you doing this and this, we need you to be here doing Pilates, yoga, all this. And I spoke to the doctor, Jeff Farrell at South Australia. I remember sitting at a services between Bristol and London, and he just called and he said, what do you think here? I can see all that he was getting all the emails and messages through, and he said, so what do you actually want to do here? And I just said to him, I'm happy to retire. Like, it's okay. I've got my uni, like, I'll be fine. And I'm just not ready to go and to rehab. So he said, okay, well, we're not going to go to that extreme, but I'll tell the coaches to just back off and give you a month or 2 to just switch off from cricket over in England, because I was in England at the time. I was meant to be for the full county season. So and I think that helped me a lot, because it just let me stay in Bristol. I still hung out with the Gloucestershire guys. I worked in a Oxfam bookshop a few times a week and travelled on weekends with my missus. So amazingly, I'm still actually playing and my back's okay, because I wouldn't recommend putting on 8 kilos, working at a bookshop and spending your hard-earned in around Europe when you're meant to be a professional athlete. But ever since that day, I've just considered cricket a free hit.
Remarkable. What a roller coaster there. Like having these substantial injuries, having just played for Australia, not that long before, come over to England, that doesn't quite work, don't get picked for Australia. And then you have that layoff, but then there's the enforced layoff in 2020 where, everything shuts down, right? I mean, suddenly we're behind closed doors in the middle of a global pandemic, which happens right in the middle of your professional career. Some cricketers I've talked to about this said it's the best thing that ever happened to them, selfishly. They say, look, having complete time away from being a pro cricketer, being able to recharge the batteries was just what they required. Do you see a bit of that in your story as well, having had that volatility for a couple of years, that everything stopping for a while kind of worked okay for you in the end?
Yes, a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because I think I'll start by saying, so 2020, I was in Adelaide when most of the pandemic was happening, and luckily Adelaide was, it's bad to say, but relatively untouched compared to the rest of the world, and especially Melbourne, where my family was, and a few good mates were still. So yeah, I just had a gym in the garage, so just my mornings were working out, bit of a jog, coffee shop was still open down the road, and then we'd be on house party or Zoom or whatever it ended up being, just speaking to mates in the afternoon and playing PlayStation. Just like catching up with mates like that. So that was good, but I think in terms of my cricket career, it was a significant shift because already I was kind of not enjoying it as much as I wanted to, because a lot of the guys that I had grown up playing with, like that core group that I mentioned earlier that were in England together, a few of those guys had either retired or not getting picked, or Hetty and Alex Carey were just dominating for us. So they were spending a lot of time with the Australian side, Zamps with the Australian side, Richo as well. So a lot of the guys that, Callum Ferguson and Tom Cooper were kind of the old boys who were getting a bit shafted with selection. So if there was anything wrong with the batting, they'd always drop the old boys. So I think the guys that I grew up playing with were kind of not really there as much. So I think that shift of COVID as well kind of ruined. I actually think that one of the things that was a catalyst for me not enjoying Australian cricket as much as I did for the first sort of 6-7 years was delivery, like dinner delivery. Because when I first started, it was you'd go out every night for dinner and you'd just socialise that way. But then as soon as Deliveroo, Uber Eats came along, as silly as it sounds, it kind of just killed the fun during games and after games. So, but yeah, I think COVID kind of accentuated that fact, and then a lot of the guys were a bit more happy to hang out in their rooms or just eat in the hotel.
So, out the players come for the second session of the third day with the game. Decisively, who knows if it's decisive or not, but it swung in Surrey's favour after a morning session that saw 5 wickets go down. The 3 remaining Surrey wickets fell relatively quickly. Not before Dan Lawrence managed to get an unbeaten 50. Played very well. Gus Atkinson was out caught at mid-on. Curious dismissal. It came right out the middle of his bat, but didn't expect it to go there. And then it was nicely plucked out of the sky. Dan Lawrence has taken a wicket. Ben Folkes has taken a wonder catch down the leg side to dismiss Archie Vaughan. Josh Davey is batting at 3. What a time to be alive, and Ben Gardner is alongside me to share this wonderful life. And Jordan Clark is going to start up from the pavilion end with 3 slips in place. Tom Abel at the crease. Didn't come in at 3. He's carded to bat at 4, and I think Cameron Ponsonby made a good point, which He can do, you know, that lad. As Clark starts up. This ball's tickled fine, and it's tickled for 4. There's a long leg, but there isn't a fine leg. And just straying onto the pads and nicely worked away. That'll make Tom Abel feel a bit better. Yeah, Cameron Ponsonby thought that whilst it looked eccentric, a couple of good reasons as we see this replay again. It's that little just straying, man, I say straying onto the pads. He was actually around middle and off. It wasn't a bad ball at all, but Abel had to get bat on it. If he hadn't, there would have been an almighty appeal, but he did. He picked up 4. I think he felt that it was just a way of trying to normalise the batting order. Oh, he's got him! You don't leave those. Stump out of the ground. And Jordan Clark has struck straight after the lunch break. Tom Abel goes, it's not been his game really. Duck in the first innings, 4 in the second. And Somerset have lost their 3rd wicket, exactly what they didn't want. Super bit of bowling from Clark, just coming back in, and Abel totally misjudging the line of that ball. So Somerset lose their 3rd there, 34 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's spectacular, but Somerset will be, you know, continuing to kick themselves, I think, through. I mean, it's a good ball, but I don't know if it's done low. I think it might just be a slight post-lunch misjudgment. It's not got his eye back in.
Well, because he's hit a lot of that stump, hasn't it? It's not a glancing blow. It's hit it flush. I mean, in fairness, he's outside the off stump, and he might have thought, because the problem with Jordan Clark, leaving Jordan Clark balls, is a very perilous existence, because he genuinely takes it both ways. Now, he must have thought, he must have got a little cue or something, and he felt that that was the one that was just going to go away from him. But it was a bit tight as a leave, a bit of a brain fade. And poor old Tom Abel, well, it really has not been his day, his game. Tom Banton comes in with that 300 in the first match, highest score ever by a Somerset player, 371. And then he had a few single-figure scores, batted well in the first innings, but got possibly the ball of the innings. It was Jordan Clark, I think. There's a little nibble through, but a rare nibble through to the keeper in a match which has seen so many plays and misses. This, we will see, is not a play and miss. It's simply a leave. It's not even a miss. And you hate to see that. If you're a Somerset fan, if you're Tom Abel, there'll be many a sage saying you've got a bit of wood in your hand, you need to use it. But if that misses the off stump, we say, what a great leave. Yeah. Anyway, what a spectacular start to the session. That scoreboard you see on the bottom there is not quite updated yet. So trust me, it's 34 for 3. There we go. It has updated now. An action-packed 2 balls to start the session. And now Banton's underway straight away. Yes, what Cameron Ponsonby was basically saying was that because Sean Dixon's got this problem, rather than have everybody bat in a different position, yes, Lammonby can open, so he moves from 3 to open. But then if Josh Davey comes in at 3 and he can more than hold a bat, as we've seen, he's looked pretty untroubled for his 17 or 44. He's a sort of he's a false number 10, as they might say in the football tactics truck.
Or a false 3, perhaps.
He's a false 3,
yeah,
and he's a false 10.
Yes, yeah, true, yeah.
He's probably a 7, but he never gets to bat there in this Somerset lineup because they bat way too deep.
Yeah, and I think also it's just with how early that wicket fell. Maybe if they get through the first 15 overs, and it's like, okay.
Oh, but he's padded up,
take
though,
your
isn't
pads off. But at that point, you might say take your pads off.
Right. Oh, he's got him again. It's another one. It's Davey. It's 2 in the over. Dragged back. Another ball that's come back into the batter. Then Somerset have lost 2 wickets in the first over after lunch. Davey goes for 17. And Somerset 35 for 4. Jordan Clark is on fire here.
Yeah, the second time in the game he's taken 2 wickets in an over. And he is so capable of these match-turning interventions. When he gets on a roll, he is so hard to stop. We've seen it obviously time and again for Surrey, throughout the years.
You know when a batter is deeply displeased with their dismissal because they hold the bat down by the base. And he's just, it's come on the bottom of the bat and it just gone back down and onto the stumps. It's irksome for a batter that. He's got plenty of bat on it. But his bat was at an angle, and so that's taken the ball back behind him.
So I think because you occasionally see obviously defensive shots that played so well they roll back onto the stumps, and obviously you see lots of drag-ons. That was kind of in between the two, wasn't it? Where he's had to jam his bat down. Maybe it kept a little bit low, possibly, and he's almost just towed it almost down and then back up.
There is a real chance now that the game can finish today, but I caution Surrey optimists in that respect by pointing out that James Rue and Tom Banton had a monster partnership in the first match of the season. James Rue, a prodigy. Tom Banton, already mentioned that 370, and after that you got Lewis Gregory, who's second top scorer in the first innings. Casey Aldridge, who really came back. Miguel Pretorius, who put bat to ball. Jack Leach, who's hard to get out. And then no doubt Dixon will walk out again, do his Colin Cowdrey thing again. So, you know, it's not effectively 35 for 5 by any means. We saw Dixon did bat in the first innings.
Yeah, I think what will frustrate Somerset the most is the manner of their dismissals as much as the scorebook.
Yes, if you go through the 4 that have fallen, Archie Vaughan strangled down the leg side. It can happen, but Worrell wasn't bowling for it. Often he does, and you see a leg slip in place, but there wasn't one for Vaughan. It was just one that sort of kept going with the arm. He got a healthy amount of bat on it, and it was a really good catch. And then Tom Lammerby, who's one of the more frustrating players out there because he looks so good, but every 5 or 6 balls sometimes there's a little bit of a brain fade, and frequently gets away with it. On this occasion he just missed one from Dan Lawrence, struck him on the pad. Oh, he's in trouble there, is Rue. He didn't pick that short ball at all. Well, what an over. First up after lunch, Jordan Clark with 2 wickets. Somerset losing Tom Abel and Josh Davey. 35 for 4, still 49 runs behind.
Yeah, and it's just given what we've been saying about this pitch and about, you know, the game situation. Obviously you're behind but not out of it, and you know the pitch is, if you work hard you can get runs, but there's always going to be something in it for the bowler, so you've got to sort of make every wicket count at least for something. To go from that to then, as you say, one day, it's not that, you know, there's lots of blame to be assigned in all cases, I guess, but it's just you feel that a tickle down the leg side, you know, getting out to the spinners a bit better than part time, but still. And then that's the thing about this pitch, isn't it? That, you know, there is still that life in there that means that when you get it on the money, as Clark did there, the batters are going to be in trouble.
He sort of almost played that pretty well in the end. I'll try to explain what I mean in a minute. So he wasn't in anything like the right position to play it, but he has managed to keep it down. The problem is that once bowlers see that, then they think, aha, short leg, you get in here. So take a look here. It's almost like he takes his eyes off the ball here, but at the last minute he's just managed to just keep it down rather than wearing it.
Yeah, that could easily be one either that you wear or that you're really hopping and then you end up sort of either gloving it behind or just spooning up in the air, and he's not done that.
Oh, a waft from Banton. You fancy that Banton's going to want to take the counter-attack to Surrey here, which will mean you may well see chances, but you may see a bit of pretty attractive period of cricket here. Outside the off stump, goes after it, doesn't do a great deal. I was going to say that I think one of the sources of frustration for Somerset is going to be that on a surface which has done enough, and there have been enough plays and misses, and enough balls still carrying nicely through to the keeper, you really don't want to be the architect of your own downfall. And that's what Tom Abel certainly was. With Josh Davey, those kind of dismissals I feel for the batter, because he's done mostly everything right. He's just probably played it a touch too late because the bat's at an angle, hasn't had the chance quite to straighten, and so that's where it kind of looks a bit limper. But you've got to give a bit of credit to the bowler there. He's just rushed him a touch. Bit of inside edge, I think, onto the pad there.
I think the challenge for these two will just be to kind of unscramble their minds. You know, neither of them would have been expecting to be out there in the middle this soon after the break. And I think there will also be just that in the back of your mind when, as a team, you've obviously started the season with that huge total, but since then the batting hasn't quite clicked.
Yeah.
That you don't get into thinking, oh, here we go again. That you just think to yourself, look, I'm a good player. This pitch isn't impossible by any means. There's lots of batting to come.
That's exactly right. They've got to trust their own processes and also take heart from the fact that, Casey Aldridge coming in at, what will it be, 8?
Number 8, yeah.
It's not bad, is it?
That's pretty good.
Miguel Pretorius can give it a bit.
Yeah, it's a curious balance to the side that Somerset have, even obviously without Davey going up to number 3, where there's so many bowling options and in a way so much batting depth.
Oh, has he got it? He has! He has! What an extraordinary caught and bowled that is. Tom Banton's going to go with a brilliant piece of athleticism from Dan Worrell in his follow through. It was low and to his left. He's got 2 hands to it. And this is a nightmare start after lunch for Somerset. They've lost 3 wickets in the first 2 overs, and big wickets at that, with Tom Banton going. That was a terrific bit of work from Dan Worrell.
Yeah, I mean, elsewhere in the country saw a brilliant caught and bowled yesterday from another Australian in county cricket, Fergus O'Neill. This is a catch to equal it. I mean, it's brilliant to get so low down. And again, we talked about Folkes' 2-handed catch earlier. This again to catch it with the 2 hands. And for a second you thought it was going to tear all the way around the oval.
It's a bit of an Imran Tahir going on there, wasn't there? Oh, this is superb work. Absolutely superb work from where he sidestepped. Oh, no, get away from me. This is absolutely magnificent. Box office wicket, that. It's hard to explain just how difficult that is, as is the sidestep of the shimmy. But because you're in your follow through, we talk about this a lot. Caught and bowls are not easy, and he's not a young man, and he's not a small man.
Yeah, and because you can't be expecting it at all as you're running in. No bowler's ever thinking, I might have to catch this one here.
Look at the reaction times on that. You will see just from that replay what a brilliant shot we got there, incidentally, from our cameraman. But that shows you I'd love to, if we could see that one, that specific one again, because it gives you just an idea of the balance that Worrell needed and the speed at which he's got to get down to take this catch. Take a look at this. This is this is not in real time. It's slowed down for you. Oh, amazing, amazing.
Clutch right off the bootlaces.
Oh, you love to see it. 37 for 5, Somerset. And Casey Aldridge has come in ahead of Lewis Gregory. Lewis Gregory didn't bowl this morning, did he?
No. Well, I guess that's the thing that's sort of curious about the you wonder there could be another injury concern.
Well, I don't know. I just wondered because Lewis Gregory batted really well in that first innings, and he didn't bowl in the morning session, when you might have expected him to as the pick of the bowlers from yesterday. And Aldridge, I don't think it's perfectly reasonable. Aldridge, Gregory, they're kind of interchangeable. So I might be reading too much into this. He might just not be ready after lunch. They might think they want Casey Aldridge to bat ahead of him. But just saying, not seen him bowl, and now we're still not seeing him bat.
Yeah, I guess possibly the speed of the collapse coming right after the interval as well. If Gregory maybe had a big lunch, maybe he's captain. He's got other things to deal with. I don't know. Or it could be, as I say, that they want Aldridge to bat ahead of him, which would be perfectly reasonable. Yeah, but it does also, the fact that Gregory doesn't bowl this morning does speak to the slightly curious balance of the Somerset side. That there's so many bowling options that
Well, they had 7 options.
Exactly.
One of them didn't get used. Archie Vaughan didn't bowl a ball.
Exactly. But then also, as good a batsman as Gregory is, if he's there coming in at 6, 7, there's kind of a lot of almost 7, 7.5, 6.5.
Yeah, so you almost don't know what precisely. You talk about role clarity.
Possibly.
It's a problem that the Australian women have, I find. Not so much that it prevents them from winning lots and lots of games, but one of the slight weaknesses, I think, if you can find one for Australia, is you're not quite sure what Annabelle Sutherland's doing, or Grace Harris or Elise Perry or whatever, because you've got so many batting. Well, they just bat and bowl.
Yes.
And so they don't always necessarily find themselves doing the same thing time and again, whereas You know, Surrey's lineup is very simple, isn't it? You've got a top 7 that writes itself, and you've got a bottom 4 actually that writes itself, and the bowlers know what they're doing. They know they've got to do more work, in essence, than Somerset's, because they've got more bowling options, Somerset. But that might just create a bit more clarity about what you're doing when you pitch up to work today. You know, I'm Jamie Smith, I bat at 4, I'll field.
Yeah, and and possibly as well, could you sometimes get sort of an illusion of batting depth too, that you think, does it ever occur in a batter's mind that, okay, we bat down to 9, 10, so I can put a bit less value on my wicket here, possibly?
I always wonder about that, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Not that we've seen any of that really today. I mean, Banton's was obviously an attacking shot, but it was, you know, it's a brilliant piece of fielding.
It's what Banton's going to do.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. Well, there's an awful lot resting for Somerset to have any hopes of retrieving anything from this game. We're a long, long way away. We've got 5 sessions left in the match on a partnership here. It's got to happen between Rue and Aldridge and Gregory, really. Miguel Pretorius, as I say, could put bat to ball, but he tends to be the kind of guy who'll ride his luck a little bit. He can score you an important 40, 50, may need to do more than that. But in terms of using up what is an enormous amount of time left in the game, it's players like Rue, Aldridge and Gregory who've got to do the bulk of that work. 37 for 5, Somerset. They are still 47 runs behind. And it's not that the game has been turned on its head, but either side of lunch, Somerset have lost 4 for 12, beginning with Lammonby, LBW to Dan Lawrence, just going back into his crease to a ball too full and missing a straight one. And then after lunch, Surrey have gone bang, bang, bang.
They certainly have. I think if you're a Somerset fan, you're looking for any sort of hope at this point, and I think James Rue might cast my back to this as well. Is that in the Somerset's second game of the season, which they did go on to lose, but they were in a similar spot of bother against Sussex, and Rue made an excellent, I think, 87 or an 80+ score, and it was also an innings sort of marked with a sparkiness and an aggressiveness that you don't always associate with him. He's when he was racking up the hundreds early on, there was this sort of question of, you have this kind of this prodigy here, but does he necessarily fit into the style of play that England want? Will he look to adapt himself? And actually, that innings was played kind of in his own way, but just with that little bit more proactivity. And I guess now, batting with the tail balls, just with the bowling all-rounders, he'll be looking to do something similar, I guess, and also with players who will all look to score. Aldridge, Gregory, Pretorius, as you say, will all be looking to put back to ball. So I think we're in for whatever happens, whether it's another flurry of Surrey wickets, or if it's a Somerset fight back. I think we're in for some more entertainment, just because what else can Somerset do than play a few shots?
Yep. You feel that, don't you? But time will tell. First of all, they'll just be trying to normalise the situation. What you get with a collapse is this terrible feeling of panic. I mean, we've all been there before. We've all played in teams where this has happened and watched them unfold. And what a collapse needs to stop being a collapse is just 20-25 minutes of nothingness sometimes.
That's very true. And then there was that passage in the first innings, wasn't there, where Aldridge and I forget who he was batting with, but they went very slowly for a period of time. Aldridge and Lammonby, wasn't it? And they just dug in and was like, right, we're just going to put the game on pause for a little bit of time.
Yep.
And
take the sting out of it.
Exactly. And that ended up laying the platform for Gregory later.
He's got a bat on that, all right. Just pick up the single out to deep backward square. Dan Worrell does quite like bowling at left-handers, and he's happy bowling both over and round. We saw that against Hampshire. He was happy to vary his angle of attack. I think he's staying over the wicket at the moment to the left-handed Rue.
It was to the right-handed Lammonby, but he changed up his angle of attack well to get that dismissal, wasn't it? Where he's
going round the wicket. Beg your pardon, he is changing it up. 3 slips waiting. And what he can do so well is he can bring that ball in and then take it away, which is kind of kryptonite to the left-hander. It's an angle of attack that's been a lot more prevalent over the last 15, 20 years or so. Started seeing it a lot. 2005 Ashes. Andrew Flintoff would come around the wicket to the left-handers, and it sort of started a cascade of round the wickets to left-handers. Stuart Broad, famously, of course, to David Warner. He would be forever employing this angle of attack.
Yeah, it's interesting that with Broad, actually, because I think he had to rediscover it himself for some reason. He didn't think back to that straight away early in his career. I remember watching an interview with him where he was talking about Graham Smith being one of the hardest players to bowl to that he'd ever done, but he said that actually if he could have bowled to him in 2019 when he said he'd worked on his round the wicket to left-hander stuff, he'd have been interested to see how that would have gone, but he didn't have that tool early on in his career. It was only something he discovered later on, and obviously had that amazing hold over Warner. But yeah,
well, it's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? You sort of think of bowling, surely you just practice everything. It's a totally different line of attack. You can come round the wicket to the left-hander. If you come over the wicket to the left-hander, you're just sort of slightly varying where you're aiming at. You might be aiming more at what would have been the right-hander's leg stump rather than the off stump. But if you're actually coming round the wicket, your whole body's going in a different shape. You've got to be careful you're not running on the wicket. And in order not to just push it down the leg side and therefore be easily taken, you've got to be able to find that spot outside the off stump and challenge the outside edge. So it's a tricky art.
And then there's also all the subtleties within that as well. You know, the varying your release points on the crease itself. Even if you're one side of the stump or the other, it doesn't mean you have to, you know, deliver it from the exact same point each time.
Absolutely. Something of a hush has descended at the Oval. It's a funny thing. You get a couple of quick wickets and the crowd is up. Surrey fielders are just swarming here. Expectant. That's how it happens. You get quick wickets and you think every ball might deliver a wicket. And that's where the bowlers have just got to keep the pressure on, force the batters to keep playing. Play on the nerves. Oh, he's got him! Pulled off the under edge of the bat onto the stumps. A very limp dismissal, and Clark has got his third Somerset wicket after lunch, all bowled. And you just wondered, is another wicket coming? Yes, it's the fourth one since lunch. 4 have gone for 4 runs. And Somerset are 38 for 6. This is extraordinary stuff.
And the challenge is, do you play him or not? You know, you've had one batter bowled leaving him, so choosing not to play a shot, and the 2 that have tried to play a shot have both managed to get bat on ball, and then that's diverted the ball onto the stumps. That one in particular, that was perhaps there for the pull shot. We'll see. And yeah.
Well, I think what's happened there is you've got to see it in the round there that Clark's bowled it full, drawn Aldridge forward, and his footwork's kind of nowhere there. He's got the shorter ball and he's not really transferred his weight back properly, so he's still slightly forward and he plays the shot. He gets a little fortunate, does Clark, to get the under edge, but I think that's going to be seen within the round of how he was working Casey Aldridge over there. Lewis Gregory is coming out to bat. He's batting at 8 and his side are 38 for 6. They're still 46 runs from making Surrey bat again. And well, it's sort of now or never for Somerset. They need a partnership. They need it desperately.
I think you've got to see it in the round as well of obviously the match situation, but even the situation of that mini partnership where I think maybe, talk about the effect a collapse can have on the brain and not being sure perhaps exactly how to play it. I think they'd scored 1 run between them in about 3 overs, and Somerset, it's not just the wickets they're losing, they're going nowhere at the moment. And so when you get a scoring opportunity, if you're not quite sure, am I attacking this? Am I letting it go? Are we in full defence mode, or do we take the runs that are on offer? That's when the indecision creeps in. I think that was a slightly indecisive shot from Aldridge.
Remind me, it was 34 without loss, 34 rather for 2 at lunch. How many overs have been bowled at that point? I'm trying to work it out. Oh, a little flirt from Gregory there. Well, there were 68 overs remaining in the day when we got to lunch. There are now 63.2, so we've had 4.4 overs, 4 for 4, all the fours. Only fours missing is actually an actual 4. So that's 28 balls since lunch, and Somerset have lost 4 for 4.
And to think Abel struck the first ball after lunch for 4, didn't he?
Oh, he did.
And at that point,
So,
you're thinking,
oh my goodness! So actually, the last 27 balls have been 4 for. It was that's high. I beg your pardon.
30 for 2 at lunch.
It was 30 for 2. That's where I got confused because the first ball went for 4. So it's actually 8 for 4 since lunch. Clark with 3 for 10. End of the over. 38 for 6, Somerset. 5 overs have gone since lunch. And the game has moved on very rapidly. If 4 wickets fall in the next 5 overs, this game will be over by about 2:30, which seems completely preposterous when we arrived this morning. It'd be a shame for all the spectators, but I dare say the local hostelries might be absolutely delighted for some revelling Surrey fans to get into their pubs, the Beehive, the Fenton Arms, perhaps as early as possible. It's a long way to go yet, though.
yes.
Somerset, I was going to say, have plenty of batting. It's dwindling somewhat. Plenty is perhaps over-egging the pudding, but there's still work to be done.
Well, I think so, and obviously it's working out exactly how much batting they've got left to come. Is that obviously Sean Dixon is yet to bat and is a very capable batter, but is also injured, so probably coming at number 11. So you could say it's sort of 38 for 6.5, maybe.
Well, it might be 38 for 7. I'll come back to that in a moment as Worrell starts a new over. I would be very surprised if Somerset find themselves, 3 runs ahead, 4 runs ahead or behind, them sending out a guy who was in such discomfort. When he came out to bat in the first innings, there was sense to it. It was the first innings, but for anything else, Gregory was there, and he could say to Dixon, look, if you can just block the spinner, I'll have a tonk and we'll see where we get. It's a bit more difficult to justify that if you're still behind or only just ahead. Which is why, if Surrey want to wrap this up quickly, they would be advised to pick up another couple of quick wickets, because then I think that might in effect bring a third by dint of circumstance.
Do you think there's anything to be gleaned from the change in complexion across the country in games this round? Whereas the results have been so hard to come by for the first 3 weeks of the season, whereas this round you've got a lot of unusual scores.
Oh, what a leave that is. I think it could be a multitude of factors, and unless you're actually at the ground, it's hard to tell. But a couple of things as we have a look at this replay here and see just how well judged that was by James Rue. Firstly, I think it does make a difference when it's that little bit warmer. I think the ball does behave slightly more capriciously in the warmth. I think the fact of there having been draws means that perhaps some groundsmen will be encouraged to leave just a little bit more grass on. I think it's possible to inject a bit more life into pitches the later you get, slightly later you get into the season. Right at the beginning, it's when you think how early 4th of April is in terms of the growing season and how you're actually supposed to get surfaces to react. It's hard to do that. That combined with the cool weather. I think also there's a little bit about bowlers having got some miles under their legs, maybe having a little bit more zip and nip. Oh, he's got him! Oh, what a spectacular catch! Brilliantly taken at square leg. It's James Rue who goes now. It's a 5th wicket after lunch. Somerset are reeling at 38 for 7. What a way to go. I think James Rue can't believe his misfortune there. Oh, what can you say? It's been an extraordinary session after lunch. A leave, couple of drag-ons, a brilliant caught and bowled, and now this, a super catch at square leg. We'll take a look at it again. You'll be able to see it in all its majesty. James Rue goes for another duck. It's another duck for Somerset in this match. And that's clipped really nicely off the pads and then just superbly caught by Dan Lawrence. I was going to say round the corner. He almost isn't really. He's at square leg, but he's in a catching square leg. It's a super bit of captaincy as well to put Dan Lawrence exactly there. And now, well, this game has sped along up to so quickly. 38 for 7. Somerset are in danger of losing by an innings here as Miguel Pretorius strides to the crease.
It's been extraordinary, and I think that catch, we've talked a lot about Somerset and about perhaps the avoidability of some of their dismissals, but Surrey have been just so on it after lunch. In the field as much as with the ball. I mean, you think of that Worrell chance that half chance that he plucked for his bootlaces, and then Lawrence taking that one there. They've just not given Somerset any sort of inch. And, as much as if you look at the dismissals in isolation, you might say, that was a leave alone, a couple of drag-ons. But there's not been anything in between them that has allowed the pressure to alleviate at all.
Now, actually, the one ball there that felt like he might have scored runs off that over, it's straight to square leg. One that's straight onto the pads. Worrell has 3 for 10. Jordan Clark has 3 for. 4 slips in place now for Pretorius. A loopy, slow full toss to end the over. A wicket maiden for Dan Worrell. Somerset 38 for 7. We've had 6 overs since lunch, and Somerset 6 overs, 4 for 5. 8 for 5. I beg your pardon. I'll get it right at the end. 6 overs, 8 for 5.
And that's since lunch, but obviously the first ball going for 4, so it's 4 for 5. So
4 for 5 since the first ball.
Yeah, runs versus wickets.
5.5 overs.
Yeah.
4 for 5.
And it's I think when the first couple fall, you're sort of thinking, okay, great for Surrey, Somerset are in a spot of bother, but this game's still got plenty to go. I think we are really in a situation now where we heard in our ear, is this game going to finish today? Is this game going to finish before tea at this rate?
Well, it very much is a situation that if 2 wickets fall quickly now, that'll be game over. You can't see Dixon walking out to bat with Somerset still in arrears and 9 down. I can't see that, really. He might do. He might feel that he has to, but and this is why I just don't know how you play this. If you're Somerset, I think the traditional way of playing this when you're behind and you're 7 wickets down is always heading the 81 way to go, isn't it? It's the Dilly and Botham counter-attack. And in Gregory and Pretorius, there are 2 batters there who like to put bat to ball, and they might feel they have licence at this stage. On the other hand, there's also a bit of pride to play for, and you don't want to be bowled out for 50. I mean, it's just that you just don't want that to happen. It could affect the rest of your season as well. So it's not an easy position for Somerset to be in here at all.
There's also the fact that it's a lot easier said than done heading the 81, isn't it?
Rather, I mean, it's notable because it doesn't happen.
Yes.
Minus 90 for 7 they were. So they're actually in a worse position, both of them and Dilly at the time, than Somerset are. So that's, cling to these bits of hope. Why not? Cricket's crazy. The pitch hasn't become suddenly vicious.
I think
lucky not to get a bit of glove on that down the leg side.
Yeah, that would just have summed
That
up.
would be the icing on the unlucky cake, that, wouldn't it?
But I think that the thing with the counter-attack is that there just are so few balls that are there to even think about sort of having a go at, unless they really try and manufacture something.
Yeah, move the feet and just try and knock Surrey's bowlers off their lengths. As you say, there's been nothing to hit. There's been that 1-4 off the first ball down the leg side, and since then, just 4 additional runs since lunch. No ball. Well, that'll help. A couple of runs added to the total. That's how they're going to get up close to Surrey. 40 for 7.
Do you think there's any bit of Josh Davey hoping he finishes as the top scorer?
Is he currently top scorer?
He's got 17. 12 for Lambie, the next best.
If I were Josh Davey, there really would be, but that's because I'm a bitter, limited, cynical man. I think for Josh Davey, he'd rather have his feet up watching Lewis Gregory get a brilliant counter-attacking 100, I think.
Yeah, maybe top scoring second place to the Gregory counter-attacking 100. Yeah.
Well, I did wonder when there might be a session like this. You know, Surrey have played admirable cricket across the course of the season so far, but they've only had 3 draws to show for it, and there's been no moment in any game where bowlers have really got on top, largely because of the surfaces they've played on. And, well, the last 36 minutes have been nothing short of spectacular. 40 for 7, 20 overs have been bowled. We've had 7 overs, I think now, since lunch. It's hard for me to count. And 5 wickets have gone down. Worrell will continue. Because there's only been 7 overs, that's part of it. I mean, Surrey is still able to bowl Worrell and Clark in tandem. Gus Atkinson's fresh. James Taylor, we haven't seen bowl, and my word, he bowled well in the first innings without any luck. That's a lovely flowing drive from Pretorius. He'll enjoy that. A long half volley, well put away.
Yeah, and we were, saying how there's been very little to hit, to throw a bat at. That was there to hit, but boy, did he do it stylishly to the short boundary.
Once again, though, I'm still utterly baffled by cricket sometimes. Come here and watch ball after ball after ball beat the edge, and you might have thought, oh, is that what's happened after lunch? Those 5 wickets have all gone down. It's been a nip. No. We've had 3 bowled. Brilliant catch round the corner. Is it 3 bowled?
3 bowled, yes. 2 drag-ons and the leave alone.
And they were caught round the corner.
And the caught off the toes by Dan Worrell.
That's only 4 wickets. We've got 1 more to go.
No, 3 bowls. Dan Lawrence catch. Worrell catch.
Worrell catch, of course, Worrell catch. Yeah, again, so absolutely nothing for the keeper. The one keeper catch was off the face of the bat down the leg side. And an LBW. I mean, not even go to slips. There's 4 slips in place. The ball doesn't look like going to any of them yet. You fancy with Pretorius it might be a slightly different matter, because he does look to push ahead of his pad at the ball, which may bring the slips more into play.
And although he's gone for 6 in this over so far, I think Worrell is finding a little bit of movement in the air at the moment as well.
Yep.
As he always will if there's anything on offer.
Might have to do a quick sweep round the county grounds. I'm not. It's famous last words. This game could easily be going for a while yet. Oh, play and miss again. Somerset's lowest total against Surrey, by the way, has been surpassed. It's 36. The lowest at the Oval is 37, which they got in each innings in 1891. That would have been a quick game, you imagine? So we see that replay. What I'm going to ask our producers to do, though, is if we've got a side-on view of the Dan Lawrence catch, the flick off the toes from James Rue, so we've got a pretty good view we've got a pretty good sight of the speed at which he had to go, but I wonder if we've just got a slightly more side-on view of that catch, because it's a really good bit of work from Dan Lawrence. Another play and miss. This is what you're going to get with Pretorius, and suddenly those slips and the keeper just going to get a little interested, you fancy, here.
Normal service resumed in this game as far as the plays and misses are concerned.
Yep, back to the play and miss. But the important part of that phrase is miss, because it has been missed over and over and over again. Oh, big old heave-ho, inside edge onto the pad. Dribbles into the onside end of the over. We've had 8 overs since lunch. Somerset are 46 for 7. I've seen those go onto the boot and back to the bowler before. And it's been that sort of a session for Somerset where you can imagine that the next wicket they'll lose will be in the most hideously unlucky fashion, you know. Driven back at the non-striker who's slightly out of his crease and it rebounds off the bat and onto the stumps. It's been that sort of a day. Now, Andrew Sampson has been in touch. Only one team has won a championship match by an innings in the 21st century with a lower first innings lead than 84. Oh, hold on, people. Well taken by folks. So just set the terms of reference. Phil the Power Walker's back in, wearing Uma Thurman's top from Kill Bill. Only one team has won a championship match by an innings in the 21st century with a lower first innings lead than 84. Notts, 358, beat Middlesex, 276 and 49 all out at Nottingham in 2006. That is the sort of stat we get out of bed for. At my age, there's not a lot to drag you out of bed, but knowing that Andrew Sampson is there and that I know he will always find me something to get me bouncing out of my bed and on the Northern Line and up to Oval Tube. Not sure, I was quite imagining that it was going to go this way when I woke up this morning though. Nicely played by Gregory. Not got off the mark yet. It took a little while to get going in the first innings, and then when he had no choice but to put bat to ball, he struck some meaty blows into the SSE Energy Solutions stand away to my left. Has a certain languid style, even his defensive shots he plays quite late. He's driven that nicely out towards the backward point. Andrew Sampson's computer's doing overtime here. Surrey have only bowled Somerset out for below 100 once since 1959. That was 69 at the Oval in 2021. That seems quite a surprising stat. You said, I suppose a lot of the time Taunton has been renowned for having pretty good pitches for batting on. Well, they can go the other way, as Essex discovered in the last game of the county championship not so many years ago. There'll be another run for Pretorius out towards the cover.
It's surprising. I'm trying to remember the that game back in 2021, which obviously not so long ago. I can remember that one. Don't remember much from before.
Have you got it there? 69 all out. Match drawn. Well, Surrey did concede a first innings deficit of 189, then bowled Somerset out for 69, and finished on 106 for 4. Ravichandran Ashwin playing in that hand, Amaverdi. So the days, hey, when spin was to the fore. End of the over, 22 overs gone. Somerset are 48 for 7. And we're going to have a little, here we go, look at this. That's from the umpire cam. God, we've got so many cams. We've got umpire cam now, square leg umpire cam. That is spectacular. Show that one again, I love that. I'm going to get out of the way and let Phil Walker come in. Oh, that was speedy.
Sensational work all round. Thank you to Daniel Norcross. You got the sense he enjoyed that stint. 48 for 7. Last rights here. Huge statement this by Surrey. It's been a relatively innocuous first few weeks of the season. They've played on a couple of flat ones away from home, and the first pitch here at the Oval against Hampshire died somewhat on the game, but this has been them back to their best. Driven through the covers nicely by Pretorius. Stands tall and lets the hands flow through it. Will pick up a boundary. The only real question remaining is, can they make Rory Burns and Dom Sibley strap them on and get out there and knock off whatever remaining few runs they can manage to scavenge here. Deficit 32. Sean Dixon, you imagine, won't be required. Only in an emergency would he be coming out here at number 11, having busted his finger in the first 10 minutes. This flies away over Ben Folkes' right glove. 4 byes. Constantly from this end, the Vauxhall end, the JM Finstand end, there's been considerable spice and life from just short of a length. You've seen it from Dan Worrell throughout the game, and now Gus Atkinson, first bowl from this end in the entire match. It's just what he has in his locker. He just has that extra back bender, doesn't he, Ben, where it just seems to take off from just short of a length.
Yeah, he certainly does, and it's a pitch that's allowed that as well. But yeah, he's almost surprising so, because there are times when, even when he's not bowling at his quickest, he can still extract that extra life.
With no discernible change in the action as well, which catches batsmen unawares, I think.
Yeah, and there have been comparisons at points in his career actually to Jofra Archer, who has a similar skill. I think that's a trait they both share, that it's almost a snap of the wrist that changes the length rather than
taking on the body. Pretorius through the shot, it didn't quite get up as he was expecting. Yeah, he's been impressive in his second and third spells across the game, and it's a mark of how he tends to perform for Surrey. He's taken the new ball in both innings, and he's gone okay without being especially incisive, but when he comes back with a ball 20, 30, 40 overs old, that's when he shows his class. Picks up a single into the offside. It's all a rather forlorn effort for Somerset, who would have come into this day feeling cautiously optimistic. Did okay in the first hour to restrict Surrey, to hold them back. Took 3 wickets relatively cheaply. But as soon as Archie Vaughan got a feather on one down the leg side, 0 for 1, knowing that your other opening bat is unable to take the field anyway, it just had that sense of unstoppable inevitability. And so it's proved. They've been sensational this afternoon, caught brilliantly. Here we go then, T20 cricket at the Kia Oval. Look at that, a smorgasbord of entertainment ahead. Tickets available at kiaoval.com. Yas Rana and I will be on the mic for the men's games, and a whole litany of quality as well for the women's stuff. kiaoval.com for your tickets. Get involved. It promises to be one hell of a summer. Jordan Clark, player of the match for me. Into his 8th, 3 for 14, wickets in the first innings as well. Inside edge, didn't know too much about that. Brings poor old Lewis Gregory on strike, who's been a lone man really in this Somerset side. Batted brilliantly in the first innings to get them up to somewhere around 300. And then bowled superbly as well on day 2. Still, for all his endeavours, struggling to make Surrey bat again.
Yeah, Clark's been terrific, hasn't he? It does feel like he's a moments bowler, isn't he? That was especially the case in the first innings, when that game was. The day was sort of drifting slightly, and then he burst through the door. And this, where you have Surrey ahead but not truly dominant, and again he just turns it into a position of such overwhelming superiority that thinking about getting it done in almost historic fashion.
Yeah, it was quite noticeable on the afternoon of day one, and he bowled a fairly innocuous first spell. He bowled 6 overs in the first session, 2 lots of 3, and his first 3 went for a few, and his second 3 were fine, but lacking a bit of the nip and the aggression that you come to expect from him. And he came out about 20 past 1 with 15-20 minutes to go until the resumption, and he bowled hard and fast for 15 minutes to get himself really loose. And he came out post-lunch and he was sensational, really. Ended up racking up 5 for 68 in 24.1 overs, but he bowled fast. He was all over Tom Banton, who managed to survive for the best part of 75 minutes. Just managed to hit one boundary across that innings, and Clark was all over him like a cheap suit. So 8 for the match.
What do you think about the possibility, Phil, of is there any sort of world in which Jordan Clark for England is a possibility?
Yes, I think there is. I genuinely do, in this country in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've no doubt that he's Test calibre, but actually wondering, looking ahead at this year, there's always questions over Stokes' fitness. He's facing a race against time to be fit for the start of the Test summer.
Held its line, beats him. Another one down, 57 still to go in the day, 24 overs into this innings, and Somerset in awful peril at 60 for 7.
You just wonder, as you watch this ball again go past the outside edge, as he's done so often in this game, with how important these 10 tests are, there's no planning for the future in these. It's all about the now. And we've talked about, as Worrell in the Surrey side as a potential pick for the now, but if England are needing to balance the side and Stokes isn't an option, actually you look around the country and is there a better option than Jordan Clark? There can't be many.
Averaged 25 with the ball last year and 21 the year before. This is not a flash in the pan. Foolish and flicked tidily actually into the mid-wicket region. He'll pick up a couple. Yeah, there's a natural like for like in that obviously he bats and so on in that mid to lower order, but I think there's enough there to stand up as part of a 4-man attack in certain conditions at certain times. The point is that the number of test matches that are played these days and how concertinaed they are, you need 8 seamers. You don't need 4 or 5. You need 7 or 8 now. What marks him out is his stamina, aggression, accuracy. He's excellent against left-handers. And he knows his game inside out. He's learnt how to bowl on these pitches here in South London as well perfectly. You see it time after time, the delivery to get rid of Tom Abel, arcing back, a big break back into the right-hander.
Average all the more impressive as well, considering that his role is so often that of partnership breaker. He's not always the one, not often one who's given the new ball at the start of the game, when you might get a couple of cheap ones and the ball's doing a bit, and that you just have to develop so many more skills if you're the first, second, or even third changes in a Surrey attack that's got so many options.
Yeah, your point about him being a moments bowler is a very good one. I think back to the third evening of the Hampshire game here. Sharp by Gus Atkinson, keeping Pretorius honest, and he came in, bowled like the wind really for 20 minutes. The light wasn't great. Hampshire sent out 2 night watchers and he got rid of both of them. The ball to get rid of Sonny Baker was an absolute snorter. It was a brute. And he can be your enforcer or your container. And he's a wicket taker. What more can you ask for? picks up a single tidily into the offside. Been tough for Somerset, this, Ben. Went down as well to Sussex as well earlier in the season, so it's been a hard month for them, really. You know, they were unable to get it done against Worcester. 63 for 7, 25 gone. Unable to get it done against Worcester, who managed to bat out for 200 overs after Tom Banton's extraordinary triple, and then 2 defeats in the next 3 games is not really what they or us were expecting. Surrey CCC General Committee 2025 election coming up. Voting is open now for members. Scan that QR code, folks. Grab your phone, scan that, and that opens up the chance for you to vote in the upcoming General Committee 2025 election. Be a part of this club, be a part of its future. Ben Gardner slips out. Big statement this, Yas. It's been superb since lunch, and indeed either side. When you catch like that as well, it just sends shudders through the rest of the game. So we've just got a slight delay here. Umpires are going to pick out an equivalent ball. Something's happened to the current one, maybe a bit misshapen, or some of the stitching's come apart.
Yeah, there are more internationally established members of the Surrey squad, but it's Messrs Clark and Worrell
yet again,
who do so much damage for Surrey and have really been the key men in the three-peat. A massive part of what they do is not just how good they are, it's the fact that they are on the park pretty much every game. And it's a real marker for Surrey. We know how good they are at home, but it's been a relatively quiet start to the season.
.2025 membership as well on sale. Again, go to kearoval.com to check out all of the available offers there. And of course, also online, every single ball of domestic cricket at the Keir Oval is covered, and on YouTube. But wherever you are in life, whether you're a nipper coming through, or in your 20s, or an elder statesman, there's a good offer for you for the rest of the season. Check out everything that there is available to become a part of this great club and witness what could be yet a historic 4th pennant in a row. It's an early call, but this is the kind of game that just sends shudders through the rest of the top division, because they've not had to even perform especially well here. They haven't. High score of 76 in their innings, a couple of slightly injudicious shots, really. 367 was maybe slightly below par for that garlanded batting lineup, and they were perhaps slightly flat for the first 2 or 3 hours of this game as well on day one, and yet here we are against the title challenger. Many people's picks at the start of the year, and they still need to excavate 21 more runs just to get Surrey to bat again.
Yeah, shades of the 2021 MCG test actually. And at the end of the second innings of the game, you did not think that first innings lead would potentially lead to an innings victory, yet here we are, Somerset needing another 21 runs to make Surrey bat again.
Oh, full toss, flicked rather elegantly. 2 bounces though to Dan Worrell, and all of that fuss amounts to a single and brings Lewis Gregory back on strike, who's been really a sort of totemic figure for Somerset through this game. Runs and wickets, all in vain.
Just on likely title challengers, We're only in round 4, but Nottinghamshire have started the season very well. They are set to become the first team in Division 1 to win 2 games in the 2025 County Championship.
So they were chasing something which could have been slightly ticklish, 140 something against Sussex after John Simpson and the tail wagged there. Were they getting it done, are they?
Yeah, 65 without loss
Right.
after just 13 overs.
Yeah, impressive.
Stephen Mead continuing his fine start to sum of 39 or 50.
Made runs in the first innings as well, 80 odd I think.
Yeah, carried his bat last week as well. So leading from the front, the not skipper.
Really good to see. And Farhan, talk of the town. Read Vish Hunter Raja's piece on Farhan Ahmed this morning on Cricinfo, and it's hard not to get excited about him. 4 for 50 odd, going at barely 2 and a bit and over.
So I think that's the most interesting number with Farhan. He's got an accuracy that is comparable to the best spinners in Division 1. Notts have 3 very good spinners on their books. Calvin Harrison, who's taken wickets on loan out at Northants. Liam Patterson-White, who's played England Lions cricket for England the last couple of years. Farhan's their number 1. And I playfully asked Cam yesterday in the room next door where
the real stuff gets said.
We're a little bit freer, and perhaps what we say is less accountable than when we say it here, but I'm going to say it now. I asked Cam, what year does Farhan Ahmed get his first England Test call-up, and how?
Now, was that off the face of the bat? There was an ooh and an ah from the crowd. Ben Folks got a glove to it, but was grasped, perhaps just off the thigh pad. We'll just have another look at that.
Yeah, judging by the reaction of the Surrey cordon, they don't seem to appear as if they thought that came off either bat or glove.
Looks a bit batty to me, but we move on. And what was his answer then? This year?
He said January 2026.
At Sydney?
Yeah, but I mean, similar to the Ben McKinney conversation that we've had previously this season, he's someone who appeals to the current regime. It'd be a brash picking a 17-year-old finger spinner, but equally...
Well, they picked a 20-year-old finger spinner with very little first-class experience behind him, and a record that is, you know, in Shoaib Bashir's case, inferior to Farhan Ahmed's body of work already building up.
Well, they picked an 18-year-old wrist spinner, Farhan's older brother.
Foolish and driven tidily, not got too much of it actually, so just a couple of plugs at mid-on. Rory Burns ambles up to pick it up. Must be good fun being Rory Burns in this setup. Strums a very tidy 70 odd and just lets his quicks go about their business.
Yeah, so Farhan is one of only a handful of front-line finger spinners playing in Division 1 at the moment. And he's taking wickets, he's got an economy rate of well under 3 runs and over. Cam made the observation yesterday that his run-up and approach to the crease is actually very different to a lot of the best finger spinners in England. A lot of the best finger spinners in England, Liam Dawson, Jack Leach, they basically just stroll up and accelerate in the gather. Whereas Farhan properly runs up almost like a medium pacer. The finger spinner I'd compare him to in terms of the approach is potentially Todd Murphy.
Punches down the ground, better timing on that one. Rory Burns in hot pursuit, will just drag it in, but probably comfortable enough for 3. Pretorius gets through for it. Takes him up to the highest scorer in this innings from number 9. The only player to breach 20. It's a sorry card, in truth.
There's so much time left in this game, in theory, so Somerset's route out of this predicament isn't batting time, it's runs. and Pretorius has come out fighting.
And that's jumped and jagged from a length, and that will be unpleasant. Lewis Gregory does not deserve that, really. Not put a foot wrong all game. He stood tall as others have wilted, but he might just want to get himself together on his haunches for a moment, for obvious reasons.
So yeah, just finishing on Farhan, I'm not saying I think he will or think he should play for England in the next 12 months. But I think the combination of what he's doing in the Championship and who the current leaders of English cricket are, I don't think it's totally out of the question.
I think the point that he started the year in the first team when there are two good spinners, one of whom has been loaned out and the other one sits on the bench, is telling in itself. Because you can throw the ball to a young spinner in September and see how they go, but to start in April as a bowler who you know is going to be coming on first or second change and going to be doing a lot of containing work across the first half of the game, tells you what they think of him and how ready he is. Perhaps not yet for the top level, but if you're doing a job and taking wickets and containing in the top echelons of Division 1, then you're not far off. But yeah, good start by Notts.
The other thing I'd say about Notts is Farhan is not the only new addition to that bowling attack. They've started the season with Fergus O'Neill, who I've been describing as the Aussie Sam Cooke in terms of his domestic numbers. He averages pretty much exactly 20 with the ball in first class cricket. He's already a member of the England-Australia A setup. He's been a revelation, but I don't think he's around for very long, which is an interesting situation because I'm sure he's available to be around for longer. His effective replacement is Mohamed Abbas, who is no slouch. But
so Abbas is with the team, not in the first team at the moment.
So
or does he join later?
He's joining effectively after O'Neill departs.
Okay.
But I wonder if there's any flexibility in that arrangement for either player.
Important win as well yesterday for Durham, who in a low-scoring game on a pitch. I saw some highlights from New Road. Flies away, no one down at deep third, that'll be 4. A rare loose hit-me ball from Jordan Clark. Yeah, it was doing all sorts at New Road, and then a bit more on top of it. And they were chasing only 108 in the 4th innings, but that still took some chasing against Worcester, who just can't find top order runs at all. They've been really struggling after that rear guard against Somerset. It's been tough for them. Went down in a tight one against Essex, and yeah, fallen away by 6 wickets yesterday to Durham. And Durham are a threatening side again. If we're talking about potential challenges to Surrey, then Notts are an interesting proposition. Durham too. Essex have started well.
Yeah, we're now at an interesting phase of the season where Surrey, for example, aren't playing next week, Notts aren't playing next week. And after that, we're not 100% sure what we'll see from an England availability point of view. That first test match of the summer is fast approaching, 22nd of May, England Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, but we understand that the England players involved in the squad for that game will go off a camp of sorts. So it may be that the likes of Jamie Smith, Ollie Pope, Gus Atkinson at Notts, Ben Duckett, Josh Tongue, this might be it for them for this stage of the county season. So it'll be interesting to see how counties adapt. Surrey obviously more used to having their international stars absent than most other counties. As I said earlier, Clark and Ward are the main established duo in their attack.
Beats him and dies actually on Ben Folkes, does well to gather it on the half volley. Further evidence, slightly up and down. Bowls with good pace again though, rarely lets up Jordan Clark. I was just saying to Ben before you join us, Yas, first first lunchtime session, and he came out 10-15 minutes before anybody else and went through a really intense warm-up just to get himself going, because he was clearly a bit cranky with how he'd gone in the first session and was then irresistible thereafter. Yeah, he's a joy. Comes in so hard, so insistent. Another one ticks by Somerset, 75 for 7, still trailing by 9. 28 overs gone.
Yeah, Pretorius has come out and played some shots, and I've enjoyed watching it, to be honest. I think that's Somerset have got minuscule chance of turning things around, but if there is a chance, it's by being proactive, I think. One game to keep an eye on in Division 2 at the moment, Leicestershire versus Gloucestershire at Bristol. Leicestershire 49 for 5, chasing 143 in the 4th innings.
So that would be a rarity for Gloucester at home, if they were to get that one done.
I think it would be their first win at home in 4 years.
Is that the actual figure? I knew it was something quite extreme. Pushed again nicely by Lewis Gregory. We'll pick up another couple. This is one of these lower order partnerships that just accentuates the frustrations that will be felt in the dressing room. It's done something, it's done enough for sure to keep the bowling side in it, but it's not been a devilish track by any stretch, and every marginal has gone against Somerset. One or two injudicious moments as well, of course. But these two have shown, with a ball that's only 28 overs old, that it could have been a very different story here.
Or that 2 from Gregory, it took this partnership 39.
Yeah.
Which is one more run than the first 7 wickets were worth earlier in the day. And I think Pretorius has shown that in situations like this, you've got to retain a degree of positivity. I know that we've seen signs of inconsistent bounce, and it's not always been the easiest pitch to start on for batters, but I think there are a couple of occasions where they got a bit bogged down, Somerset, this afternoon, in that collapse that was worth 4 for 5, 34 for 2 to 38 for 7.
Well, in the final analysis, their excellent threatening 4-5-6 middle order engine room are 39 for 6 across the game. 2 failures for Tom Abel, a blob and 4. Faced 11 balls across the game. Tom Banton made a spirited 26 in tricky conditions in the first innings, but that and 6. James Rue missed out twice as well. 6 and a blob today. So therein tells the story, really. You looked at that scorecard coming into the game and you thought that's where the game will be at least challenged, and what we've actually seen is that Somerset's key men, their stroke makers, have fallen badly.
Yeah, and Surrey have bowled really well to them. They've not given them any easy run scoring opportunities, really. James Rue, for example, in this game has batted for over 70 minutes for 6 runs, but hasn't been able to get going.
So just shifting things around. 5-4 leg side field now. Oh, well, almost a 6-3 in that there is a backstop. Not for the first time in this game. And the double bluff, foolish, and a one-handed waft by Pretorius. But he fights on, 78 for 7. 3 after tea. speaks for itself. It's an offer that runs throughout the year in Championship cricket. I mean, even the most wide-eyed optimist from the West Country might be wondering how much longer this one's going to go on for, but bear that in mind. If you're in the big city at any point and there's a Championship game running, then you get the best part 2.5 hours of free top-class cricket to come in and enjoy here. Still, you never know. Change of bowler then, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get more for less. Optimise your operations with energy efficient solutions. James Taylor going to bring something new from the far end as we look at it.
Yeah, wicketless in the first innings, James Taylor, but I thought he was completely luckless. Bowled really well.
Yeah, I concur with that. And again, the figures will suggest otherwise, and he went 0 for 107 in the game at Chelmsford as well, but they do not reflect how well he bowled.
Well, I think he's put on a yard of pace.
I thought that, yeah.
Operating into similar speeds to Jordan Clark on our speedometer. Bowled with decent accuracy, good intensity. Very, very unfortunate to not yet claim a wicket in this fixture.
And again, that lucklessness continues. That'll be 4 from the inside edge past leg stump. Pretorius knew very little about it. Scores are level. Somerset in effect 0 for 7.
Well, not only did Pretorius not know a lot about it, I think he just assumed that had been dragged onto the stumps. He almost motioned to put the bat under his armpit. But he has 4, he's moved on to 32.
So we shall be seeing Surrey's openers. Be good for his confidence if Taylor can pick up 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, Miguel Pretorius in the side predominantly for his bowling, but an excellent first-class record with the bat as well, averaging 28.36 in first-class cricket before this game, 115 half-centuries, and in good form too with the bat in his 2 most recent innings before this game, scores of 59 down at home and 47 not out at the Utility Bowl. So don't be fooled by his batting position.
Sean Dixon was indisposed within 15 minutes of the game. He's got one on the bottom hand and jabbed his finger or thumb and has been unable to take the field apart from to bat at number 11. In the death of Somerset's first innings. One imagines, barring something remarkable, we won't be seeing him in the second. Another one ticks by, 30 gone now, 86 for 7, in effect 2 for 7 now, Somerset. Just wonder, Yas, where you stand on, if you like, formalising the substitutes rule. We now have substitutes for concussion injuries, and nobody argues about the validity of that, the fairness of that. And I just wonder, because we do see it, we see it in 4-day cricket, we see it in 5-day cricket, that you can often be playing 10 versus 11 from early in the piece. We saw it, say, in the game last year here between Surrey and Essex, when Jordan Cox was in fact taken to hospital with what turned out to be appendicitis, and that was on the first morning. I wonder if you have a view on that. Run away, might just be dragged in. No, just gathers pace down the little slope there. So another boundary, Pretorius. One man Pretorius guard here, 38 from 32.
I don't see any problem with formal substitutions when the injury is easily verifiable, as Dixon so obviously was. That boundary, by the way, brought up the 50-run partnership between these two. Pretorius doing most of the lifting, 38 runs off 32 deliveries, and I think showing as Gus Atkinson goes around the wicket this time to Pretorius that with that slightly older ball, batting becomes a bit easier.
Yeah, just be deepening the frustrations in the away dressing room. That inconveniences him, squares him up as well, and he can just fend it from in front of the throat. It's that quicker ball again from Gus Atkinson. As Ben Gardner said, just a little, seems like just a little snap of the wrists, because there's no change in the run-up or the action itself. No evidence, no tell that he's going to slip a quicker one in. That's what makes him so dangerous. Round the wicket, leg side field. 3 men out and a backstop. Oh, brutal. And well avoided. You can see actually Ben Foakes is standing a long way back. He's slipped himself here as Atkinson.
Well, it's been a feature of the game actually that Atkinson's bouncers have really hurried the Somerset batters, and they've been noticeably late on a number of occasions, and I think it's not just a raw speed thing. I think Ben's point is bang on. Batters clearly find Atkinson's short balls quite hard to pick up, even when fields telegraph that a short ball is coming.
That one was probably there to hit. And Pretorius gave us that sense with a waft after the ball had gone past. It was more of a drag down.
We saw Atkinson rush James Drew in the first innings, getting him to chop on. We also saw a couple of times batters very late on pull shots against Atkinson.
Well played. Got on top of it.
Very useful partnership. It's for Somerset. Long way from it potentially being meaningful in terms of changing the potential result of the game.
Ducks underneath it. 31 overs sent down now. 91 for 7. 7 for 7 in effect for Somerset. Daniel Norcross coming in to take over from me. He brought us 5 wickets after lunch, and I've brought him none. I'm sure the next 45 minutes or so we'll see a shift back to Norcross. A bit more from Yas, after which it'll be him.
Yeah, a reminder for those just tuning in, we saw a remarkably dramatic collapse from Somerset early in the day, losing 5 wickets for 4 runs directly after lunch break.
Taylor resumes, and 4 runs straight away down the leg side. Nice little tickle away by Pretorius, who's alongside Lewis Gregory now added 57 runs for the 8th wicket. We thought there'd be resistance at some point, and it's arrived.
It's a totally bizarre looking scorecard at the moment, with Pretorius, the number 9, by some distance the top scorer on 43.
With a batter ahead of him, not yet in double figures.
He's faced fewer deliveries than Gregory. There's 35 more runs.
He's got over 5 times as many. He's going to get another run there out into the covers. We thought he'd aim to put bat to ball. Gregory, on the other hand, is very much dropping anchor the other end.
What did you
fight back?
What did you make of that dramatic collapse. What do you think?
I struggled to make sense of it. It very much had that sort of feel that where collapses often are things that can go wrong, will go wrong, sort of thing. And I really felt actually for a couple of Somerset players in it. It was started, of course, by Tom Abel, no ball signal then, another couple of runs to the total, by Tom Abel leaving a straight one. He'd hit the first ball after lunch, nicely flicked it away, leg glanced it away for 4, and then left a ball that, it was a misjudgment. I mean, it did come back a touch, but you've got to be playing at it. And then I think because Davey got out so soon after, in slightly unfortunate fashion in that he got full face of the bat on it, but his bat was angled, and so the ball went backwards behind him and onto the stumps. That's a genuine edge that flies away for 4. Takes Gregory into double figures. Certainly not where he intended, and Taylor's luckless game continues. Slightly staggering that he's yet to pick up a wicket. He's conceded 11 runs in this over as well.
And that boundary brings up the 100 for Somerset.
Didn't look likely at one point,
No.
when they were 38 for 7. But yes, and then you have that situation where two wickets in particular, Banton's is a wonder catch from Worrell, and Rue flick off the pads. You're never expected to be caught there. Square leg in, squarer and tighter than you're expecting. Good captaincy, but it was sort of almost like it wasn't really a reflection of the bowling, which was good and honest and whatnot, but it wasn't 38 for 7. It wasn't 38 for 7 wicket, and it wasn't 38 for 7 bowling. But that happens so often when you see a collapse. You know, talked about it the other day when England bowled out Australia for 60. And there were no plays and misses. There were just plays and edges, all went to hand.
Yeah, on that Rue dismissal, in fairness to Surrey, that is something they do bowl for quite a lot. So left-handers, in particular, they have that man round the corner.
Again, a nice flowing drive, again out to the man. Sweeping on the offside, Dan Lawrence. Yes, I mean, they do target wickets down the leg side. They've leg slip catches, short leg catches, but it was just, I guess the nature of it is that Ruse struck it, and the moment he struck it, I don't suppose he's got any concern. But a fraction of a second later, he's disabused of that complacency. End of the over. A profitable one for Somerset, whose lead has grown now to 20, 104 for 7.
And that Casey Aldridge dismissal from Jordan Clark. Short delivery, first short ball to Aldridge. Aldridge at that point hadn't really got his feet moving.
Yeah, I think he'd been brought forward and brought forward and brought forward, and then just had to wait slightly in the wrong place. And when it was shorter, he hadn't quite transferred his weight back enough. And so he was sort of playing it from the wrong position. And again, we saw a couple of overs ago, Pretorius false shot, driving out to the offside, gets the inside edge, narrowly misses leg stump. For poor old Casey Aldridge, he gets the under edge, and where does it go? Straight into the stumps. It was a sort of a catalogue of misfortune that bedevilled Somerset in that period. And it felt like it was going to prove terminal and fatal. And it probably, on the balance of probabilities, will be still. But at 104 for 7, this partnership has added 66, add another 66, and suddenly Somerset really start to believe. And more importantly, I think what happens then is that Sean Dixon bats. Whereas had Surrey picked up the next wicket, and then say Leach had got out with a lead of 20, I think they'd have probably said, you know what, it's not prudent, we need to protect that hand. But if they've got a lead of 110, 120 at that point, then you come back out because whoever you're with will be in, can score a quick 30 or 40, and suddenly you've got something to bowl at. As Lawrence comes into the attack, he took one wicket before lunch, big one of Lammonby, who simply missed a straight ball. And this is, I guess, what I mean. If I think back to all the wickets that have fallen, Archie Vaughan strangled down the leg side, Lammonby misses a straight one. We've gone through the 5 that have fallen since lunch. There's not terrible fear that the pitch plus the bowling has made for an impossible set of circumstances to bat in. That's nicely put away. Bit of width, too short from Lawrence. Just had to get that to the right hand of cover. There is a sweeper out there, but he's very much at a deep extra cover. So.
Yeah, these runs are now coming at some pace. That partnership, only a few overs ago, we were noting it passing 50. It's now past 70.
It was a double figure over the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about the Lawrence dismissal to Lambie, good bit of captaincy from Rory Burns, bringing Lawrence on for 2 overs before the lunch break, rather than just the customary solitary
one. Yes.
One.
Yeah, good call. Oh, that looks very close indeed. Surely, oh my word. I can see why Lawrence is excited by that. Maybe going over the top, a little bit of bounce. You see, Lawrence can hardly believe that that's been turned down. I don't think it's spinning past the leg stump. The issue here might be height. Oh.
Does he possibly get outside the line?
Outside the line, perhaps. He's banging on around off stump, isn't he? Folks, you can see he loves it.
Yeah, the other thing with the Lambie dismissal is, I think with the newer ball, he just skidded on a little bit. And we sometimes see that from Lawrence against left-handers. He bowls quite straight. That's why they've got a leg slip in.
Stabbing at the ball there. Gregory ends the over, one with some alarms, 109 for 7, the lead 25.
So yeah, partnership worth 71. And as Dan, you say, they get that lead to somewhere where they think, you know what, we could leave something to bowl at here. That is when I think it becomes much more likely than not that Sean Dixon bats.
Yeah, so that's why. You know, is it 3 wickets in hand or is it 2? It kind of depends on how these two and Jack Leach can shape up. Either way, the chances that the game's still going after tea are massively increasing, apart from anything else, when Somerset, if Somerset were to get bowled out before tea. Chances are that they would then take tea, because it'll take a little bit of while for that to happen. So, it's worth thinking, if you're in the vicinity, it's free after tea.
And also, actually, the more I think about it, I think it is now more likely than not that we see Sean Dixon. Just looking at the first innings, Somerset put on 33 for that final wicket when Dixon came out to bat alongside Lewis Gregory.
Those sort of runs could be very important, couldn't they?
Somerset lead by 25. You had 33 to that.
58. You got 2
58.
other wickets then.
Well, Somerset with 38 for 7 today, so
absolutely.
Stranger things have happened.
They really have. Running repairs there to Taylor's laces and boot. For some bizarre reason, he's never so slightly facially reminds me of BBC Radio Somerset's commentator Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does, yeah.
There's something about the shape of the head and the hair. Everybody should, every county should have a tailor that looks a bit like Charlie to call on. Very fine broadcaster, Charlie Taylor, big fan of his. Oh, now that has flown away again, another edge. James Taylor, we've been talking about this time and time again. Pretorius brings up his 50 with that. It's another false shot. He must think the gods are against him here, Taylor. He's not picked up a wicket in the match, but he's had many a false shot played off him. Was that catchable through thirds? If it was,
I don't think so. I think it bounced in front of where a wider slip would have been. Just one slip in place at the moment. Ollie Pope just moved to second slip, really.
Yeah.
On the ground, and probably wide of a third slip as well. Shot.
Crunching shot through extra cover. This is what Miguel Pretorius can do.
Well, I said earlier, before you came on, Dan, that Somerset's route out of this predicament is not batting time, it's just adding runs. I know that sounds obvious, but Pretorius has been really positive here. He's moving the game on quite quickly, so from a Somerset point of view, if, and it's a big if, they can stay out there for another 45 minutes or so, they will add a fair few runs.
Oh, has he got him? He has! What a grab from Ben Folkes, a superb catch. Low to his right, and Taylor finally has got the wicket that he has deserved in this match. A fulsome drive from Pretorius, trying to repeat the trick of the previous ball, just leaving the outside edge, taking it, finally taking it. And Folkes with a superb catch, diving away to his right, one-handed. The partnership has been broken. 69 runs added. 117 for 8 now, the score.
Well, we've already seen one outstanding catch from Ben Folkes today behind the stumps. This is another stunner. Slightly different in style. The one earlier in the day, he moved his feet before he dived. On this occasion, he's pretty much wrong-footed given the angle of the delivery. And he dives, shifting his body weight at the last minute in the opposite direction, and he takes the ball from behind him, incredibly low from the ground. We had an amazing view of it from here. Ben Folkes essentially facing backwards at us, taking that catch.
Absolute stunner, one-handed, brilliant effort. Brings Jack Leach to the crease, and I think we might see a different approach now from Gregory.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. That's the second piece of brilliant work behind the stumps from Ben Folkes today. He really is a joy to watch. He really is a joy to watch.
Question for you. If Ollie Pope had been at first slip, would he have gone for it?
I don't think so. I think that went really quickly as well. It was a full-blooded drive from Pretorius, and I cannot overstate that. Unlike the other one that was a brilliant catch down the leg side. On that occasion, Folkes could see early the ball was going in that direction, so he could shift his feet across. And from a technical point of view, that was brilliant wicket keeping to make a ball very far away from him an easier catch to take. This one though was pure reflexes.
Yeah, it was amazing. The litheness and the athleticism, you've got to be very flexible to be able to do that. So Jack Leach is a new batter, and he'll know he's got previous. I'm actually wearing my Jack Leach t-shirt today. We'll see it if we go into commentated cam. This is my Jack Leach at Headingley t-shirt. I was going to wear my 3P t-shirt, but it was wet and still on the washing line.
When you watch Ben Folkes keep to a normal ball from a seamer, what is striking is just how low he is. He is so low, which I think makes catches like that possible. He's got less distance to cover. He's already close to the ground.
Now this is an interesting move from Rory Burns. He's keeping Dan Lawrence on. I don't mind it, because he's anticipating that he might get to bowl to Jack Leach, but also he's sort of saying to Gregory, with the field out spread, we'll try and show you that field in a moment after this ball. As they do amble through for the single, right, but we might have to wait until Gregory's back on strike, but the field had been spread out far and wide on the leg side, and a couple of boundary riders. Not sure that Burns was expecting them to take the single there. It brings Jack Leach on to strike, and the calculation here is that Leach ought to be a bit more comfortable against the spin of Lawrence, although it was Lawrence who got him in the first innings, caught very well by folks down the leg side. There's a slip in pace and a leg slip now. 4 in the ring on the offside, tight in.
Yeah, no one out for Leach.
Trying to sort of get him in the same way though. He's bowled at the pads there to try and get Leach just having a little flick, and not sure that, you know, it's a super catch from folks in the first innings to get him. But there's a leg slip in there as well, so if he gets the tickle just fine. To Ollie Pope. He's bowling for it again, isn't he? It's a really clear plan they've got to Jack Leach.
Yeah, and I wonder, actually, the real threat with his plan is that Lawrence can bowl the same line on about leg stump, outside leg stump. They're going to be threatening in two completely different ways, depending on what he's doing with the ball.
Yeah.
If he puts a bit more revolutions on the ball, really tries to get it to turn, well then the outside edge comes into play.
As does off stump.
Comes in, yeah, absolutely. So it just drifts on with the arm, leg slip comes into play.
Solidly forward, Leach. Now the field spreads like an inhaling lung. Well, they've taken the single, so Leach will be on strike. The start of the next over from James Taylor, 119 for 8, the lead 35.
It's been a feature of the game, Dan, that
hasn't it? Runs, take the runs.
Yeah, take the runs. There hasn't been as much firing of the strike with the lower order.
Just once, and it was actually to protect Sean Dixon's finger. It's the only time I can think of in the game.
And I wonder if we might be seeing the beginning of a tactical shift where, have a look at the scorecard there.
What an insane scorecard.
Very lopsided, with Miguel Pretorius to stand out at number 9.
And Gregory, batting ahead of him, still in, unbeaten on 18. Right, Taylor. Hopefully with his tail up, bless him, because he's bowled manfully in this match and has finally got a wicket. His figures do not at all reflect how well he's bowled. Oh, he goes after this, does Leach. That was a ball he could well have left alone. Taylor will be delighted to see that. Just a waft, there is no foot movement there at all.
Bit of width though, I can see why. Yep. I think sometimes if you're a more defensively minded tail ender, when your first thought is defence, you can sometimes be horribly out of position when there is a ball to be hit.
That's quite nicely driven. It looks to me like Leach has come in with a bit of intent here. He's not just going to block and then his skipper's going to swing for the hills. We've got a bit more nuanced approach at the moment.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I was putting it out there. I wonder if, with tail enders now much more adept with the bat than they would have been 25 or so years ago, if maybe people are realising actually it's okay to give them a few more balls.
Oh yeah. There will be circumstances when you might be a little bit more careful of that, you know, Josh Hazelwood on a spicy deck, but
we saw that why it can be quite difficult if you are firing the strike when Dan Lawrence is batting at the very end of the Surrey first innings. You can get a bit stuck if everyone's back and you're not taking the single. It can be quite hard to find the boundary when you've got 9 men on the boundary.
Another swing and a miss from Leach. This is rather intriguing cricket we're watching here.
Yeah, he's got a smile on his face.
He has, hasn't he? I wonder if there's a little bit of an element of, look, we're 35 for 8, Jack, you can play your game. You know, it's the Surrey fans who are thinking, oh no, if we get to 70, then what? Whereas, you know, Somerset fans are thinking, oh, we've blown it. So somewhere between those two things is the truth.
Yeah, if Leach falls playing a rash shot, the blame's not landing at his feet.
He's got him! Another wicket for Taylor. And Lewis Gregory walks off. There's going to be no Sean Dixon. Somerset have been bowled out for 119, a meagre lead of 35. It's pretty much all happened since lunch. They went to lunch at 30 for 2. They have lost 7 wickets for 89 runs, were it not for a fine half-century from Miguel Pretorius and some resistance from Lewis Gregory, unbeaten on 18. Well, they would have lost by an innings. As it is, it should just be a formality. We'll see this again. Taylor richly deserving this wicket. Taken by Sibley at first slip, just pushing away from his body. Leach keen to get bat on ball. Had a rare slip catch in a game which had promised there to be many, many more of them, but also promised to be many, many more wickets for Taylor the way he's bowled, and I'm delighted he's got a bit of reward there, picking up 2 for 29. It is tea, so the players will troop off. We'll have 20 minutes. That means it's free. Get down here now. You'll get to see Surrey's attempted assault on 36. It doesn't feel like a particularly large total, but then, as Yas Rana said, Somerset were 38 for 7. So
yeah, that is true.
Never know.
They were 38 for 7, and you never really know. But yeah, it won't make the headlines after today, but I'm really pleased for James Taylor. He's bowled so well in this game. Wicketless in the first innings, and you saw from his celebration there just how much it meant to him.
Now it looks like it's Jordan Clark who's leading off the Surrey bowlers, and quite right too. It was he that made the crucial breakthroughs after lunch. A wicket off the second ball, a wicket off the fourth ball. It was terrific stuff. 2 wickets in the over, knocking back Tom Abels off stump. We've seen some wonderful keeping from Ben Folkes. 2 super catches in this match, in this innings. I would say that the last one, the best, an absolutely brilliant grab diving away to his right. We've seen a good catch from Dan Lawrence round the corner. We've seen a collapse from Somerset where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. We've seen some doughty counter punching, but it wasn't enough. It felt like it was never going to be enough. The damage was done when those wickets just went so quickly after lunch. There you see the card. First it was Abel, bowled, leaving a ball from Clark, knocking back the off stump. Then Davey, it was Davey, yep, bowled by Clark for 17. It was sort of, I'd say an inside edge. It was more off the full face of the bat actually, but it came back onto his stumps. There was a superb caught and bowl from Worrell. I mean, looking at that session, 3 terrific catches. The one from Folkes to get rid of Pretorius for 54 down there. Casey Aldridge bowled, playing on, trying to hit a short ball. Got there on the front foot, ball after ball, was encouraged to come forward, and then one was slipped in short. He went to cut it and dragged it back on. James Rue was caught excellently by Lawrence in a kind of leg trap, a very square, close square leg for a duck. And then at the end, Jack Leach caught by Sibley off Taylor for 1. The bowling figures: Dan Worrell 3 for 16 from 9. He wasn't actually at his best, I wouldn't have said, in this match, but he's got terrific figures coming out of the back of it. Gus Atkinson, none for 36. Jordan Clark with those 2 wickets straight away after lunch, making a big difference. 3 for 24 from 10. Dan Lawrence made a vital breakthrough just before lunch when scores 25 for 1 as we're coming up towards lunch. It's a kind of bonus wicket to get Lammonby. And then right at the back end, Taylor 2 for 29, richly deserved 2 wickets at that, including that wonder catch from Folkes. So 119 all out. Somerset, they lead by just 35. Surrey will come back out to bat in around about 18 minutes time, needing just 36 to win. Before that, we have got, well, since Dan Worrell's picked up 3 weeks today, very appropriately, the final part of an interview conducted by Adam Collins for the final word with Dan Worrell, and we'll go straight to that and be back right away after tea.
Talk me through that thought process of, I'm willing to leave the Australian system where I have played for Australia. I'll be changing homes, never easy for anyone. Be living in a different country, albeit one that you've got a passport for and got family links to. But yeah, what becomes a significant life decision, which gets made not long after the pandemic.
Yeah, so I remember it was the first time I actually confided in anyone about it was in Coffs Harbour. We were sent to Coffs Harbour for the strikers side because there was a breakout in Adelaide of COVID. So rather than have us stuck there, they flew us to New South Wales, so where we were there for about 6 or 7 days before the tournament started. And I remember playing golf with Callum Ferguson, who again, old boy, just someone I respected growing up, and kind of just valued what he thought. So I said to him, I was like, I'm thinking that I'm done in Australia. And he'd played at Worcester as well, so I kind of understood just how fun county cricket is. So he thought, yeah, I thought you might be in the next couple of years. So I kind of grew from there. And then obviously my partner I'd spoken to about, because she was keen to try something new. But yeah, that was the first time I'd thought about it, and that was in 2020. And then when I came to play cricket in 21, after the 2021 season in Australia, where wherever we'd play, we'd be in a bubble, couldn't leave the hotel. Big Bash was groups of teams just being flown around hotel to hotel around the country, no crowds in stadiums. So I think that for me, it just sapped all of the fun out of professional cricket in Australia. And I think not having that group of mates that I'd grown up with around all the time, combined with COVID restrictions, combined with youngsters preferring to play PlayStation and sit on their beds rather than go out and just live normally. I think that just all culminated in the opportunity arising in England.
I mean, there are two opportunities, though, aren't there? I mean, you play a game of domestic cricket in Ireland in 2015 when you're a club cricketer, which sort of suggests that you were thinking about it at some level. And I know the Irish guys always talked about the fact that you could play Test cricket tomorrow, literally, for them when you were, well, that's not quite the case because the qualification, but still, you could have become an Irish cricketer and almost guarantee a Test career. Was that ever a real possibility that you might have taken that route and gone and moved to Dublin instead of moving to London with Surrey?
I think I think everything was just on the table because, I mean, after my injury in 2019, I was kind of thinking, well, I'm too far off it now. I'm not going to be playing for Australia again, unless I do something extraordinary. But I wasn't ready yet to hang him up in Australia because you just never know. I was 28, 29, so I was still bowling well. I was still relatively young. But yeah, I think when I turned 30, I just thought, this is... I don't think the Ireland thing was ever a serious option. It was definitely there as something to think about, but I think having the rules now where you can't actually play county cricket as a local, you have to be in overseas, even though you're Irish, kind of ruined the ease of that option, I think. So, but yeah,
right. So with that diluted, you make the call to go to Surrey, and it's what a result, right? I mean, you get to lob up at a Test venue, Division 1 club that enjoys a lot of success, a lot of guys who play for England in the dressing room with you. How did it come to pass that Surrey became your home? Who was the recruiter? Who was the conduit?
Well, it's so we played a game. I played for Gloucestershire against Surrey, and at the Oval, and it was the flattest thing you could imagine. I bowled to Hashim Amla all day, and he made about 140, I think, and just didn't miss the middle of the bat all day. We lost by an innings, got bowled out twice, and I just thought, oh, this is tough work at the Oval. But then I saw Alex Stewart, saw the gaffer out in the car park afterwards, and he just said, "You want to be a Surrey player?" I said, "Oh, maybe." He said, "Yeah, Hashim Amla's just signed you, so I'll call you tomorrow and we'll we'll talk about it. And so I was thinking that I was never going to impress anyone at Surrey ever again after that outing for Gloucestershire. But yeah, I think after speaking to the gaffer and just hearing about his take on the club and what it means to him and what they were trying to do with the squad moving forward, I think it was just a natural fit to come in as a senior bowler and hopefully lead the way.
And you really have. I mean, your numbers are quite staggering. 139 wickets in 3 seasons, 100 in the last 2. You've won the comp in all 3 seasons. You've been a Surrey player. And last year, in the year where you're receiving the award, 2024, 52 wickets, that's 16. Give us a sense of how this has worked so seamlessly for you. Coming to a ground which, it's not as though the pitches are designed for bowlers to get easy wickets or anything like that. It's a test ground after all. But the group you've got have made it an art form of bowling on day one and taking your 20 wickets and getting the job done. It's an incredible team to be leading the attack of, but you seem to have enjoyed it more than anybody else.
Yeah, I think it's special for me to have been able to come to the other side of the world and walked into the Surrey dressing room and felt like it's all I've been missing in my career. And I think that's a special mention to not only Alex Stewart, but Gareth Batty, who's the coach, Burns as captain, and then the guys around the team are all weirdly humble. And I think the outside view of Surrey is that that's not the case. But I think coming into the Surrey dressing room as an outsider is kind of like just a motley crew where it just works. Where I think in environments in the past at Surrey where it's talked about that it's just been an ego change room and difficult to manage, a lot of change room politics, a lot of whinging, but this group, I've never seen anything like the cohesion that is from the first pick to the last man on the roster. I think it's just an amazing place to be. And yeah, you say we've mastered the art form of bowling on day one, and I think it kind of goes hand in hand with our ground staff that have been able to produce the pitches we have to suit our team, which has made our team get better on those pitches. So it kind of, they complement each other nicely. And I think, again, credit goes out to the management who actually put the squad together and figure out a game plan that works. And then we come and just do our jobs.
In your second year in 2023, you were capped by the club, and you put up this beautiful LinkedIn post. Of all the platforms to choose, you chose LinkedIn.
My only social media.
Interesting. That of itself is an interesting discussion point, I suppose. But you described that it was like kind of what you're saying there, really, that it completed you as a professional athlete, being able to play at the Oval and what it meant to you being capped and for all of the challenges of moving to another hemisphere, another country and so on, that this has just agreed to you to such an extent that you feel like you are, I guess, a Surrey lifer now, aren't you? You've won the comp 3 times. They're never going to let you go.
Yeah, and I stand by it too. Every day that I've been at the Oval playing, there's not one day that I've walked in here and wished I was somewhere else. So I think that's, again, a special thing to have in any walk of life, any profession, to be able to get through the doors at work and just feel like you're ready to do it. You're ready to go to work again and, ready to put in.
In 2024, as we get towards the end of our conversation, I mean, this is the season you've won it for. You've been routinely described as the best bowler in the country, and across the competition, but in the country at county level with the Duke's ball and the experience and the control and all the other bits and pieces that we've talked about in our chat today. But is there one day that stands out for you when you just feel like, boy, I've really got it on a string here? I can do pretty much whatever I want. I mean, that must be such an empowering feeling as well. But when did you feel at your absolute best in 24?
Honestly, I think just having days where you're not sore is days where you're just completely in control. Because I think a lot of the time you're managing sore ankle, sore shoulder, knees, hips, back. It's your first spell that feels different to your third spell, to day 3, day 1, a green pitch, flat pitch, overhead conditions. So I think just my personal opinion is when you come to the Oval, everything is consistent. The run-up is always consistent. the pitch, you know what you're going to get. I mean, if you just stand the seam up, it swings. That's just the way it is. And then, so the big thing for me is just, if I'm not sore, then it's just easy. It's controllable, and it's just, I suppose it's just repetitive. So I think, just my years at Surrey, I think just having the consistency of preparation, recovery, and then having my physical part sorted, I think you get so much reward from good bowling here that you just don't need to change that much. So the focus just gets narrower and narrower.
And that's, you often hear that from international cricketers, don't you? That they talk about the consistency of the environment they're in. And to almost come full circle, in our chat, we started briefly touching on your eligibility for England, and it's been said by the top brass at ECB level, Rob Key, for instance, talking about you being a real legitimate option for them in season 2025, 5 test matches against India, and then even potentially going to play against Australia in an Ashes series. I mean, you're a Londoner now. You live in London with a young family and that kind of thing. I mean, how would that feel for you if the opportunity did come to pass that you were playing Test cricket for England, and indeed maybe even playing against Australia? That from an emotional perspective, does it all kind of line up and feel natural to you after a few years over here?
Yeah, I don't know how I will feel about it. I can't really tell you that until I've done it already. But I'd love the opportunity if it happened. I mean, I'd take my opportunity and do the best I could. I mean, a lot of the talk in the England setup now is picking guys with a high ceiling, and if they pick a 33, 34-year-old, I'm at my ceiling. I don't think I'm getting any better. So I wouldn't be there for a project player. I wouldn't be there for a long time. I'd kind of be in there to do a job that they need doing for however long that is, 1, 2, 10 test matches, or who knows, T20s. Get me in there. But no, I mean, if I did it, it'd be amazing, and I think it'd be something I'd be very proud of, because it's not just come around easily, and I feel like if any part of my career that I've earned the success, it's been at Surrey, because it's a bloody big move to come to London with a young family and kind of have to prove yourself again. I think I'm proud of having proven myself to a point so far, with hopefully a few more years to do the same. But yeah, if the England stuff came along, I'd take it with open arms and do my job.
Yeah, you put it well there. You've absolutely earned the chance to be, as they say, in the conversation. Daniel Worrell, thank you for being a guest today on the podcast, and also in conjunction with the Wisden Almanac. And congratulations on the prize again, being a member of the Wisden 5 for 2025. It's a huge achievement, a huge honour, and I hope that you have another bumper season in 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where Surrey, chasing 36 runs to round off this county championship fixture. It was an extraordinary post-lunch rush of wickets that have seen the match accelerate to this point. Jordan Clark doing most of the damage in the afternoon. Dan Worrell also took an extraordinary caught and bowled to dismiss Tom Banton as 5 wickets fell in 5 overs. Somerset were at one stage, I believe it was 37 for 7 or 37 for 8. I need to double check that. So my colleague Phil Walker sits down alongside me. 38 for 7 was the crux of it. But a half century from Miguel Pretorius lifted Somerset to 119 all out. They were only 9 wickets down. Sean Dixon did not bat after taking a blow in the first innings. With Rory Burns and Dom Sibley to open the batting for Surrey, and it looks, if my eyes don't deceive me, like Josh Davey will take the first over for Somerset.
Yep, last rights of this one then. Shouldn't take too long, 36 to get. Rory Burns played beautifully in the first innings, as fluent as I've seen him. Tom Sibley's having the season of his life. A couple of red inkers will be the name of the game for these Surrey openers now. It's going to be a tough one to take, this, for Somerset. Scrapped hard for the first 2 days of this game, blown away this afternoon. Yeah, it was not just, as you come to expect, a brilliant performance with the ball, but outstanding in the field, Cameron. You know, a series of catches that you can clip up tonight, put out on social media, and it just shows a team really on a buzz, really, that was maintained across 2.5 hours in that afternoon session. Stunner from Dan Worrell, Dan Lawrence, and a one-hander by Ben Folkes as well to get rid of Pretorius.
It's a fantastic camera angle of that Dan Lawrence catch. He's that square leg just behind square. So the left-handed Roof flicks the ball away, and the GoPros that are mounted to the umpires' chests pick it up perfectly. You see a flying Dan Lawrence just to the left of you. And they are indeed being clipped up to go on social media. Those who run the ECB socials are downstairs, and I saw them hard at work.
Tickled behind square for 4. 32 to get.
David just getting leg side on this occasion. Burns helping the ball on its way. Be interested to see how these two go about it. Often with a low target we see a thrash of the blade to try and get it over as quickly as possible. I'd be tempted, if I was these two, to be a bit selfish and protect the averages. Up at Trent Bridge, Ben Duckett got 59 off 31 not out to finish a chase for Nottinghamshire, but cut from a slightly different cloth.
So your impressions of Somerset across this game, Cam?
We're just seeing this replay of the Dan Lawrence catch there from the umpire's camera. Cuts off a little quickly just because that's the kind of automation of the process, but nestles in there. Well, until about 2 hours ago I thought they'd been playing pretty well. Then all of a sudden the match is over. They battled very hard for those lower order runs in the first innings, and I thought they bowled pretty well without reward for much of the first innings. I don't know if I thought that right at the beginning of their innings. It felt like that uneven bounce which Surrey had benefited with the ball. When Somerset batted first time round, they weren't quite extracting the same liveliness from it. I don't know if that's quite the right word. And it all came to a close very, very quickly in those 5 overs immediately after lunch. 6 overs if you include the Lammonby wicket in the moments before the lunch break.
Yeah, you need all the marginals, or the majority of them, first one gone, 4 for no loss, to go your way. And from the moment that Craig Overton was named in the 11, and then back spasm caused him to be ruled out with minutes to go before the start of the game. So 15 minutes in, and Sean Dixon wearing one on the bottom hand, and then not being able to feature with any real value from there on in for the rest of the game. Every single marginal has gone against the visitors. How often do we say that when teams come here to South London? But with 2 defeats now on the road, Hove a couple of weeks ago went down heavily in the end, and now this. Sibley, as we come to expect, he likes it there, off the mark straight away. Casey Aldridge will be going through the motions for us here. With 2 defeats already on the road and a couple of draws at home, including what would have been ultimately a really demoralising winning draw against Worcestershire. After, of course, Tom Banson's 3-7-1, and then D'Oliveira et al. For Worcester batting out 200 overs to save that one. It's been, well, far from the start that Somerset fans would have hoped for or expected, really. Already they're behind the 8 ball, early runners in this championship season, heading off into the distance. Things are going to happen for them. It has to happen next week.
Yeah, correct. And in that draw against Hampshire, they conceded a first innings deficit of over 150 runs. So it was rain interrupted. It wasn't a case of that, like the Worcestershire game. There's been a draw force, but they were on the front foot. Just the extraordinary kind of makeup of the county championship season. That's 7 of the 14 rounds. Half the season is done by the end of May. So much of the storylines of the year are concluded within these first 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, and the story, the tale of the tape really for Somerset, I think, has been their middle order. 4, 5, 6. Abel, Banton, Roux. Brilliant players, the lot of them. 2 with, well, arguably even 3 with genuine aspirations to break into that Test match side at some point. They've all been, well, in Tom Abel's case, very close. And the other 2 brilliant young players, as we know, but they're 39 for 6 across the game. Those 3, and if your engine room is faltering and misfiring as they have done, then you can't expect to get anything out of this game. And it'll be so frustrating for the 3 of them, because you come into a game such as this and you know that there's a lot of eyeballs on this game, and you know, in a way, runs count double. Beautiful. Slashed away behind square. Doesn't quite make it, but a comfortable couple. Rory Burns is enjoying himself this year with the bat. Looks in good order. Yeah, you know, if you make runs against Surrey here, then those runs resonate through the game.
Runs on Sky count double, runs on the Surrey live stream count 1.5. Is that
just
is
here?
That
just here, Cam. Just here at the ground. Two gone then. 7 for no loss. Just 29 needed. Ollie Pope, having missed out in the first innings, I imagine will be more than happy just to be sitting up there and letting his openers do the job.
Oh, absolutely. You don't need, perhaps as an insight into our own mentalities, don't particularly want the chance for a double failure when the chance for succeeding, at best case scenario, you're getting 10 not out here. I think I'd be very content just to stay upstairs and not have to do any batting at all.
It's going to be Josh Davey again then. Tom Sibley to face his first delivery from Davey. So let's throw it forward then, Cameron. That first Test squad.
Yep.
For Zimbabwe. May the 20-something. Do you envisage a new opening partner for Ben Duckett to begin with?
No, I don't think so. I think Crawley will keep his place.
Okay.
Still for the foreseeable.
And if Crawley's poor run were to continue and they were to look elsewhere, do you think they might be looking back to the future, i.e. looking at Dominic Sibley, who had a big fan in Ben Stokes when he first emerged? He has a less complicated technique now, a more orderly technique, and it's showing in his consistency and his run scoring around the ground. Driving straight, driving through the covers, tidy as well, of course, off the hip as always, standing tall, fewer extravagant pre-delivery triggers and so on and so on, and he looks completely at ease in himself, and he's 29.5 years old and he's made test hundreds. Stranger things? What do you think?
I'd love to say yes. I think I'd be very surprised to see Sibley back in the test setup this year. I think he's obviously done very well since returning to Surrey. I don't think there's anything.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
Okay.
So say Zach Crawley or Ben Duckett breaks a finger.
Yep.
A week before Zimbabwe test. Who comes in?
I'd be pretty certain it'd be Durham's Ben McKinney.
14 first-class games then for Ben McKinney.
I don't think it's stopped them before, but I think McKinney would be a different type of selection to the kind of Bazball early picks of yesteryear, or yesterday even, in that he has performed at the championship level. It's not a kind of what's the word, big-brained opinion of let's pick this guy on purely potential. McKinney has done both. He is one of the kind of premier openers in the championship now. Yes, he's young, but he has also, over the year he's had in the county game, proved his own ability.
Likes it there, Rory Burns, seeing it like a beach ball. Helps it on its way. 4 more. Getting it done quickly.
See on the replay there, Davey just dropping short. Burns helping it on its way. Second boundary in that direction for Surrey's captain. But to slightly kind of contradict myself, I'd love to find here, but I found this statistic I actually sent to our colleague Yas Rana a week or so ago about when we talk about relative inexperience before being picked in the national side.
Down the track, majestic. Saw it a few times in the first innings as well, advancing to the seamer, looking to get it on the half volley. A touch of absolute class by Rory Burns.
That is really beautiful from Burns. Premeditated, but launches himself to the pitch of the ball and is able to clip the ball through mid-wicket. That was wonderful. Pick him for the England team.
Well, I was going to ask.
But no, you mentioned there McKinney with kind of, what did you say, 13, 14 first-class games under his belt.
14 games, 300s. And there he goes, chipped to mid-wicket, frustrating for Dom Sibley, no need for it really. It's just how it goes, I suppose. It's hard to maintain your intensity when you know you're on the edge of another win. Still, he'll be cranky. Have to drag himself off, having played tidily in the first innings for another 50. Misses out this time. Quiet celebrations muted by Somerset's defeated fieldsmen. It's been a tough day for them. Still, Casey Aldridge, young lad making his way, will pick up whatever he can find here. Just seemed to fall over a touch, Cam, in his execution.
Well, it was such a tame reaction from everyone involved. For a second I thought it might have been a crowd catch, a bump ball. Sibley only faced 4 balls in that innings, but his first 2 deliveries were that exact delivery, a bit too straight, where he was able to tuck it into the leg side for a single. That time the square leg was in place and Lambie was able to take one of the more simple catches he'll ever have to complete. Ollie Pope comes to the crease. But yes, so McKinney, relative first-class inexperience, and we talk about players like Alistair Cook, Michael Vaughan, Marcus Trescothick as people who've been picked either as inexperienced cricketers before or who don't particularly have first-class records to kind of boast about.
Leg side, whipped off the toes, off the mark straight away.
So, Alistair Cook, before he was his England debut, had made 37 first-class appearances with 600s. Michael Vaughan had made 121 first-class appearances with 1600s, and Marcus Trescothick 100 first-class appearances with 700s. And as someone who kind of grew up watching Trescothick and Vaughan, was a bit too young to see when they first came in, and having heard all the time about these young guns kind of picked on potential rather than ability, to then discover they played 100 games.
Solidly played, but no run.
In the context of now kind of being old enough to pay attention properly, and we're talking about kind of Jacob Bethel or Shoaib Bashir with 6 first-class appearances, you go, well, the same words are being used, but to describe 100 different matches, a difference in first-class matches of 100, which feels like a thing.
Mm-hmm. Playing all the shots here, Rory Burns picking out the fieldsman just for now. I think Ben Duckett is a good model. Knows his game now in his late 20s, and now he looks like the real deal. Top class Test match opening bat. But would Duckett have been able to express himself in his early stages as an England player? Punch down the ground, timed nicely again. That will just be pulled in, but he'll pick up 2, coming back for 3. Such a specific skill opening against Test match attacks, especially in England, that you have to be exceptional to compensate for that lack of experience, to be learning on the job, doing perhaps the toughest batting job in world Test match cricket. You have to be something very, very special. So, a successful over for Casey Aldridge. He will take whatever he can get here. It'll be Rory Burns to face up to Josh Davies. Just 14 needed, 4 overs into this procession.
Crowd still hanging on, enjoying the last, I guess, 2 to 4 overs of this match. All wrapped up by 4:30 on Sunday. You're going to do something in your evening as well. What a treat!
Got work to do myself. Oh, nicked, dropped, parried through the hands. Lewis Gregory at first. Picks up a single in the end. Should have taken it. He knows it. He doesn't deserve that, Lewis Gregory, because he's had a very good game personally. Just hope he hasn't done himself a mischief there. He's just looking at the index finger of his left hand, staying in the grabbers, so hopefully no damage done. Trying to just wring out the pain. Gone right across and he's given him. Ollie Pope does have to go. Just overbalancing to the offside. And umpire Rob Bailey raises the dreaded finger, and that's 2 failures in the match for Ollie Pope. 1 apiece.
Doesn't look too bad a shout either. Pope looks disappointed with the decision. Perhaps that's sliding down the leg side, but he just shuffled across his stumps, as he often does. I think umpire's call might have been the decision of Hawkeye, and the umpire's call on the pitch was out.
Looked like it was on the rise to me. Get around the knee roll, maybe slightly above. Take another look at that. The result, though, is that Ollie Pope, having played himself nicely into form over the last few weeks, a couple of 50s and that 100 last week at Hove. Yeah, it's probably clipping the topper, middle and off.
I think I'm giving that as well.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Phil, I'm afraid Ollie. Cricket's a funny game, isn't it? Surrey going to cruise to a very comfortable win here, and they're going to be two lads in the changing room seething for at least another 45 to 50 minutes. Potentially 3, depending how James Smith gets on.
How frustrating, though, for Somerset, really. They saw how smoothly Pretorius was able to negotiate the ball that had just lost a little bit of lacquer and a little bit of nip, and how those lower order runs just demonstrated what might have been possible. And again, you see here, new ball talking, swearing really for Somerset, and with an extra 100 runs, might have been an interesting, nervy chase. Not to be. A story of what might have been really for Somerset across this game. They started well as well, put on 98 for the first wicket on that first morning. Smith, the new man, and drives airily, uppishly through where Gully would have been, picks up 4.
No, I think this game's just, because it's petering out a little bit, we're seeing some shots that are quite fast and loose from everyone involved. Jamie Smith, just a lazy language push through the covers. He gets 4 runs for his troubles.
It's how he's played all year, Jamie Smith. He's looked in sparkling form, and he's played with a kind of carefree abandon at times. Found some funny ways to get out. Towed one up in the air in the first innings, having looked untouchable for 58. Down the track, squeeze past backward point, won't reach the boundary, I don't think. Jack Leach, yeah, manages to haul it in, but 3 more, and so single figures now required for Surrey. Just 6 needed. Rory Burns, 19 from 19, already survived a life this over from that dropped catch at first slip.
Well, we could be on for a thing I've only just learned about Phil. I don't know if you're going to like it, but a smudger, where all 6 deliveries are a different result in the over.
Scythed away, but there is a man extra, deep extra, and so just a single.
And that ruins that. 2 singles, no longer possible. Had it been a dot ball, then you never know.
So Smith, 7 from 2, 5 needed. Long leg move, square up. Down the track, eases it through the covers for a single. He'll retain the strike then. 32 for 2, 5 gone, and surely this final over to be delivered by Casey Aldridge will be the final one of the match, you would fancy. A match that will sting all the way back down to the West Country for this 11, who turned up here with great hopes, started well, held Surrey at arm's length for a couple of days, and then it's all fallen apart in one wild session really, where Surrey were just on fire, caught everything. Jordan Clark's been a spearhead. He's my man of the match, Jordan Clark. 8 wickets across it. It's changed the tempo and the direction of both innings with the ball. Been superb.
Important runs in the first innings as well. How many did Jordan Clark get?
Not many.
It was some though. So it was a little wobble.
9.
Take it back. It was a good 9 though.
4 runs, and there it is. Majestic stuff by Jamie Smith. Gets it done. His skipper. High, wide and handsome, 20 not out at the other end, and Surrey get it done by 8 wickets. It's been a dominant statement performance today. It felt like moving day, day 3 here at the Kia Oval. And Somerset have just had no response whatsoever. When they get their tails up, here they are. I mean, almost literally unbeatable. Carrying on that unbeaten record now, just 1 defeat in 5 years here in 4-day cricket. And after an arm wrestle across the first half of this game, Surrey have landed a blow and a half here. 36 for 2. Brought up with inside 6 overs, just losing Dom Sibley and Ollie Pope at the death there. But the story was all about Surrey this afternoon with the ball. Frankie Worrell superb, and Jordan Clark, the old 1-2 again. They got it done. So the tale of the tape from the start of the day. Surrey resumed 311 for 7. Gus Atkinson and Dan Lawrence came together, played nicely, the two of them. Put on 34 before Gus Atkinson chipped an attempted on drive to mid-on to give Pretorius his first wicket of the day. Dan Worrell kept Dan Lawrence company. Lawrence passed his 50 before Worrell perished, and then James Taylor went soon after. So Surrey 3-6-7 all out in the end. It looked like a decent lead, but certainly not a definitive one at the time. But then from the moment really that Archie Vaughan, opening the batting for Somerset, feathered a nick down the leg side to give Daniel Worrell his first scalp of the innings. That was 0 for 1 inside the first over. And from that moment really you felt it was just inevitable. Josh Davey came in at 3, which was an interesting move at the time. Felt slightly pinch hitter like, obviously with Sean Dixon indisposed, having got injured earlier in the game. Him and Tom Lammonby fought, scrapped for the 10 and a bit overs, got up to 25 before just pretty much on the stroke of lunch Tom Lammonby played back to Dan Lawrence and was adjudged LBW for 12. So 2 down at lunch, 25 for 2. And then, as we say, Clark and Worrell got to work, tore the flesh from that middle order. Tom Abel came and went, a blob and 4 for him across the game, just 11 deliveries across the whole game. Tom Abel has managed to survive. Tom Banton was caught and bowled by Dan Worrell with an absolutely stunning catch down by his bootlaces. He went for 3. James Rue was becalmed and then went for 0 from 15 deliveries. Brilliant catch by Dan Lawrence round the corner on the left, on the leg side, to give Dan Worrell his 3rd. Jordan Clark powered through Josh Davey and Casey Aldridge, and then deservedly James Taylor picked up a couple of wickets to go with his good but unrewarded work in the first innings. Only really Miguel Pretorius, a one-man Praetorian guard really, 54 from 45. No one else managed to get past 20 in the innings. That tells a sorry tale, 119 all out. Somerset, and yeah, Surrey get it done, 36 for 2. Some closing thoughts from Cameron Ponsonby. Impressions of the day. Powerful stuff, isn't it?
Well, the best part of 3 days of cricket came to an end, or was decided by a 5-over period where 5 wickets fell for just 4 runs. The game had been shaping up nicely. I know we've mentioned that first innings lead sat around 80, but we thought, given the amount of spin that we'd seen from kind of Jack Leach and Dan Lawrence, that it might even itself out with if Somerset's bowling lasts. But if you lose 5 wickets for 4 runs, that pretty much is the end. To your point earlier, the middle order of Somerset misfired on this occasion, misfired twice, and at the end of it all, Surrey are finally on the board for the season after 3 draws from their opening 3 games. Once again, the charge for title number 4 in a row, well, it's up and running.
Yeah, as you say, 3 draws and now first win on the board for Surrey. For Somerset, it's a different story. 2 draws and 2 defeats now, and 2 scarring defeats in truth, really. Down at Hove first of all, and now here in South London. As the late afternoon rolls in and the kids and their folks take to the outfield, what a joy it is to be able to have the run of the oval outfield. It's one of the pleasures that the punters get here. And as things start to wind up, it just leaves me to thank our team, of course. Jake, our producer, John Surtees, Mark as well, running the show behind us, and our commentary team across the 4 days, or the 3 days even. And our cameramen as well, and of course yourselves who have been watching and contributing to the broadcast with your messages and your support. It's been Surrey's day, been a fascinating game and a statement win for the home side. We'll be back for the next 4-dayer. Don't go away.